Trust Advocates on behalf of East Orange County, Bobby Beagles, has passed. He was here at the last board meeting providing some public comment. I had the pleasure of working with Bobby over several decades in different capacities within this community. He was a strong advocate for the agriculture industry as well as those who live in the Christmas, Bithlo, and East Orange County area. Throughout the years, Bobby held several different leadership positions, including he was president of the Cattlemen's Association, chair of the Orange County Agriculture Advisory Board, and chair of the Orange County Farm Bureau. He also served as a member of the Orange County Animal Services and Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. So it is without question he was a dedicated public servant. We just ask for your prayers for his family. There will be a service today at noon. In addition, another person that often appeared here before the board advocating on behalf of her constituents was Senator Geraldine Thompson. She has passed and her services will be this coming Friday. In addition, don't want to embarrass him, but on Sunday, Master Deputy Sheriff Curtis Barnes, who's here today in uniform, his mother passed. So we ask for your prayers for all of those individuals. As a very compassionate board, we try to acknowledge all those who give service to our community. And now, as we move forward on our agenda, I'm going to call on Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. She will be bringing the invocation today. And after the invocation, Commissioner, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then following the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll hear from Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, who will be reading a proclamation recognizing Consumer Protection Week. And then he'll introduce a presentation of the Community Anti-Drug Coalition of America Award. And then we will move forward on our agenda. With that, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and all the audience. Please stand so we could, and bow your head so we could pray. Thank you. Heavenly Father, as we gather today to discuss matters of public service, we ask for your spirit of unity to be present among us. We humbly ask for your guidance and for you to help us to put aside any personal agendas and differences and work together in harmony towards the best interests of the community. May your spirit guide us in making wise decisions and lead us towards the best outcomes. May our deliberations be marked by wisdom, compassion, and a deep commitment to the well-being of our community. Grant us the strength to listen attentively to the diverse perspectives and to seek solutions with integrity. As we come before you today to discuss important matters, we ask for your guidance and wisdom. You are the source of all knowledge and understanding. Therefore, help us seek your direction in our decision-making process. We trust that with your guidance and grace, we can achieve a sense of unity and work together effectively. May our words be filled with love and respect to one another. May our words and actions be guided by your love and grace. In the Bible we read, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5. We invoke your blessing upon this meeting and all those who serve our constituents. Thank you, Lord, for your care and blessing. I ask you continue blessing our Mayor Jerry Demings, the Commissioners Wilson, Moore, Uribe, Semrat, Scott, and Cordero, and the staff that works for Orange County, especially for those that are behind the scene, making it possible for these meetings to go on every Tuesday. We also ask for you to give peace and strength to those families that are going through the loss of a family member. We pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
It was beautiful.
As the mayor said, we have a proclamation and a special presentation this morning. And the proclamation this morning is for National Consumer Protection Week. National Consumer Protection Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas National Consumer Protection Week focuses on the importance of being informed consumers and accessing resources to help protect residents' financial well-being and avoid predatory business practices. And whereas in the best interest of residents and visitors, the Orange County Consumer Protection Office conducts training and provides resources to safeguard against misleading marketing and sales tactics, conciliates consumer complaints, fosters viable relationships with stakeholders and government agencies, and regulates vehicle immobilization devices, trespass towing, and unlicensed general contractors. And whereas during the 23-24 fiscal year, the Orange County Consumer Protection Office received 962 complaints of alleged unfair business practices, engaged in numerous community outreach events, and facilitated the return of over $185,000 in restitution to consumers. And whereas the Orange County Consumer Protection Office is committed to protecting the financial well-being of our residents and visitors and encourages the community to safeguard their sensitive information by shredding unwanted documents and reporting fraudulent activities by contacting Orange County's 311 non-emergency help and information number via phone, web chat, and smartphone app. And whereas in recognition of National Consumer Protection Week, the Orange County Neighborhood Services Division will host the Taking the Con Out of Consumer Protection Forum, along with a secure document shredding service aimed at protecting our community's financial freedom and safeguarding its financial security in partnership with our friends at Fair Winds Credit Union. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of March 2 through 8, 2025 as National Consumer Protection Week in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 25th day of February 2025, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Jason Reynolds, manager of the Neighborhood Services Division, and he also oversees the Consumer Protection Office in Orange County. Mr. Reynolds.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to accept this recognition on behalf of Consumer Protection Week. Although I'm the one here you see presenting this morning or receiving the remarks, the true credit goes to the staff of the Consumer Protection Office who are seated over here. The Neighborhood Services Division is happy to announce 2 events that will commemorate Consumer Protection Week. The first, as mentioned, is the Forum, which will be on Friday, March 7th at the Renaissance Senior Center. The second is March 8th, which is a document shredding event, which is at Discovery Middle School. This is in partnership with Fairwoods Credit Union. We are thankful to them for their sponsorship, for making this important service available to the community. Joining the county staff this morning with the picture are representatives from Fairwinds, Mary Brannigan, Regional Vice President, Samantha Watson, Associate Vice President and Branch Manager, and Adrian Kirov-Velez, Community Relations Manager.
Hey, good job.
Congratulations.
Yes. Very good. Yes, Jason, if I get him right in front of me. Just kidding, it's okay. Oh, no. We love you. Great job.
Yes.
Congratulations. Yeah, you all did a great job. Thank you so much.
And finally, a presentation. Orange County has received a very prestigious award for their efforts educating our youth regarding over-the-counter and prescription drug abuse. To bring us details on this very prestigious award is Dr. Tom Hall, Director of the Orange County Drug-Free Community. Tom?
Good morning. Prevention is a cornerstone of the work we do in Orange County to prevent substance use and substance use disorders. And today we're fortunate to hear from the people on the front lines, the people that I'm honored to work with, our community members, and today high school students who put together a fantastic project which resulted in Orange County being nationally recognized by the Coalition of Anti-Drug, Community Coalition of Anti-Drug of America. And so with that, we have a video that they came down from DC and shot for us. And so we'll go from there. Thank you. So the Orange County Drug-Free Coalition started in 1999, initially responding to the heroin epidemic. From there, the focus really became on youth prevention, because one of the things we know about youth is if we prevent drug use early on, it has a much bigger impact than the funding and the energy it takes once somebody becomes substance dependent.
Of course, we were so excited to participate in the Dose of Prevention this year. We were able to get 43 Orange County Public Schools that distributed information, posted information, shared with their parents, or put it within their newsletter. With that, your average middle school has 1,500 students. Your average high school has over 2,000. So we figure we've reached, with those schools in our community outreach, over 60,000 individuals.
Volunteering with elementary students, where we introduced the Dose of Prevention challenge, stood out the most to me because we were able to let students know that they have a choice to say no to drugs and that they don't have to follow in steps that they see in their everyday lives or in movies they may see.
I've seen what drugs can do in our community firsthand, so I would want to help avoid and prevent that drug abuse from youth to elderly to whoever.
Well, I have the privilege of serving as Orange County Mayor, and we provide funding to the Office for a Drug-Free Community here that supports many of the programs. We have prescription drug drop-off boxes planted throughout our county to make it convenient for individuals to safely dispose of prescription medications rather than just putting it in the trash receptacles. Sometimes that exposes other people to dangers and the risk of becoming drug involved.
So participating in the Dose of Prevention challenge as a youth of today, it is important that we raise awareness around the youth, because as we grow, we learn, and we learn from what's right and what's wrong. And it is important that we get the opportunity to share that with our communities and the newer generations to come.
All right. Before I ask the group to come up, I want to just say a few words. First, congratulations to the Orange County Drug-Free Office on receiving this national recognition. Thanks to Dr. Hall and his tremendous leadership, and Sharon Warner, the entire coalition's participation is the result of this award. As you've seen from the video clip now, the youth are integral to increasing awareness over-the-counter medications, as well as proper disposal of medications is brought to the attention of our community. During family engagement events, parent nights, and after-school programs, the Drug-Free Coalition reached over 60,000 people with this prevention message about the dangers of the the counter medicine abuse and prescription drug misuse. So we're proud today to recognize them. It is my pleasure to present the 2025 Community Anti-Drug Coalition of America's Dose of Prevention Award and a check. We actually do have a real check here today for $1,500 to the Orange County Drug-Free Office. And we have a plaque to present and a check. And the plaque reads, CADCA Dose of Prevention Award, Orange County Drug-Free Coalition, in recognition of your efforts to raise awareness of the dangers of prescription drugs and over-the-counter cough medicine misuse. And it's CADCA's 2025 National Leadership Forum Award. So with that, we're going to ask the group to please come forward.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. We'll have the students come first. We'll do a photo with the students. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Great job.
Students first, if you don't mind, and then we'll take a picture with everyone. These are the youth from the Office of Drug Free and part of the coalition. So thank you all so much to these wonderful students for being part of this program. Fantastic. And now the entire group, if you want to come on up for a photograph, please. The entire group can come on up now. Thank you.
I follow you.
You got to squeeze in, everyone. You got to squeeze in.
Yeah, you need to send some text on this. It's very funny they do that. The clapping.
Get in there, Carol. And this was a national award. So let's give this group another big round of applause. This is awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good job,
It's always good to see our youth involved in our community and doing good. As they exit, we are going to move forward at this time on our agenda to the public comment period of time. I'd like to invite members of the public to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters that are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters would include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be properly brought to another board. Of course, this afternoon, we will solicit input during each public hearing schedule. And at this time, Mr. Thalmuller, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 10 speakers this morning.
Okay. Each one of you will be given a couple of minutes, 2 minutes, to state your case, and we appreciate your presence here this morning. And let's call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Approach the podium one by one. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker this morning is Robert Edmondson, followed by Susan Lewis, followed by Michael Lincoln McCrate, Christina Justin, and Lou Borelli. Robert, you're up.
My name is Robert L. Edmondson II, Major General, United States Army, retired. I live at 7534 Point Venezia Drive, Orlando, Florida. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, entire Board of Commissioners, and staff. After 33 years of military service to this nation, I concluded my career as an Army two-star commanding general. My commitment to this country meant that my family and I sacrificed numerous holidays, birthdays, and anniversaries in the name of liberty and freedom. Our service included packing up and moving 16 times. This past year, I told my wife that number 17 would be to a place that she wanted to move to, and she chose Orlando, Florida.
All right.
Shortly after moving into our new home, I spent as much time as I could getting to know my community and the neighbors of Venezia. Along with learning their names and hobbies, I became familiar with and subsequently grew concerned as the neighbors shared with me their feelings about Big Sand Lake water levels, specifically the uncertainty surrounding Big Sand Lake. For the record, I am not here to advocate for any specials or specific water level today. However, I am here to share with you the look of distress, dismay, and disappointment that I saw in their eyes and heard in their voices. I have not been asked to speak upon their behalf. However, given my background as a servant leader, one of your servant leaders for many years, I felt compelled to share my initial observations and a small recommendation with you. Observations that some of the residents have been coping with for up to 10 years. If rising water levels, even during the dry season, might already be enough to depress Big Sand Lake residents, I found something much more serious than that. While residents differed in their emotions about the future, some had lost hope, others had given up on their elected officials, and a few decided to move off the lake. I believe that at the end of the day, trust and transparency is what is missing most at Big Sand Lake. So why? Well, after only 8 months in the community, there are no less than 4 organizations have equities in Big Sand Lake. And from a residential perspective, who is it that resolves disputes, healthy debate associated with the Big Sand Lake? In terms of a solution, and I acknowledge the time, I'd recommend that a leader be assigned to synchronize efforts across EPD, Stormwater, FDOT, South Florida Water Management, a leader who will take ownership of the process. And I'll close with a quote from the late General Powell. Leadership is about solving problems. The day that people stop bringing you their problems is the day that you have stopped leading them. And they have either lost confidence that you can help them or concluded that you do not care. I know you care. Thank you for your leadership and for hearing me.
All right, General, first let me just say thank you for your service to our nation. It is significant, that you made the general officer rank 2-star. That's really, really big rank. Welcome to our community. You may not know, but I live on Big Sand Lake, and so I do take very seriously my role and responsibility. The issues with Big Sand Lake have been compounded by some of the construction by the Florida Department of Transportation, which is a different entity, a state entity that we're still working with, trying to come up with all of the solutions. But thank you for your presence here today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Hi, I'm Susan Lewis, 2526 Overlake Avenue, Orlando, and I'm once again here to speak out about the disruption in our quiet neighborhood of waterfront estates in the form of explosions on a daily basis, many of which sound like gunshots. Neighbors have parents that won't come see them because they suffer from PTSD, and when the explosions go off, it sounds like a bomb or a gunshot. Children at the local elementary school have become callous to it. So now I have a feeling if they were on the playground and heard a gunshot, they probably wouldn't pay any attention to it because it's become a daily occurrence. And it's a mile from the school. Myra has been out canvassing, was a mile away, heard it. I mean, it's very loud. I really appreciated the quote from General Powell because I'd like to piggyback off of that and share with you that the last time there were 27 people here to speak out against this. This time, I don't know how many, but there aren't many, because I know from talking to them that they've lost confidence in Orange County, because all we get from the sheriff when he comes out is, there's nothing we can do. And all we get from Orange County is, well, call the sheriff, because there's nothing we can do. I feel like I'm in the Wizard of Oz, everybody pointing towards each other. Now, if y'all can't do something, then what I'd like you to tell me is, do we have to hire a lawyer and go the lawsuit route? Is that our only way that we can fight this? I know there's been something submitted, an ordinance submitted request to give the sheriff more power, and I hope you'll really consider that and take whether he's standing out in the street smoking pot, which is confusing to the children, it's bad. We need your help.
All right, thank you for your comments. We are definitely aware of a bad neighbor. We will be, as a board, taking up this issue soon to look at the opportunity that we have to change or draft a new ordinance to assist the sheriff in those efforts. So just saying to you all, don't give up. It's been a battle. We understand. I know Commissioner Uribe has been an advocate on your behalf, and just yesterday she wrote a memorandum requesting consideration by the board for a potential new ordinance. And we will be doing that in the very, very near future. So with that, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Was there Michael, Christina, or Lou? Any of you? All right. Next speaker is going to be Renaud Finster, followed by Jill Sharga, Dr. Jim Moyer, and Doug Nicholas. Any of those people here? All right. Our next speaker is going to be Tim McKinney and Carla Blanco.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I wanted to come and just speak to you about this unprecedented amount of money that you're going to be getting a briefing on today related to Hurricanes Ian and Milton. It's really unique and incredible.
Could you start with your name and address?
Tim McKinney, 415 East Pine Street, Orlando, Florida, 32801. It's really a unique opportunity to really move the needle on some things that really have been lagging so far in East Orange County. So often when we get funds years later, like for Hurricane Ian, it's hard to draw a line directly to the impact of those funds. But in the case of Bithlo in East Orange County, we know that Ian dramatically impacted that community. And related to Milton, we are still, as an organization, housing some of our unsheltered friends that were displaced because their camps were flooded out next to the Econ River. This is a great opportunity to provide for East and West Orange County, who so desperately need low barrier and all access shelters, all person disaster shelters, which again, we never seem to get placed in the right location where our most desperately impacted residents that are living unsheltered or in trailers live. Transitional and affordable housing, as well as the expansion of public water, which under this mayor and this Board of County Commissioners, I'm happy to say 350 homes are currently getting public water in Bithlo, but we can further extend that opportunity, as well as other vital infrastructure that we're lacking. Bithlo and East Orange County has been disproportionately impacted by hurricanes and storms over all of these years, but we've never had such a large bucket of money that actually unusually can be spent over time and doesn't have to be just thrown out there and spent so quickly, or we can be very thoughtful in how we do this. So we want to continue to collaborate with Orange County to expand Transformation Village to finally get the illegal dump in Bithlo cleaned up, which you'll hear. I'll be meeting with all of you about that soon. There's some exciting opportunities there to do that. And also to take down some bad guys, which we're working with the Sheriff's Office and Marshals and the FBI and DEA currently to finally rid our community of some really, really horrible people and really just provide what all parts of Orange County need, proper access to these vital infrastructure needs. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time. And my name is Doug Nicholas, and I live in District 2, and I've been here many times before. I'll try to be quick. I came here to speak about a different topic, but I got a phone call from county staff this morning. They're trying to remedy the situation. No point in covering that. There were 5 issues when I came back in late October, November, and I'm working through them. So this one's going to be set aside for the time being. We'll see if we get results. I'm going to see. This is, wouldn't everybody think a nice neighborhood? I mean, I think it's lovely. I've lived there for 30 years. So when I come next time, I'm going to be addressing one of the other issues, and this goes along with the lady that just spoke about having commission and ordinances which relate to law enforcement and enforcement of bad acts amongst the community. This homeowner, the one on the right specifically, recently, 2 years ago, they trimmed all their trees and branches and they drug them across the road and put them in a right-of-way. So I let the neighbors next to them deal with it. The problem is they're scared they didn't deal with it. So when they did it the second year, they got me. I'm not the guy you really want to get. So I drug all the stuff back in their yard. Well, that created an issue with the sheriff's department, of course, and I explained to them. And with the sheriff's body camera video, they admitted that they had put it over there, but then they claimed they didn't know what to do with it, even though they live on a street where we all put our stuff out in garbage cans, et cetera, et cetera. A sergeant got involved. He was very helpful. He returned to visit with me and them for 3 weeks straight, as they would promise to remove the stuff appropriately, and they never did. And he continued to tell me, he had sat for hours on the phone, it appears, to talk to code enforcement, talk to waste management, find out what the options were, educate my fellow neighbors, and he continued to work on this, only wound up telling me that if it wasn't a certain amount of cubic footage, it's not a criminal issue. From the county's perspective of enforcement of any code, it becomes like a civil fine issue, but you have to get code enforcement involved, and they can't show up. So what do you do when you have a neighbor who just takes their garbage and dumps it across the road, and there's literally no method of enforcement? So unfortunately, I deleted those pictures off my phone. I was going to show them to you. But this is a crazy situation, and we don't want to deal with it. And thank you always for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Jill Sharga. I live at 2617 Overlake Avenue. My mom lives on Venice Drive. I'm going to speak a little bit louder today because apparently nobody heard us when we were here 5 months ago to the day to talk about our neighbor, Keith Woodworth, who is still shooting off bombs and mortars, not fireworks, bombs and mortars. He lives at 2527 Overlake. This is out of control. We have all called code enforcement and the sheriffs. I've written down the time and when. This is what our January looked like. Each icon is a bomb that went off. Sometimes it's 2 or 4 times a day. That's January. Here we are still in the month of February. Each icon is a bomb that's going off in our neighborhood. He still has the homemade 3D sculptures of the penises and the hands flipping the bird that are about 5 or 6 inches tall, multicolors, that are glued to the perimeter of his fence. When you walk along the sidewalk, the kids can see it. He's got dog noises that freak everyone out when you're walking along the sidewalk. This guy's very, very, very aggressive. Now, I will admit that I did get a sheriff liaison, a case manager, if you will, when we were here in September. He and I spoke a few times. Legal is working on it. I'm not feeling it. Nothing has changed. Everything is still getting blown up, and it is really, really bad. He's very, very aggressive. If this is a civil law case, can somebody nod their head and let me know what to do? I don't know a civil lawsuit attorney. I need coaching, but we need help. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. In just a moment, I'll ask the county attorney to kind of give you a brief update on some of the things that have been happening. But thank you for your presence.
Okay.
All right, next speaker, please.
I am only one, but still, I am one. Helen Keller. My name is Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the volunteer elected Orange Soil and Water District 2 supervisor. And I'm here to talk about water. That's how we say W-A-T-E-R in Philadelphia. But on a more global perspective, 99% of all water is not drinkable, okay? Human life on Earth expires 2040. According to this researcher, she believes without significant changes, there will be no water by 2040. Dr. King said, we must use time creatively. Here's the current scenario. Water supply, less than 1% of all the water on Earth is usable for humans. Demand, the population, even during COVID, has continually increased. It's at 8.2 billion plus. Okay, the answer, I'm a half full kind of guy, okay? Global desalination will significantly increase the water supply. That's what I believe we globally need to focus on. But until that happens, all global hands on deck, mutually cooperating and educating people to minimize use through massive new and improved reclamation and conservation programs. And I know we've had those in this state for 50 years. Thank you for your time. For our future, help me help you. Okay, and rest in peace, the Honorable Geraldine Fortenberry Thompson, our late great civil rights activist, Florida District 15 Senator, and the late Supervisor Susan Sides Collins, who was the District 3 Orange Soil and Water Conservation Supervisor. Thank you. God bless you all.
All right, thank you for your presence, and we are aware of a bill that's been filed in the Florida legislature to eliminate the soil and water boards. We are monitoring that. Don't know if that's going to pass this session or not, but they'll be hearing from us, and I'm sure they'll be hearing from you. All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
I believe that was our last speaker, Mayor. None of the other names have. Oh. If I called your name again, please, yes. Yep. Even the folks in the audience, please.
Carol Blanco, 6016 Montel Court, Orlando 32810. 15,000 noise-related calls received by the Orange County Sheriff's Department within a 12-month period. 13 written citations, so that is that's less than a 0.001 enforcement rate. I did a records request with the Sheriff's Department asking for all breach of peace citations, Florida Statute 877.03, issued by deputies since 2014. I received a list of 5 citations, all written by the same deputy in a different sector, and I don't even know if it was noise related. Yet today's hearing, amending the Orange County noise ordinance, has been canceled last minute due to a stakeholders issue regarding mixed use development. The board cannot do an all or nothing approach. EPC staff, Renee Parker, the consulting firm Tetra Tech that studied noise ordinances throughout the state of Florida, input from the Sheriff's Department, Chief Deputy Torres, Austin Moore from Legal. Collaboratively, they have done an exceptional job crafting a residential noise ordinance that reduces our outdated, excessive distance requirements from 500 to 100 feet during the day, 100 feet to 50 feet at night. This has been put on hold for what? Special interests? If the delay is solely mixed-use development, then language can be introduced to the approved amended noise ordinance. Between now and June 17th, let EPC draft code language for the mixed-use section. They can address and refine potential issues later. The proposed amended residential noise ordinance is excellent. This needs to be an agenda item and voted for adoption. Further delay is a disservice to those dealing with chronic nuisance noise in established residential areas in all districts. Deputies will continue to be hamstrung trying to enforce an outdated noise ordinance requiring a high effort for a low priority citation until this board approves this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning. I know you're sick of hearing my voice, but hello. My name is Michael Lincoln McCrate. I'm the president of Magical Self-Advocacy. I reside at 1849 South Kirkman Road in amazing Mike Scott's district. Today's a very exciting day. The month of March is always a happy day for Magical Self-Advocacy as we are getting ready to celebrate once again our third annual Disability Awareness Day here in Orange County, where we were able to have the county recognize Disability Awareness Day here in Orange County and in the city of Orlando by Mayor Buddy Dyer. Each one of you have received an email as an invitation to come out to our Disability Awareness Day in Winter Garden. We were very gracious to have a pastor donate a venue to us to have our event. This year is going to be a very unique celebration. As we're going up to Tallahassee on March 10th to advocate for low-income housing for here in Orange County, transportation, having individuals with disabilities to be involved with emergency preparedness here in Orange County, and also to do an appropriations request for the Autism Theater Project. This year, we are going to have representatives from the Florida State Legislature, hopefully some county commissioners and city council. But this year's unique because we are also going to be showing an exclusive viewing of The Voice Inside. The Voice Inside is one of our Autism Theater Project TV shows that we've worked very, very hard on. The Autism Theater Project is an awesome nonprofit that actually gives people with autism a way to act and tell a story on a TV series. When I first watched it, I brought tears to my eyes, so bring tissues. But it is such an amazing show, and I would like to see each one of you there, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you for sharing. Are there any other speakers?
Okay, just checking one more time to see if Christina Justin, Lou Borelli, or Renaud Finster have joined us. In that case, this time it was our last speaker, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to ask Commissioner Uribe to speak, and then I'll go to the county attorney, reference the multiple issues that were brought up.
Thank you. I did want to recognize the residents from Overlake, and you're right, we have been working on this. And also, there has been a lot of due diligence on our side with law enforcement, and you're absolutely right. They said they've only done what they can do, and that's it. And so all of my colleagues received a memo yesterday to give the law enforcement the teeth they need to actually really do something to stop this gentleman. We know, I've been out there, and I know how horrible it is, and I worry about the accelerated violence that could come through that neighborhood. Has just had enough. So I'm hoping that we will expedite this and move it forward, because every day is just horrible out there. And I know, and I've been out there, and you guys have seen me out there, and I've heard it, and it's scary. And I'm sorry you're still going through this, but count me in to be here with you and to move this forward.
And I'm sorry, before Attorney Newton weighs in, I just wanted to say I am equally as disappointed about the noise ordinance and don't really understand what happened. I felt like this is something we've been working on for a really long time. We have a lot of information, and I felt very much like we didn't get an understanding of why it was pulled from the agenda today. So I just want you all to know that was not a Board of County Commission direction. We have been really trying hard to nail down some language that can be enforceable so that we can try to make sure that we're getting to some of these things. But I know these are two separate issues because your memo specifically addressed fireworks, which I don't know.
Mortars, everything that falls into
Right, mortars.
But it is a noise issue.
But it's a noise issue. But I just wanted to make sure there was a delineation of sort of the noise ordinance we knew that we were going to get to today versus potentially some other opportunities with explosives or explosive sounding devices.
All right, I'm going to ask the county attorney if he could kind of give a brief update.
I can inform you of what I'm aware of as it relates to the dildos that were on the fence. And we sent code enforcement out to visit the individual who owns that residence. And it was my understanding, based upon communication that I received, that those dildos had been removed. Now, if they have not been removed, then we're going to continue with the code enforcement process, which ultimately may lead to some litigation as well. As far as the fireworks are concerned, I think as far as the fireworks are concerned, we have been in constant, I think, communication with the Sheriff's Office and Sheriff's Council, and I think as recently as perhaps this week, Mr. Brooks has had a conversation with the Sheriff's Office with respect to the ordinance, the noise ordinance, or what it is exactly that the Sheriff's Office needs from Orange County in terms of amendment to the ordinance in order to give the community some relief and have some enforcement mechanism for the sheriff to follow through on. I'm not aware of why the ordinance was canceled this afternoon. Perhaps Mr. Brooks is aware.
Sure.
And that's all I can tell you at this point.
And what I wanted to add, Mayor, that conversation with the Sheriff's Office has specifically been about letting us know exactly what additional tools are necessary so that we can be very clear about what can be addressed in a local ordinance and bring that to the board versus what may require state action, so legislative action. And so that's the most recent conversation with the Sheriff's Office. We are indeed working there, identifying that. There have been some additional discussions with their general counsel, the Sheriff's Office general counsel, and George Carmichael in the county administrator's office, so that we can it was a bit vague initially, and what we've asked for in my conversation with them was to give us the specifics so that we can ensure that we are addressing and tailoring the actual tools, the legal mechanism by which any action can be taken. So that's what we're working on so that we can then bring that forward with the board. But those are the conversations we started over the last couple of weeks. And with respect to the noise ordinance, whether or not those what comes out of those conversations with the Sheriff's Office is something that can be added or addressed as part of the noise ordinance that has been worked on, or if it's something different. That's the second part. We're trying to determine if this is a unique situation, be it fireworks, if it's unique enough that it may require different ordinance and not as opposed to being incorporated in the ordinance, the noise pollution ordinance. So that's what we're in the midst of working on. There were some land use, some matters. There was a gap. We discovered a gap in with respect to the land uses, some land use categories that we want to be sure before we brought the ordinance back to the board. Aside from the fireworks issue, going back to the question about status, and so Renee Parker sent out a correspondence to the board, noting that we need to check on the land use categories, some either future changes or mixed use, as was noted, the mixed use development, to ensure that we didn't present an ordinance to the board that immediately had a gap in it and a flaw. So that's what that was the reason for canceling the noise pollution ordinance, and that's what the team is working on to address those matters to ensure that we didn't have a flaw, immediately have a flaw in the ordinance that we were bringing forward to the board.
Yeah, and on the code enforcement, they had this inappropriate stuff, but now they're doing, the guy did middle fingers, and he's put up like middle fingers all along. I mean, it's just a continual battle of torment through this person. And the reason why I'd added fireworks, because knowing this guy, we'll say mortars, and then he'll come up with something else, you know? So I was trying to grasp all of this so that all of it's included, so that there's no other loophole in that. But we're on it. But yes, in law enforcement, we have always notified law enforcement from day one on this, and they have kind of reached that capacity of, you know, we have it in writing, so that's why we pursued this.
Byron, if you could, when that does come back to us.
Commissioner Scott, just one moment.
Okay.
I wanted to, I'm going to go to you in just a moment, but the county attorney wanted to opine on what was just said.
I was just going to mention dildos, one thing. We have an ordinance that we believe would be applicable to that situation. Middle finger may be a different story altogether, given the
constitutional provisions that exist with respect to free speech.
Yeah.
So we'll do what we can, but I just want you to be aware that there may be a situation where we may not be able to do anything.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Byron, if we could, when that comes back, if we can get an update on, I guess, the status of the unexploded ordinances. As I recall, there were 2 members of the community where they said there were some expelled projectiles that landed up on their roof. And so I just want to know if that circumstances presents itself anywhere else in the district, how would we navigate that? I had a similar concern in Orla Vista, but we were able to resolve that with the fire marshal's office. But I do recall 2 residents coming saying that after the gentleman had let us off some fireworks, he had, one of them was unexploded, one that did not, it was a whole ordinance on his roof, but other ones were just like pieces. And so from an enforcement standpoint and a communication standpoint, how we as commissioners can respond if a constituent brings a similar concern to us. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Byron.
All right, I can tell you that this is an issue that I believe we need to expedite to the extent we can. As a former sheriff, I'm well aware, not sure what's going on with my voice today, but as a former sheriff, I can tell you that this is an issue that has been ongoing for quite some time. And so it's a little disappointing, but sometimes we have to change laws, those that we control and those that sometimes the state or others control through our advocacy. So we look forward to bringing some resolution to this issue on behalf of our citizens who live in this county. So thank you all very much. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. I'm going to ask the county administrator to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. Actually, no changes to the consent agenda, so staff presents the consent agenda to the board as presented.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we do have a motion by Commissioner Scott. The seconder, couldn't hear who was the second. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With the action of approving the consent agenda, there are a couple of things that I want to highlight. One of the commitments that we made as a community was that we would set aside $100 million of the taxpayer money to purchase preservation lands. And on each one of our agendas, we, in board meetings, we have approved different purchases. Today, with the approval of the consent agenda, we approved the purchase of 12.75 acres in the Orange County area in the St. Johns Basin. This will improve the gap needed to improve the ecological boundaries around the Savage Christmas Creek Preserve, Hal Scott Preserve, Pine Lily Preserve, and the Long Branch and the Charles Bronson State Park. In addition, we purchased a 0.54 acre parcel located in East Orange County, located in the Econolathatchee Basin. This will complement the county's longstanding efforts to protect the Econ River. In addition, to date, Orange County has purchased and preserved 1,824 acres since the board approved the $100 million to purchase environmentally sensitive lands. That will continue. And now we'll move forward on our agenda. We're going to...
Mayor, I just
yes.
wanted to add to your comment. This Friday,
Yes.
you and I will be dedicating a piece of land that we purchased under that program called Green Ice out in the Popka area. And so it's a great opportunity to invite anyone who would like to join us for this latest piece of property that we're preserving for our citizens.
All right. Franklin Santos, are you out there? If you'll stand up. He's our new Planning and Environmental Development Services fiscal manager. Congratulations. He was an internal hire, so he's moving up the ladder. Thank you. All right, we'll move to our discussion agenda. We're going to call on Ms. Carrie Mathis, our Procurement Division Manager, to present the Procurement Committee recommendations and With that, Ms. Mathis, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing professional services for environmental site assessment and remediation. I am requesting board selection of one firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Scott was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Scott, do you have a potential motion?
I do, Mayor. Move for the selection of RES Florida Consulting, LLC, doing business as eSciences with 416.50 points, with HSA Golden Inc. with 404.50 points, and Montrose Environmental Solutions Incorporated with 391.38 points as the ranked alternates, as well as the requested action.
All right, is there a
Second,
second?
Uribe.
Second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now we'll move to the next item. This is one that Ms. Mathis will also be presenting.
Thank you. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing engineering services for solid waste. I am requesting board selection of 2 firms and an alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Scott was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
Mayor, I move for the selection of Stearns, Conrad, and Schmidt Consulting Engineers Incorporated, DBA as SCS Engineers with 502 points, and S2LI Avcon Joint Venture with 433 points, and with Tetra Tech Incorporated, 416.25 points as the ranked alternate as the requested action.
All right, is there a second?
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item. Ms. Mathis.
The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for engineering services for Malcolm Road Water Supply Facility, polyfluoroalkyl substances, and permit improvements. I'm requesting board selection of 1 firm and an alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Gomez Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I motion for the selection of Tetra Tech Inc. with 477.0 points, with CHA Consulting Inc. 443.75 points as the ranked alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And we'll now move to the next procurement item.
The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for commissioning services for the Orange County Convention Center Phase 5A improvements. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Scott was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Scott, you were busy. Do you have a potential motion?
Mayor, move for the selection of FCM Engineering with 441.33 points, with Hanson Professional Services Incorporated with 380.33 points, and EXP US Services Inc. with 304.17 points as ranked alternates, as well as the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is a discussion item. I'm going to call on Mr. Mitchell Glasser to come forward, our housing manager, to present an update on the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. Today, no action is being requested. It's a general update for the board. For that, Mr. Glasser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We are pleased to be here today to give you an update on our disaster recovery grants, known as CDBG-DR. So we're going to talk about some of the quick basics of the program. We're going to give an overview of Hurricane Ian, some program administration actions that we've been busy with, and we're going to talk about program implementation. I'm going to invite Sherry Julian, a project manager for our DR team, to talk about program implementation. And then I'm going to be back up to talk about Hurricane Milton and next steps. So the CDBG-DR disaster recovery grants are comprised of federal funds to carry out a wide range of activities, from disaster relief, long-term recovery, restoration of infrastructure and housing, economic revitalization, and mitigation of risk. Some of the major goals of CDBG-DR is to address unmet needs relating to housing, infrastructure, public services, and improve resiliency through mitigation efforts. And also ensure funding and programs prioritize underserved and vulnerable populations. All project activities under CDBG-DER must be tied to a specific disaster event. Some of the funding guidelines: at least 70% of the funds must be spent on activities benefiting low and moderate income individuals and areas. A low moderate income household is a household for a family of four that is $77,200. That's an 80% of the area median income. A low to moderate income area is where the census tract has greater than 50% of the households that are deemed low to moderate income. At least 15% of the funds must be spent for mitigation activities that increase resiliency to disasters and reduce long-term risk. Quick overview of Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian event happened September 28th, 2022. In 2023, Orange County was allocated over $219 million from HUD to address damages caused by Hurricane Ian. On January 9, 2024, the board approved the CDBG-DER action plan, and on April 9, 2024, our grant agreement was fully executed with HUD. The county has until April 2030 to expend those funds. To develop the action plan for Ian, staff solicited input from Orange County residents, local municipalities, and community stakeholders. As you all were very much engaged with us during those meetings, we held a lot of community meetings, focus group meetings. The final action plan included an unmet needs analysis, citizen input engagement, and proposed use of funds. This chart shows our remaining unmet needs based on the analysis, and then our program allocation of the $219,712,000. For program administration, we've been busy throughout the last year hiring staff. We have 5 full-time county employees for the program, including fiscal staff. We have a couple of vacant fiscal positions that we are working on bringing online as we move into mobilization. Policies and procedures have been developed for infrastructure and public facilities, planning studies, and public services. Requests for applications have been developed for the 3 activities. Technical assistance sessions were also held with potential applicants. Environmental review process for the projects and activities have been started. The CDBG website is regularly updated. Monthly newsletter is published by our program staff. And we do continuous coordination with the local mitigation group. We provide regular updates to our Community Development Advisory Board. And the board approved the selection of a general consultant named Horn on November 19, 2024 to assist us with grant administration, staff augmentation, and program implementation. Now I'd like to invite Sherry Julian, our project manager, to go over implementation, and then I'll be back.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I will proceed with program implementation. So this chart shows the categories that we have under the Disaster Recovery Program and the program allocation. I will go over infrastructure, public facilities, mitigation, and planning studies first, and then follow up with the remaining programs. Competitive requests for applications. Currently, we have 2 RFAs which were made available on December 10th to Orange County departments and divisions and local municipalities. The request for application included infrastructure and public facilities, mitigation programs, and planning studies. Under infrastructure and public facilities, we allocated $59 million, mitigation $28 million, and planning studies $5 million. We issued a notice of funding availability, which was published in newspapers and program websites, as well as we emailed notifications to all municipalities, county departments, and divisions. The Disaster Recovery Program website is continually updated to ensure current and detailed information. Under the Infrastructure and Public Facilities programs, the type of projects include flood and drainage-related repairs and improvements, stormwater management projects, water and sewer projects, rehabilitation, and construction of public facilities. Eligible applicants under this request for application was Orange County Departments and Divisions, local municipalities, and we will have a second round of requests for applications for nonprofit agencies at a later date to address any unmet needs they may still have. The subtotal approximately is $59 million, and the maximum award for these types of projects is $15 million per project. Under mitigation, these types of projects does not require tieback to Hurricane Ian, but it must be used to increase resiliency and future disasters. Eligible applicants were Orange County Departments and Divisions and local municipalities, and we allocated roughly $28 million under this strategy. Moving on to planning studies, the use of funds is to conduct comprehensive planning activities that prioritize data-driven mitigation measures to reduce or eliminate long-term disaster risk and promote county initiatives. Again, the eligible applicants under this program were Orange County Departments and Divisions and local municipalities. We allocated approximately $5 million, and the max award per project or activity is $500,000. So both of the RFAs, requests for applications for infrastructure and public facilities, mitigation and planning studies, closed on February 5th. We had a total of 17 applications, which we're extremely pleased about. It was a good mix of projects, and they were geographically spread across Orange County. And so the projects that were submitted, Orange County submitted 6 projects, City of Ocoee 3, City of Orlando submitted 4 projects, City of Winter Garden 1, City of Winter Park 2, and Town of Eatonville 1 project. Those projects included drainage improvements, stormwater mitigation, and basin studies. So the request for application is a competitive process, and those applications are currently being reviewed and scored by an evaluation committee, with some members being recommended by a local mitigation strategy working group for their expertise in assessing infrastructure type projects and local mitigation hazard projects. Once the committee scores and ranks those projects, it will be then taken to the Community Development Advisory Board for their recommendations. Final funding recommendations will be presented to the board in May. Moving on to the housing category. This is a top priority for us, and we've been diligently working to roll out the strategies. There are 3 strategies under this, which is the Homeowner Housing Rehabilitation Reconstruction Program, as well as the Rental Housing Rehabilitation and new construction under affordable housing. The last 2 projects are going to be rolled out at a later date, so I will be going over the Homeowner Housing Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program, which we've allocated $35 million of the CDBG-DR budget. This program aims to fulfill outstanding housing recovery needs by repairing, replacing, or reconstructing owner-occupied structures, including manufactured homes affected by Hurricane Ian. We're extremely happy about this because we have not previously been able to assist the mobile home population with other grant funds. So this is going to be a new strategy for us, and we're extremely excited about that opportunity. The primary objective is to provide a safe and sanitary home to all eligible applicants. All of Orange County is eligible to apply for this program, including all of the local municipalities. Also, we want to reiterate that under the mobile home program, all mobile homes are eligible, whether you are located on privately owned land or whether you reside in a mobile home park or on a leased parcel. The only caveat to that is if you're in a mobile home park or on a leased parcel, you'd have to get the authorization from the owner to place the replacement unit on that lot. Construction standards. The construction standards will comply with green and resilient building standards for new construction and reconstruction of housing, all rehabilitation activities of substantially damaged residential buildings. Emphasis is on high-quality, durable, sustainable, and energy-efficient construction methods and materials. And for rehabilitation projects, the county will follow the HUD Green Building Retrofit Checklist to the extent feasible and applicable to repair work undertaken. So we have been diligently working on program development in consultation with our consultant, Horn, who's been extremely helpful to us with the development of these materials. We have been working and almost complete with the policies and procedures, standard operating procedures, intake documentation, income verification, duplication of benefits, eligibility criteria, and marketing material. Under the Homeowner Housing Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program, there are 3 award types, and this signifies the award caps. Under the grant, we're required to have caps, and so this is just stating the cap. It does not necessarily mean that the eligible applicant will receive this amount. Under the housing rehabilitation, we can go up to $250,000. Under housing reconstruction, we can go up to $375,000. This is a per square feet price, and it's predetermined through the procurement process. Under the housing replacement, which is the mobile home replacement program, we can go up to $200,000. Eligibility criteria. So all applicants must have owned the property at the time of Hurricane Ian. They must currently own the property and reside in the home as the primary resident. They must be low to moderate income household with unrepaired storm damage. The mortgage, the mortgage must be in good standing, and property taxes must be current or on a payment plan. So, the Homeowner Housing Reconstruction Program, we are extremely excited that we've finally gotten to this point and we're ready for program rollout. We have a launch date set of March 5th, and we have been diligently working on program components, which include branding, media campaign, outreach and marketing, and online application portal. We've been working, mulling over lots of branding material, trying to come up with an easy-to-remember program name that kind of embodies the objective and goals of the program. And so after much consideration and consultation with our department heads, our public information officer, communications, and our consultant, we selected Orange County Recovers. And so this is going to be the name and logo for our program, and it's going to be on all of our marketing material. And so we are looking forward to an active marketing campaign, and we're going to have a press release. We're going to, have social media posts. We're going to have on-site community events, brochures, materials. And so we're looking to you, Mayor and Commissioners, to help us get the word out so that we could reach the hardest hit areas as well as the hardest to reach populations, primarily seniors, those who don't frequent social media, those who may not have access to internet, or who are maybe technically challenged. So we also intend to circulate this material to all of our community partners, to senior centers, senior organizations, community centers, just to saturate the market with our flyers and marketing materials so that people are aware that help is available and how to access it. As I said previously, this program is open to all of Orange County and the municipalities. And you can go to orangecountyrecovers.com. It's primarily an online application portal. Applicants can use their mobile device, their smart devices, to scan a QR code and apply directly on the website. But for those who may not have access to a smart device or access to the internet, they can call the number on the screen and reach a live case manager that will provide individual assistance with the application process and schedule an in-person appointment if needed. All right, moving on to the next category, public services. We have allocated $7 million to this program. And under this program, the RFA to open for qualified nonprofits will be in early March. A notice of funding availability will be published in the newspaper, distributed via email, excuse me, and posted on the program website. Eligibility services include self-sufficiency services, health and mental health services, job training and placement, and we will be holding a pre-technical assistance workshop with the nonprofits to go over eligibility requirements, the application process, and answer any questions that they may have with the application process. And now I'll turn the presentation back over to Mitchell.
Thank you, Sherry. So Hurricane Milton, in January of 2025, HUD announced $12 billion allocation to states and local governments for major disasters that occurred in 2023 and 2024. Orange County was allocated over $33 million for Hurricane Milton. But it is treated as a separate grant, and we do have to develop an action plan. HUD has simplified the submittal process for the action plan, but they also shortened the time frame we have. So the action plan must be submitted to HUD within 90 days of the allocation announcement. HUD approved an additional 30-day extension that we requested, allowing the county to submit the action plan by May 21st, 2025. That's still a pretty short time frame. The grant agreement for Milton funds, though, will not be executed until HUD approves our action plan. As part of the action plan development, the county still needs to do all these steps to analyze FEMA and SBA data, conduct community engagement and outreach with our county departments and divisions, local municipalities, public housing authorities, our community partners like nonprofit agencies, homeless service providers, and grassroots organizations. We also have to hold some town hall meetings to get community input. We have to develop a proposed budget for the programs to meet the unmet needs identified through this data analysis and community input. So next steps. So Hurricane Ian Action Plan needs an amendment. The approval of the action plan is being amended to reflect changes in our homeowner rehabilitation, housing rehabilitation and reconstruction program, such as some eligibility requirements, the maximum award amounts that Sherry mentioned this morning, the affordability periods. We also have to include some additional national objectives in our plan to include slum and blight and urgent need. These really are small text amendments, but we have to go through this process. We have a public comment period, a 30-day public comment period that's already begun, and it ends on March 19th. We plan to bring the proposed amendments to the Ian Action Plan. Will be presented to the board on March 25th. For Hurricane Ian, as Sherry mentioned, March 5th is the launch date for the Homeowner Housing Rehab and Reconstruction Program. Also, the RFA for public services to open for qualified nonprofits in early March. And then in spring and summer, we plan to roll out the remaining CDBG-DR programs to include public facilities and infrastructure for nonprofit agencies, rental housing rehabilitation for affordable housing, and new affordable housing construction. For Hurricane Milton, we have a short time frame in February and March. We have to conduct the community engagement and outreach, analyze our FEMA data. We have to complete a draft action plan by late March. The draft action plan has to be available for a 30-day public comment period. And then the action plan needs to be presented to the BCC and submitted to HUD for review by May 21st. So that's a lot to do in a short time frame. I think this is my last slide. I do want to recognize Horn that's with us today. They've been really only on board for 2 months, but we've accomplished an incredible amount of work with having them be our partner and provide the expertise and the staffing and just the work with our DR team. So with us today from Horn is Scott Keller. a partner in government services. I'd like him to be recognized. And Adrian Celestine, Director of Government Services, is also in the audience. And finally, I want to thank Sherry Julian, our project manager, and our whole DR team, because they have done a tremendous amount of work. And we're really pleased that we're moving, we're mobilized, we're ready to go, and I think the residents are ready as well. And so we're looking forward to that interaction with everybody. Thank you.
Well, thank you all in advance. There's still a lot of work to be done, however. Mitchell, it was mentioned that the Orange Recovery Program, with the amount of funding that we have, because I know that with the caps, it will determine how many individuals will be able to participate in the program. But do we have a range of a number of perhaps homes or homeowners that we hope to serve?
So obviously, each home and how much damage they have is going to be different, but I think we're estimating between 150 to 200 in that first allocation of $35 million. If the need is greater, we have excess funds that we can budget transfer into that category. Our goal is to take care of the people that need their homes repaired. There's other funds that we plan to leverage on the affordable housing side, not just DR. Of course, we have our trust fund dollars. We have some other federal dollars as well, so we could get much better leverage there. But our goal is to meet the unmet needs of the homeowner repairs that need to happen in the community.
And did the federal government give an estimate of how quickly they would turn around approval once submitted of the action plan?
Well, it's an interesting question today because, we're not sure how many people are going to be still there to review these plans and approve them. But for the first action plan, it was about 3 weeks, I think, that they reviewed and got back to us.
Okay. Well, I hope they're able to review it and get it back to us quickly, even though we have a lot of work between now and then with the community engagement opportunities. But I look forward to hearing from our community and the priorities that they see. Okay, with that, we're going to go to our commissioners. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the fantastic deep dive briefing, all the information. And actually, I just want to thank you for the communications at large, because I believe that the sort of ability for people to go to that website and then see what this is, and the acronyms kill people, but to be able to go in and see it, I will tell you the Orange County Recovers is good, but I would have really liked it to have been unbelievably real repairs. That was my pitch. So, I'm going to try to maybe find a new angle. So quick question, though, about the, we went out and did the engagements. We had the great meetings in, each of our districts. People that signed in there, are they automatically now getting the newsletter?
So there is a link on our website, the disaster recovery website, directly for the newsletter that anybody can go in and sign up for the newsletter.
No, I think my question was if they came out and gave information about their own recovery challenges when we did the initial engagement.
Oh, yeah, those that were a part of the citizen participation, yes.
Okay,
they are
perfect.
signed.
Well, I would say that looking at kind of going back out, that I look forward to it. I know that it had on there sort of the bullet point of, being with the different divisions, and I want to add a little bullet point underneath their county commissioners' offices, because our town hall, even last week in Williamsburg, we had a conversation with a resident that remembered the engagement and asked about what would next steps be if they still were looking for repairs. So they recall that engagement, and it was very impactful. And so I did, send them back to the website, but I would love to make sure that we're coordinating so that you get all of our contacts. And that
we intend, and that's primarily, we want to work with the commissioners, but in addition, we are going to be holding community events out in the hardest hit areas, and during that time, we will also be taking applications on site as well.
Perfect. Okay, and then just really quickly to drill down about the census tract, and I think I've criticized our ability to capture sometimes some of our economically challenged areas through using sort of those broad capture methods, right? So if we get a zip code and we know that one or two streets within that zip code are the ones that are really challenged, are we able to get help to the people who are a minority but every bit as impacted? I think understanding that it was a 70% of the tract had to be under, how does that work for individual applicants?
So it's based primarily on low mod income areas or applicants. So they would have to qualify as a low mod.
But what do you mean by area?
So it depends, for an individual homeowner applying for the homeowner rehab program, it's just based on household income.
Just them. Okay,
Yes.
that's what I wanted to find out.
That's just based on
I
household
was worried
income.
there would be like an overlay saying, oh, you know what, if you're in that zip code or if you're in that census tract, then you wouldn't be eligible. But
No.
what we know is that sometimes those come
Where
very
that
close.
comes into play would be, for a low mod area, would be the projects that we
Okay,
do.
larger scale
Yes.
infrastructure type projects, which is also quite frankly applicable, right? We have my community of Tildenville, which is unincorporated, sort of surrounded by annexed or incorporated Winter Garden, and they do not have regular drainage. They have, sort of
Yeah, so that would
historic
come under
swales.
our public facilities, infrastructure type projects.
But would they then have to overcome that census tract issue because they are surrounded by really high-income areas that were annexed by the city of Winter Garden?
Yeah, so as long as it meets a national objective. So if they don't qualify as a low mod area, it could be an urgent need, it could be slight and slum. So it just depends on the circumstances for that area.
Okay, and then because I am their primary point of contact, because they're not part of the city of Winter Garden, can I initiate that for them? Because I know the city of Winter Garden came out and, the city of Ocoee and all of our different municipalities in order to get those projects in, but the people of Tildenville who have nothing but, kind of grown over swales, I would like to submit a project proposal for them. And, I know that there's going to be individuals that really need help with their very specific reconstruction and area.
And so we do have some some neighborhood organizations that are smaller and don't have the capacity. And so, yes, if they want to partner, or as the commissioner, if you want to spearhead that.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Uribe.
First and foremost, Mitchell, I think from the day I was sworn in, we've talked about mobile homes because I have so many in my district, right? We have Gulfstream Harbor, we have Star Ranch, we have places that are severely underserved with people who have limited incomes, and we have very little governing that we get to do over mobile homes. So this is, I know when we met, this is like the best news because I get to put it out there and we actually get to help people because during RISE and all these wonderful things we've done to help homeowners and our community continuously, it's mobile homes. And we always say, I'm sorry, we can't. But I want to go into a couple questions, and I have three different categories. I'm going to start on the mobile homes because this is such an exciting thing for us. And first and foremost, I know that you've got a standard of what you need to meet, and you did such a great job at this presentation. So thank you very much. But you have this standard of Ian and having owned the property and all of these things and current on their taxes, and usually that's done through the property where the mobile home is. Okay, so that's one thing that I want to put because we rarely have just a lot with a mobile home, except for like in my Taft area, things like that. But these are usually in a park. So although I have paid my fees all year, do we know if that tax is current and is that going to be a hindrance? Because that is a major, major thing. That's number one. Number two is when you say priority of Ian, are we going to be saying received damage during Ian, or are we going to be saying owned it during Ian and, there were high winds, there were rains? I mean, mobile homes are very, very vulnerable as it is. So I want to make sure that when we put this out and are so excited to encourage and help people and have them apply, that they're actually going to qualify. So can you go a little bit more into detail about what that means, Ian, and, and owning it from there on?
So there has to be some kind of tie back to Ian. It could be direct or indirect. And it will depend on what the owner of their home, has done in terms of, did you file for, FEMA disaster? Did you try to put a claim in? It doesn't mean you got any, not getting anything from FEMA doesn't disqualify you. It's just we need to, go through the checklist of the things that you have taken into consideration.
And you make a point there because everyone pretty much knows, and we have had meetings with Congressman Soto, with Representative Joanna Lopez. There aren't really, until now, there really hasn't been any support or protection for mobile homes. So what I worry, and this is where I'm kind of getting to, is they knew they never could, so they never did.
Right.
So now, because they never did, are they going to lose out and not be able to get this help because that didn't? I mean, we know during hurricanes, what they go through, and there is some moderate damage, but are they're not filing claims with FEMA because it's always known that they don't qualify. Right. And that's where I'm getting scared that we may not be able to help people, even though our intention is to.
So our intention is to try to help them qualify and develop a path to be qualified in terms of documentation or damage to the home that could be attributed to the storm. So our goal is to work with, the potential clients and the homeowners. And of course, we still have to remain in compliance with the feds because we are going to be audited. So we have to develop the path to approval, but it's going to take work on everybody's part.
Okay. I also wanted to go on. So when we talk about, websites and all these things, we know this is not the main source of information received. I mean, in Starlight, they meet regularly. In Gulfstream Harbor, they meet regularly in person. These are not individuals that are in the internet or on their phone. So I'm happy to help create town halls in these very, very high density areas, which we need it, and also multi-language, because that is a big growing issue that we're having in our community. But then we have communities like Taft, where you have mobile home, mobile home. There's a very inconsistent land, appropriations there and land use that we want to make sure that we're, gathering and being able to educate these folks. Because what worries me always is they're not up to par. They don't know what's going on. I'm always a big RISE promoter, and I would say 90% of the time people never even knew we had that. And you guys have helped a lot of people through it, but they don't even know. And this is a pretty solid funded program. So I want to make sure that we are, doing it in multi-language, and then we are going very micro in areas where we know it's going to need it. Secondly, I wanted to ask, and Mayor alluded to it, isn't this a reimbursement factor? Like we pay it invoiced and then we hope, well, the intention is to get those funds returned to us in a timely manner so that we're not in the negative as a county, as a local government.
So, HUD, they do pay. The money is not obviously given to us up front. They process our payment request, and when we submit for a payment on something that's that we have to pay, it happens very quickly within 24 to 48 hours when we press the button into the federal system to get that payment.
Wonderful.
So it is quick.
That's great. And then when we talk about infrastructure, and this got me very excited, we have a lot of undeveloped roads right in the middle of Orange County. I have one off of Cimarron that is one road that doesn't have drainage and is not paved and it's unmaintained from Orange County. Will those communities be able to get help to request some of this infrastructure funding? Because they get flooded when it rains. So I'm sure they got flooded during Ian and Milton and every other hurricane. Are we able, because one of the biggest problems we have with unmaintained, undeveloped roads is the community has to pay half, the county has to come in, the rising costs get really elevated. Will any of this funding be able to be used to assist in those kind of infrastructure projects?
So as Sherry pointed out, So an infrastructure project has to be in a low, moderate income
They are.
area.
Don't
Okay.
worry, they are.
Yeah. And
Because if they had the money, they would have
Right.
made their own road by now. So
Right.
yes.
So those kind of requests can be submitted. The county submitted 6 requests. I do not know all of where they all are at, but those have the potential to qualify for the DR funds, as well as our regular CDBG application process. If it's in a low-income area and it's just a few streets, Public Works could also apply under our annual application process for regular community development block grant funds.
Okay, Carr Street, C-A-R-R Street. Okay, so I know it. It is a small road. And what's interesting, it is the only road in the city of Orlando that the city did not annex because it's an
Right.
undeveloped road.
So Commissioner, I do want to mention about multi-languages. So everything is going to be published in English, Spanish, and Creole right now.
Awesome. And then lastly, the job training, okay? This is an issue that continues to be growing, especially with job insecurity and further job training. How are you going to roll this out? And I hope it's not the same way that it always is, because we are seeing a very underserved help when it comes to job training and job placement. What is your rollout on that? Because we have programs going on right now in our community that are doing it through grant fundings that they get, not under a major nonprofit, but more hands-on. And I'm trying to find out how you all plan to do this.
So these are federal funds, and we will have to use, established nonprofit 501c3.
Okay, but will you be opening that up instead of
We
just
are.
saying, okay, because it's just saying, if you say career source,
No, it
I'm gonna
can
have
be
a
open
problem,
to
you know.
any nonprofits that provide job training.
okay, and do these nonprofits that are doing it and are they going to be able to apply to get some of those funds? If they've already got programs in place like ESOL training where they're training in English language for jobs and job training and things like that?
So we have a list of people who've contacted us that are interested in our application cycle, but we will get with you also to make sure that we cover any
Perfect.
agencies that you're aware of that we're not.
You're awesome. Thank you. Appreciate all you do. And your wife's awesome too, because she's a teacher.
The only thing I will add is that obviously this is not free money. It is federal money. And there's a lot of fraud whenever there's money involved that happens within the community. And so there are some guardrails that staff has to follow, and anyone who makes application will have to prove their eligibility in order to not put the county at jeopardy for not doing its due diligence to make certain that the person did qualify. And so do your jobs in that regard. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I don't like to go after him. There were 2 questions that I had, and he did it. Mayor, you. But anyway, going through that one, going to, what he said, to continue that, I was going to ask you, who will decide, the damage of the home or the mobile home and so? Will you have experts going in the home? How does that work?
Yes, so our consultant firm, Horn, they will have qualified professionals that will go into the home to do a damage assessment and a scope of work on the repairs. Yes.
Okay. Will they be, will the damage be specifically, from the hurricane, or it could be, whatever it is, and I'm just also concentrated in the mobile home that, Commissioner Uribe was saying, which, they have a lot of damage.
So there has to be some tie back to Hurricane Ian in terms of damage. But we're not going to be in a house and let's say it had a roof leak and that roof leak damaged some electrical components. It's just not, we're not going to just fix the roof and leave the damaged electrical components. So we will deal with health and safety issues that they see within the house.
Very good, very good. I like that you said that, because I was going to ask you that too. What if something else was, provoked? Okay, anyway, In slide 11, you put that 5 full-time jobs going to be hired, or they already hired. That would be by contract, temporary until this program funds is over? How is that?
So we have currently 5 employees that are on our disaster recovery team. Several were promotions and several were from the outside.
Okay.
It's full-time positions.
Yes.
Because this program is going to be around for a while, at least, another 5 years. And we have plenty of work in our division to share.
That's true. Thank you for that too. And then, okay. Okay, in slide 18, 15 and 18, which is talking about the planning studies. Mr. Glasser, can you, give like an example what exactly that means for the studies, the $5 million for studies? And so because it says here to eliminate long-term disasters, risk, and so what exactly does that mean?
So the planning studies are studies that, like a county public works department might submit to study, a master storm water management plan to look at, how our infrastructure stands up to higher intensity storms and develop, models that kind of show where potential flooding could occur in the future, so that it's pointing out to us things that we need to mitigate in the future. So that's just an example of like what a planning study could do.
Okay, but that would be working in conjunction with the county?
Yes. I mean, the planning studies, I think we got a total of 3 that were submitted. One or 2 from the county and one from
the city of Orlando.
Yeah, I think 2 from the county and 1 from the city of Orlando.
Okay. Okay. And and then the other one is okay, you already answered that one. In slide 25, the one that it says award type housing rehabilitation, and so $250,000 award cap. What does that mean? And these are a lot of residents' questions that I want to know how to answer it.
That's for the housing repair and program. So that's to address, unmet needs from the disaster and any life or health safety issues. So we can go up to $250,000. It doesn't mean for the rehab on one home.
Oh, one home?
Yes.
For real? Oh,
so
wow.
it doesn't mean that each applicant is going to receive that. It just states that that's the most that we can spend on any one unit.
Okay. That's like a new mobile home right there. Right?
Not in today's prices.
I think. Okay. Then, and then this other question. What does, or if you have, that number, low to moderate income household, what number are we looking at? What does that mean?
If I remember correctly, for a household of 4, I think it was $77,000 for a household of 4.
77?
Yep, that would be the cap.
Oh, okay.
And that changes by household size. So obviously, the smaller the household, the less money that top number is, and bigger household. So it's a range, but for a family of 4, the top salary is $77,000 and change.
So that means we can let the residents know that, do not, just disqualify themselves because of the salary unless, they really go into the, the table that you have that will guide them. Okay.
And they should apply even if they're close, because remember in the beginning when I was talking about CDBG basics, 70% of the funds have to benefit a low and moderate income family. So we have to, that's an absolute, we have to meet that target, otherwise we have to pay back funds. But once we meet that target, there's some flexibility with, let's say we get somebody who applied for the rehab program that's maybe a few $1,000s over that threshold, or $5,000 over that threshold. we are going to keep those applications in the queue. We're not necessarily going to, if they qualify, we're not necessarily going to say, we can't assist you, but we're not going to be able to assist you right away because we have to meet these targets, right? We have to know that we're going to hit these targets. And then there could be some flexibility with going to a little bit higher income over the max. We're not advertising that because obviously 70% is a high threshold that we have to meet. But I'm just letting you know there'll be some flexibility built in the system.
But, thank you. But Bishop, what I was thinking also is based on the question that the mayor asked you about, how many, if you had an idea how many, applicants will come in and so. But, will you wait until that portal is open and those applications come to see how, or you going to just, start working? If this is the need of $250,000 for rehabilitation and how it goes, how will you decide that just to spread this money, because money is money and it goes very quick and the supplies are very high and everything. So, and I know there's a lot of need out there, a lot of people that have the home that are damaged and so how we...
So I do want to tell you the application process is going to be a process, right? There's going to be a lot of documentation that they're going to have to submit.
Right.
These applications are going to be out. This is not like a 1-month deal. We're going to have the applications out from March to about July, maybe August, depending on how.
So the portal is going to be open?
Yes.
March 5th it start?
Yes, and it will be open for a while. So
March 5th.
we're going to be out there marketing and going out to communities for a while.
Okay.
But once they apply, then home has to be inspected.
Okay.
And then, the contractor pool has to be developed. The bidding process and the fixed pricing has to be put in place. And we have to do these environmental reviews for the whole rehab program. That takes about 3 to 4 months, and we have to finish that before we can start a home. We have started that process. So there's many things moving at the same time to try to make that all come together and be successful.
Okay. And do you expect that the town halls be only in the area where they were affected by the hurricane?
No, we're willing to go out wherever vulnerable
Yeah?
populations
Okay.
and pockets are, like seniors and senior community centers and
Awesome.
groups.
Okay.
Yes, we're open to go out where we think we need to go or where you ask us to go.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mitchell, in terms of the income qualification guidelines, is that net income or is that gross income for the qualification?
Gross income. Gross income.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Moore, then Commissioner Scott, and then Commissioner Martinez-Simred. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, good morning. We had a briefing the other day, so you answered most of my questions. I really just have a follow-up based on what some of my colleagues asked you. So my district was not hit as badly in those first 2 hurricanes. We sustained most of our damage in Milton. It sounds like you're a little bit farther along with that second tranche of money for Hurricane Milton. So that's where my 2 questions are, because I'm obviously more focused on Milton. And so my understanding is that our Public Works Department will look at potential problems in lakes, and I'm very fond of Jeff Charles and Mike Drozik. And so, I just want to make, and Joe's sitting here, we did sustain some flooding, and we have actually, when I think about it, in those earlier hurricanes along Pine Hills Road, and I have a feeling that the income level right there, I'm going to be okay. And I have to tell this one story because the Pine Hills Road was built up, and there's these side streets that are not through. And I was over there quite a few times looking at the flooding. Our staff was pumping best they could. And a couple weeks later, I got to talk to a father. He had toddlers running around, and I just wanted to inquire, what it was like for him during that flooding. And he said to me, it wasn't that bad. It was only for about a week and a half I had to hire Uber to get out of my house. And so that was bad to me. And so hopefully Public Works will take a look. I'm understanding from staff we need a study. But I'm assuming that I don't know if that'll qualify under the first two or under Milton. And then, so I know we would meet income there. I've been having a running sequence of meetings of trying to work collaboratively with the city of Apopka on Border Lake, which has reared its ugly head many times during probably all three hurricanes. You and I have talked offline. I think that would have to be an potentially emergency situation. We're working on a short-term solution, which is not the best because we're having to hopefully pump into a drain well. And the more longer-term solutions, Mitchell, would require some significant funding. So maybe we get together later. If you'd like to comment now, I'm hoping that we could potentially qualify because we're having State Road 436 flood. We're having our county road, Piedmont Wekiva flood. Quite frankly, the city of Apopka probably should never have put a shopping center on that side of a wetland, but they did. And we had townhomes and an unnamed lake flood, and it's pretty serious. So can you speak to it all, whether you think we would have to go out of Milton and what next steps would be? Because it's all city of Apopka Lake, so maybe you can talk to who would have to apply.
So we are in the process right now of doing the Milton unmet needs analysis. So we are reaching out to our county divisions. I think we have meetings this week. And the municipalities like Apopka, and this is the time they need to be indicating areas that were flooded during Hurricane Milton, so we can include those kind of unmet needs within our application for those funds.
All right, so your recommendation to me is just to keep watching that they're being responsive, because I know they didn't apply in that first step for the earlier hurricanes, which concerned me. Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I don't have any other questions, thanks to the briefing and earlier questions. And thank you for your work on this. I know this is very challenging and demanding for your department.
Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have a question for Scott in a moment, but I'm going to do them first if you want to come up in anticipation of that. Mitchell, yesterday in our briefing, we talked about frequently asked questions, and you shared that you are going to host some community meetings in the most impacted areas, so thank you for that. What I would just ask is, as we have those meetings, look at the feasibility or feasibility to have meetings with some of our HOA leaders. I think that given that they facilitate a number of meetings and it's just manpower, it's just not practical for you guys to go to every association. I have over 40 just in my district alone, and so maybe having a webinar of sorts or an online meeting for some of our HOA and community association leaders like the Orla Vista Chamber, Pine Hills Community Council, Bonnie Brook, and the like, virtually. That way they can get the information and spread it to the residents for their specific communities and save you a little bit of time with folks reaching out. I do have a question. With the website, it goes live in terms of applications on March 5th. Are you guys still working on the information, specifically the FAQs that we discussed?
Yes, we have completed an FAQ that will be placed on the website, and it will be available on March 5th. The comments that you suggested during our briefing have been included.
Okay. I'm looking at the website, and I sent you an email about this just now, so it'll be an IT issue because it puts up like a block as if it's like a spam here for the internal site, so I can imagine that might be a challenge for folks on the outside. So I sent it to the IT folks, so they'll respond to you on that. But when you're looking at the website resource-wise, it says resources, but not specifically frequently asked questions. So what I would like to request is that given that all of us have different makeups of our districts, and I don't know if they haven't already asked the questions, but reach out to us to get feedback on questions that may not be presented. Because I see some questions based on the feedback I received, but I know from listening to my colleagues here today and in previous meetings that they had questions that were presented to them that may not be reflected on the website. So again, my goal in this approach is trying to eliminate the unnecessary questions for the folks that will apply for services. And again, in terms save you time and save Horn time. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And we're also working with our communications department, which right before I came here, they sent a list of about 10 questions, additional questions that may be added to that frequently asked question.
Okay. Mr. Keller, you're up next.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, and you're one of the partners with Horn, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So first, thank you. I'm sure you're pretty busy, so thank you for taking time to pop up and speak with us. Can you just tell me, like, your version of what is customer service to you?
To us, customer service is everything. So we are focused on a very servant mindset. So it's a joy for us to be here and to work almost as a sort of an owner's rep. So when we come and engage in these very difficult and complicated engagements, for lack of a better term, it means everything to us.
Okay, so you've been with Horn about just under 20 years, I think, in 2007.
I've been here some time. It's amazing to me how long I've been here, but when I count the years, I can't believe that I've been here as long as I've been here.
And then prior to that, you served with under President Bush as chief of staff, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I read something that you wrote, and I think it is applicable here. You said staffers.
I hope it was good.
I think so.
Okay.
So staffers are not expected to be subject matter expert in every case. Their job is to keep the trains running on time. And don't necessarily need to be experts at everything, right? And so I'm kind of surmising there are other things said there. And so I think that's appropriate here. We're going to have challenges that none of us may be aware of. And so I just ask, as those challenges present ourselves, that you present some options to us to kind of mitigate that. Folks have had a number of questions, and I think the biggest challenge for us is, when am I going to see a result? I filled out all this paperwork, and I've been waiting for days, weeks, and months, and no one's given me any update. And so as we start to engage in the process, we'll start to see challenges in that process. And so as you see those challenges, as your team sees them, just communicating that with our staff, and just sharing updates when and where appropriate so that we can, in turn, assist you in providing these services. But for me, the biggest thing is my folks aren't getting updates, and I'm just using examples as it relates to some county services, but also to things where they approached FEMA. And so addressing that pain point and having that in mind, knowing that sometimes the frustration is not with the service, but just the lack of updates to the information. And so keeping the customer service at the forefront of your mind. But I appreciate you guys and the work that you're going to do, and that you took time to come meet us today.
Commissioner, thank you for that. I will say this, too, and we work on these projects all across the country. We're running over $50 billion worth of programs. And I will tell you that one of the best partners we have had from a staff perspective is your county staff. So we have enjoyed it immensely. It is a great partnership. I think we've been able to communicate and create a partnership in a way that we've been able to accomplish a lot in a very short period of time. And I think a lot of that goes back to you as the commission, because you've given such clear direction, and really you've given your staff the ability to do what they're supposed to do, right? And I think part of that comment that you're reading about from me is as political leadership, our job is to kind of put the guardrails, but let the experts run. Don't guide the guide. And so I think you were commended as a commission, I think, in hiring the type of staff that you have hired. And part of what I wrote there was about the HUD staff. And I will say that I do hope a lot of the HUD staff will continue to be there, because they are really great people who do a really good job. And so, as you tweak your program and work through your program, we will be by your side the entire time. And again, we have established a great rapport with your staff we feel very comfortable and confident in making suggestions and bringing best practices. I mean, even the department itself doesn't have a unanimous view on this program. When we're working in the West, it may be different than the views on the East. We're running the programs in Puerto Rico, which look different from what programs maybe in Hawaii. So I think in a lot of those places, we try to bring those best practices to you. So I think you have a great team. We're really excited to be here, and customer service is critical to us, and we hope that we are always communicating effectively. And I think the portal that you've seen that went live yesterday will go a long way to doing that. So again, thank you for your questions and the opportunity to address that.
Also, thank you. And just one thing I want to add.
Let me add this too. I may be in Alexandria, Virginia now, but I grew up here. So.
Okay. So one thing I do want to add to Commissioner Uribe's point about the languages is that in different languages, right, you have different methods of communication. Right. So when you talk about like Haitian Creole, some of those folks and prefer maybe radio or in-person stuff, where some of the younger folks are good with an email or a written message. And so as we start to craft those language opportunities, make sure that it's appropriate to the community based on how they receive information.
That's very helpful, and I think it really even comes down to different dialects within language. So we try to tailor our approach to outreach to make sure that we are reaching that dialect as well. I think we were communicating in Puerto Rico in a Spanish that was not necessarily accustomed to area of the Caguas, so we had to actually change our methodology. So we do appreciate that, and if there are suggestions that you have, we would love to hear those too.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor.
I guess along the lines of customer service, is there a benchmark or timeline in which you want to get the projects done? For example, upon application, how long before you expect the work to begin, and then how long do you expect the work to be completed? Is there a best practice that you could use? Because I know it's dependent upon the magnitude of the damage to each particular household, and so it may vary some, but somehow we want to be able to give the resident, the applicant, an idea about what's the period of time that they'll be before they get the project done.
I would be hesitant to say a particular number, only because there are a lot of factors that go into it. But back to Commissioner Scott's point, what our job is to really well communicate each one of those steps. And I would say that would be our focus, because you've got to go, these are, as I think you pointed out very appropriately, these are not free dollars. They come with not just the eligibility requirements, but there's a lot of strings attached to these dollars. And so we've got to go and make sure that as we are your contractor to watch out for your interest, we need to make sure that every step is documented the entire way through, so that you don't have a recapture event. That is our entire purpose, to make sure that we don't have a recapture event. So when we're going through the timeline, we work and we put very good people in there to really, I don't want to use the word flood the zone, but it's a really good analogy. Go in there, flood the zone with people to make sure that we're getting the inspections done quickly. We're doing the environmental review. We're getting the contractors. They are incentivized to perform and create, they don't get more work unless they're doing the job that they've been given expeditiously. So we have a way of doing these things. We've learned over years and over decades of doing this, of how to make sure that we move the process through quickly, thoroughly, and make sure that we have an eye towards that culture of compliance. So I would say, I hate to give you just a date, but we do work pretty quickly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Martinez-Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. I don't know who my questions are going to, so I'm just, this is what I've got. So first, District 5, so much of it is in East Orange County. Please, when we talk about the metric for how you're going to determine applications and which ones take priority, please consider the poverty line, the federal poverty line, and then look at areas like Bithlo or east of the Econ, where there are an incredible amount of mobile homes. And when you drive through them, you will see more blue tarps on roofs than you will see roofs that are just regular. So please prioritize East Orange County. I had some specific, and we also have senior mobile homes in East Orange County too that are exclusive to the senior population. I am very well aware of some issues that occur in the business model of mobile home communities, where the mobile home is sitting and they are current with mobile home payments, but they may be in the rears with the land rental. And when you said you had to be in good standing, is it just the home, or does it also include the rental of the land?
It does include both,
Okay.
but we will assess on a case-by-case basis each individual circumstances.
Okay. And then when we talk about damage from hurricanes, some of the things that happen for mobile homes is damage to the septic tank, which is in the ground that the landowner uses, yet the maintenance provider is the homeowner, and there's some discrepancy between those two parties as to who would apply, who should apply, who is responsible. So maybe if in the policies or something, you have something in reference to that, because many of the septic tanks were essentially the pump was flooded out and broken and is not functioning the way it should be because of the hurricane.
Okay, and we'll add that to our assessments as we go along. Typically, the septic tank is per unit, and so if it's tied to the mobile unit and was damaged as a result of Ian, it would be a consideration in the repairs when they do the scope of work.
Okay, it just the money may need to go to the landowner who would do the repair on the septic, and there's two parties involved, like the homeowner, the landowner, and the septic tank is in the ground owned by the land. So that's where it gets a little perhaps crisscrossed, so just on that. I also, when we talk about getting the biggest return on investment with taxpayer money, and we talk about mobile homes that are constantly susceptible to storm damage and being in trouble with hurricanes and such, it seems like a better use of money would be moving instead of away from mobile home repairs, putting the money forward to different forms of homes. Like we see in East Orange County, we've got Transformation Village with Tim McKinney, where it's smaller homes, that can be built. And then we reduce the chance of having to repair in the future, as opposed to constantly putting money towards something that is a higher risk.
Okay. Well, the replacement, under the mobile home, we do have a replacement program that we could replace the unit if it's in bad condition. Now, if it's on privately owned lot, they can opt to do a stick-built home in its place as opposed to replacing it with a mobile home. Now, for those in a mobile home subdivision or on lease lot, that's a little different and a different strategy, and not one currently under the action plan for Ian, but maybe a consideration under Milton dollars.
Okay, and I'm not familiar with that phrasing, stick-built.
A frame-built home.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And then my last question was in reference to, there was slide 19 regarding the program implementation for the municipalities that had submitted applications. I was wondering what the metric is used or the unit of analysis to determine which projects take priority. So, for example, is it total cost? Is it connecting to an existing system to finish maybe a drainage project? Is it by the amount of homes, or the community has more density? What's the metric that's being used, or the combination?
So it's a variable. It's based on urgent need. It's based on the amount of the project, the total project cost in terms of how many beneficiaries are being served. So it's a combination, and there's a scoring rubric that they go through, and they're ranked based by points. And so projects that are ranked higher in the number of points are typically the projects that are awarded.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to do one last plug for East Orange County, making sure that especially people, if they own the land, that they could convert to a stick-built house, where then we can stop, moving people into a safer structure would be wonderful.
So for the ones on privately owned lots, if they qualify for the mobile home replacement, then they would have that option.
Thank you so much for all your work. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I will say this, while Commissioner Simrad is kind of focused just on East Orange County, all of the commissioners up here want their respective area to be priority. But I'm just curious, in terms of urgent need, it was seen that that has to play into your scoring and in terms of the priority. My expectation is that rather than wait until one area is completely done, that you work concurrently to take care of those in the most urgent need to get those individuals out of harm's way sooner than later just from an overall health, safety, and welfare perspective. So I didn't hear anyone really communicate about how the priorities would be established, but I just don't think that it would be equitable to just focus in one area and then wait on going to the other areas because somehow somebody that may be in an urgent need may be further harmed by waiting, and the costs may go up to do the repair or the construction. So just think about that and the overall strategy of how we will move forward. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Commissioner Scott, did you come back?
Yeah, just I forgot the information about more information about if someone is in a bankruptcy proceeding or if they're in a foreclosure. I remember we had a challenge with that with someone who was going through.
We did add that to the frequently asked questions.
Yeah.
You may not have the most updated because that does not go live until March 5th.
Okay, so that is going to be on there.
We're still working on it.
Just want to make sure that on there because I remember I got a back and forth with someone to remember that. So, all right, thank you, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I also had a quick follow-up question because all these questions have been so great. You know, we discussed septic, right? So we have a lot of residents that are on septic that can't afford to put in new septic tanks. And now that we've passed an ordinance that we are requiring a much higher method of septic, is that a possibility if there's a financial need to allow people to update their septic who can't afford it because could it fall under infrastructure in that sense?
So if it's tied to Hurricane Ian and the damage from Hurricane Ian.
Like if it failed?
Right, that's a possibility.
Okay.
Also, just for our regular rehab program, if they're income qualified and they need to upgrade their septic tank, they could come through our regular rehab program.
Great. Well, I also appreciate that we now have a higher standard, so we're going to be putting up the more
Right.
safer procedure. And then secondly, this came from Commissioner Martinez-Semret's question. When we talk at mobile home repairs, if you get into an assessment of a property where we're looking to replace it, and the cost is so exorbitant because I always think that mobile homes are the most fragile because they really have no real base. And, you know, when you look at the structure, it doesn't have weight bearing. There's so many things and how outdated they are or when that could have been built. Is it possible to convert that funding to a much more permanent structure if the cost, because when you start looking at what is it going to cost to settle the ground, to even it out, to do this, to do that, because of mobile homes, is it possible to qualify for that opportunity if the financial aspect of it actually makes more sense?
So not if you're on a mobile home park where the park owns the property. That's the bigger issue. But the mobile home replacement is not the same as what the original mobile home was like. It's a higher standard mobile home that's met a HUD standard for, you know, a modular replacement of that old mobile home. And they've been shown to withstand, you know, a lot of the storms that recently passed last year, based on Horn's evaluation on a number that they had replaced. You know, they noticed that they did not receive any damage in the storms that we had recently. So, you know, the newer structures are made a lot better than the original mobile homes.
Right, and that's where I worry, because the standard that was set, let's just say 30 years ago, compared to the standard now, will there be an evaluation of said current facility to what it will cost to fix it and what it will cost to replace it as that opportunity? Let's just say, I know, for instance, I'm just like this commissioner, is that I have areas that I've just got mobile homes in Taft, right? That I honestly don't know how they're still standing. And would it make sense to invest those kind of funds to something that's wouldn't be met to our current standard?
So we will evaluate what is the cost to repair the old mobile home, knowing that, you know, their standards are lower. And so if it's going to cost too much money to repair it, they will be replaced.
Okay.
So that
So
evaluation will
it's good to
occur.
know that that's there. That's
Yes.
great. And when
Yes.
she asked that question, that's awesome because that gives us a better leeway of having that opportunity. Okay, thank you. That was all my fault.
Commissioner Wilson, final thoughts?
Okay, so this is, I know every question then leads to like a couple more, and I apologize for that, except for to say, I know that there has been, there was some conversation about sheltering, emergency sheltering, and I know we have storm sheltering as part of, what we do when we think about recovery, but we also have really been talking about our homelessness initiatives and trying to make sure that we're protecting all of our unhoused folks, and especially looking forward. Will there be opportunity to do some extra potential capacity in shelter, emergency sheltering for our unhoused?
So when we put out the RFA for nonprofit organizations for public facilities, that might be the place for that opportunity.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Martinez-Simret.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly, Commissioner Wilson, you got it. I was just going to ask if this is a potential funding source for our shelters. So I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you all very much. Pretty comprehensive. We look forward to updates from time to time. We look forward to the community engagement opportunities that we have. We're going to move forward now on our agenda to the final discussion item for this morning's agenda. We're going to call on Ms. Misty Mills, who's going to come forward, one of our senior planners, who will be making a presentation regarding proposed preservation districts. No action at this time, but it will begin the conversation amongst the members of the board. With that, Ms. Mills, you're recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Mayor mentioned, the work session this morning is regarding the proposed preservation districts and commission districts 4 and 5. The presentation will consist of the commissioner report that came to the board in October of last year, background on what preservation districts are, some information on the annexation process, then I'll recap everything and then look to the board for direction for the next steps. As you may remember, in October of 2024, there was a commissioner report requesting the creation of 9 new preservation districts for existing rural settlements in East Orange County. These districts are in Commission Districts 4 and 5. At the time this request came before you, there was the ongoing dispute resolution with the City of Orlando regarding the Sunbridge annexation. There was the voluntary annexation request by Deseret Ranch. And this was also happening at the same time the county was considering 2 amendments to the charter. One was creating a voluntary annexation section of the charter and also creating a rural boundary. The board direction at the conclusion of that discussion was to wait for the outcome of the November referendums and then come back to you with a work session. The commissioner's report listed those 9 existing rural settlements. 2 are within District 4, and those are Lake Hart and Lake Whippoorwill, along with Lake Mary Jane. And then 1 is split between Districts 4 and 5, and that's the Sunflower Trail Rural Settlement, and the remaining rural settlements are in District 5. So we're going to move now to what are preservation districts. So the first thing we need to understand is where does that authority come from to create those, and that comes from Section 171 of Florida statutes that allows charter counties to provide the exclusive methods for municipal annexations in their charters. Section 505, which was adopted in our charter in 1992, allows for preservation districts that are in areas that are not within a municipality and that have existing historical and cohesive residential communities. This sets forth an exclusive procedure for voluntary annexations in these certain rural areas. Preservation districts apply only to voluntary annexations, and per Section 505, if a voluntary annexation were proposed in a preservation district, it may only occur if it's approved by a majority of the BCC after an advertised public hearing and approval by the majority of the registered electors residing within the boundaries of that preservation district. Furthermore, in our Orange County Code, Section 33-304, it's stated that it's not the purpose or intent of these districts to regulate the density of development, the intensity of development, or the issuance of development permits within these districts. It applies exclusively to voluntary annexations. So we have adopted 5 rural preservation districts. The first was adopted in 1995 for Gotha, and then subsequently Zellwood Station, Zellwood, Tangerine, and then our most recent was in June of last year, and that was Lake Avalon. Additionally, there are 3 urban preservation districts that include the Dr. Phillips area, Taft, and Pine Castle. So moving from preservation districts to what the annexation process looks like. Annexations are covered by Chapter 171 of the Florida statutes. These define the terms and the criteria along with the process for annexations. So the biggest thing to keep in mind when you're talking about annexations is the 3 criteria: that it must be compact, the property must be contiguous to a municipal boundary, and it cannot result in the creation of an enclave. There are 3 major types of annexations as defined by state statute. Those are the involuntary annexations, which are initiated by a municipality. There are certain criteria that must be met, such as the area must be developed for urban purposes. They have to file an urban services report with the county, and the method for approving these is by referendum or consent of 50% or more of the property owners. A voluntary annexation differs slightly in that, in this instance, the property owner is requesting to annex into a municipality. So this is initiated by the property owner. The municipality is required to provide the ordinance at a public hearing, and then so there's a first reading and a second reading for adopting these ordinances. And the county does receive notice and is provided an opportunity to review and comment. And the third type of annexation is an enclave annexation. This is an agreement. The county adopts an interlocal agreement for those, so it goes before the city and the county to move forward with those, and there are additional criteria that must be met. So these preservation districts only apply to voluntary annexations. And we also have some additional tools in our toolbox. Along with the preservation districts, we also have the ability to enter into joint planning area agreements with municipalities, and we have those with the city of Apopka, Coe, Winter Garden, Winter Park, and Oakland, and we currently have an interlocal agreement with the city of Orlando regarding properties along the Narcoossee roadway corridor. And it's important to keep in mind that for those municipalities that we do have joint planning area agreements, those set forth a boundary that all the lands within that boundary are eligible for annexation, provided they meet those state criteria, and lands outside are considered ineligible for annexation. And then in November of last year, the voters did approve the Section 504 of the Orange County Charter, creating that exclusive method for voluntary annexations. It includes a process for review, which is public noticing, criteria for the board to consider, it requires board approval, and it also provides for interlocal agreements associated with each annexation. This does exclude lands within those joint planning area agreement boundaries, and if property that is being annexed that is within our rural area, the county does still maintain control of those land uses and development regulations. So the request that's before you is to designate those 9 rural settlements in East Orange County as preservation districts, and some considerations as you move forward to keep in mind are most of these rural settlements are not contiguous to a municipality. The county does have the ability to negotiate joint planning area agreement boundaries to exclude those rural settlements. Any voluntary annexation outside of a joint planning area must now come before the board. And as rural settlements are in the rural service area, the board still retains that control of the land uses following any voluntary annexations that might occur. What the preservation district would do is it would require elector approval prior to that final approval. So it's one extra layer. So in summary, preservation districts were originally designated in Orange County in the Orange County Charter to ensure the board and the public participation for proposed annexations. Currently, most of these rural settlements don't meet those state requirements for annexation, and our charter was recently amended to significantly increase the board's control over voluntary annexations by establishing joint planning area boundaries, public notice and board approval for those municipalities without joint planning area agreements, and again, the board would still control land uses for annexations in the rural area. With that, what we're looking for today is some board direction that, given the adoption of Section 504 of the Orange County Charter and the other protections we have in place, is there still interest in advancing the designation of those certain rural settlements as preservation districts? And with that, I'll turn it over to the board, and I'm available along with Andrew Mai from the Orange County Attorney's Office if you should have any questions.
So I'm gonna ask a question, kind of the converse of annexation. And we don't often talk about it, but de-annexation, where we have incorporated areas as municipalities where a property owner on maybe a rare occasion may say, you know, I'm contiguous to unincorporated Orange County, or what is the process or the possibility that I can de-annex. We don't talk about that, so I don't know who's the subject matter expert, but maybe the county attorney's office. We'll see who hands this off. So that was a nice forward lateral.
I see Jeff's pulling out the book, but I worked on a de-annexation of half the city of Northport. Proposed one, and it's an extensive process. It's similar to an annexation, but there's statutory requirements, just like annexation has statutory requirements, de-annexation has statutory requirements. But the process is something that can happen, and if you meet all the criteria within the statute.
Because many may not know, but generally, the ad valorem taxes in unincorporated areas is lower than in incorporated areas. And so while we don't talk about it often, I think that there probably could be some unique circumstances that would interest a property owner. Given the dynamics of much of what is occurring in our community and in other communities, it's still a possibility. And in terms of a strategy, it is something that I just asked the question today because I want our board to understand that as we move forward, you know, we will endeavor to work with our municipalities and do involuntary voluntary annexations. But as I see it, the charter amendment that passed was an amendment that was brought forward really through citizen engagement through the charter review process. But there was some concern there about how annexations would occur in the future. And the long-term viability of our county from an unincorporated perspective is one that has to look at the future and the implications. And I'm going to say that in some regards, it may be an opportunity for annexations to occur or joint planning agreements to be done. But in other cases, annexations could be a threat to the viability of the county from a fiscal perspective. And it's just something that I want our board to at least understand that it is something that can be done as a strategy to preserve the fiscal and the financial integrity of the county long term. Jeff, you find it?
Yes, I did, Mayor. And it's in Chapter 171, and it relates to the contraction procedures whereby a municipality may initiate the contraction of municipal boundaries. And there is a possibility, there's a potential that a petition of 15% of the qualified voters in the area desiring to be excluded from municipality be filed with the clerk of the municipal government, and then there's an ordinance that would be proposed. And let's see.
So the city has initiated?
Well, the city or the landowners, but the city would have to pass an ordinance based upon that 15% of landowners who wish to be excluded from the municipality.
Okay.
And the city would also undertake a feasibility study for the contraction, and the governing body shall, within 6 months, evaluate the study and such proposal and whether to initiate proceedings under the section related to the ordinance, introducing ordinance to contract or reject the petition as a legislative decision. So it seems as though the city would maintain control over the process, even though the 15% of the landowners may want to, in fact, exclude themselves from the city.
Right, and when I was deputy county administrator, I can recall an occasion when this very issue came up, and there was some discussion about a particular area and a de-annexation occurring, and they did not perceive that the property owners did not perceive that they were getting quality services for what they were paying. And so, in either case, we'll move forward to the conversation about the agenda item. We're going to start with Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Uribe, and then Commissioner Martinez-Semrad. Commissioner Wilson.
I am on a roll today, hitting my buzzer, so, I won't speed home, though, I promise. Okay, so very interesting that sounded, Mayor, great question, and I think it's so informative as far as the way that structure is set up to really continue to have to be a municipal, like a city would be in the controlling.
I continue to read.
Okay. Commas are dangerous.
There's another provision that relates to de-annexation by a majority vote, where the voters in that particular area that was sought to be excluded from the city would, in fact, be able to exclude themselves from the city. So
Okay,
it's like there's a separate section there on majority vote for de-annexation.
Interesting.
Yeah, we'd have to, it's kind of hard to read these things because one section flows over into another section, which then has a caveat related to the section that you've already read. So, but it seems as though it's not a situation, as I mentioned before, where the city would control whether or not it actually occurs. It seems as though the voters would ultimately have that decision.
But how?
Based, depending upon what the feasibility study may say.
Right, but who's responsible for all that, I guess is the question, right? Because it sounds like that would be an incurring cost of the city based on, in who, for them to be able to get some kind of a ballot measure moving. I know it's a lot more than we need to worry about, but it's like, it makes you realize the burden still would be something very.
I only bring it up in the context of sometimes to protect the fiscal quality and viability of the county, the unincorporated county, you have to have different strategies. And I don't know that that's a strategy that we may engage in today, but it is one that for the duration of all of your tenures on the board, just understand that is a strategy that is possible under the laws of the state of Florida.
Right, if you can build it, you can take it apart, right? I think hearing also that it would follow probably the same guidelines. If it created an enclave, presumably that would be something challengeable. But if it was something on the outskirts, that sounds like it would fall within. Mm-hmm. Question about the preservation districts. Sounds like this is, once again, another layer, which is a good thing. Belt and suspenders, as Jeff would like to say. But is there any concern about opening it up to, or it opening us up to any issues as far as those kinds of challenges, and anything on the horizon that we should buckle ourselves up for?
Well, I mean, anytime you adopt something that is going to make it more difficult for a property owner to exercise the option of annexation, I think is, depending on the area, could invite litigation.
But this, I mean, it seems like a very democratic process. So, I mean, I'm very comfortable with moving forward with it today if the commissioner in the district is, but I just wanted to kind of find out if there was something that I hadn't quite grasped as part of this process, knowing that there was overwhelming demand by the people out in Lake Avalon. So that one was a no-brainer, and it's right on the edge of a municipal government. But these are a little bit different. And so I didn't know if there was just any other pieces of it that needed to be considered before moving forward. But it doesn't sound like there are, that it's pretty straightforward.
I mean, this board, more than any other board, has been educated on all the perils of voluntary annexation, the rules, the recent case law, and all those that still apply.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
I want to thank you guys for the time you were able to spend with me, and then just hearing you today, it's kind of brought up a question here. And I'm going to look over at slide number 6. And when it comes to preservation districts apply only to voluntary annexations. Okay, it says it's approved by the majority of the BCC after an advertised public hearing, which I'm very familiar with. But this is the one that I wanted to ask you, which is approval of the majority of the registered electors residing within the boundaries of the preservation district. So Pine Castle has an urban preservation district that they passed in the 90s. Okay, and we discussed this in a little detail because we're squeezed in by the city of Edgewood and the city of Belle Isle. So in order to require any type of annexation in those cities, which have become more and more of a topic, would both measures have to be followed or just one? Because it's been brought to my attention when there was an attempt to try to annex part of Pine Castle, is that if they got the electors to agree, it was a done deal, or does it still require Board of County Commission approval on that?
It depends on the method they use to annex the properties. If they're using the involuntary annexation, it would fall under that, and it would exclude our charter process.
Okay.
Even though it lies within a preservation district, the preservation district only applies to a voluntary annexation. So if a property owner went to the city of Belle Isle and said, I would like to annex into the city of Belle Isle, the charter provision, the preservation district charter provision would then apply. It would go to their city council, to the board, and then to the voters. If it were an involuntary annexation, it would go to the city of Belle Isle, and depending on which of the two routes they could take under the involuntary, it would either go to the registered electors or it would fall under the 50-plus property owners.
Okay, but with the new ordinance that we have in place, even if it goes to the city council of Belle Isle, right, it would still have to go before us because then the city would be petitioning for that annexation ultimately.
Only if it's voluntary. If it's involuntary, we can't, the charter provision is exclusive to voluntary annexations. So if the city of Belle Isle wanted to annex property and they initiated it, that falls under the involuntary category, and our charter provisions are no longer applicable.
Okay. And then I know that one of the deals that we made to protect the rural boundary area and so forth in the Lake Nona area, we saw that there was a different attempt in front of the legislative delegation to almost start creating a CRA and start forming, I felt like, an avenue to still get back to that purpose. Can you kind of walk us through that? Because originally I felt that maybe there were enough protections in order, but after I saw that immediately happen and we never got briefed on it, I was made aware of it by a legislator who said, we've heard Orange County's on board with this. And I was like, no, I didn't even know anything about it. And I even got with Mark Jeffries and didn't have any information. So I am now more keen to try to create more protection, because it feels like while we've created one in the purity of what we intended to do with that, and even our interlocal agreement was to try to protect that rural area and to protect that from annexation, but it seems like there could be avenues to get there. And so in a way, I'm now more looking at trying to create protection for us as a county, you know, in that sense. Could you kind of walk us through? Because, I mean, I had heard about it when the delegation came. I stood here and testified and was asked about it, and I said, I have not been given any information about this, nor have I been briefed, nor do I have any knowledge. And I had confirmed that with Mark Jeffries. And these are the things that start making me uncomfortable, because ultimately we're the voting body, but I feel like we're not getting all the transparency that's out there that is trying to still take away at what clearly the voters and clearly our board has insinuated that we want to see happen in the county.
So, Commissioner, that item
Okay.
was the creation.
I was looking at you all.
That proposal
Yeah.
was for the creation of community
But-
development district. Has absolutely no bearing on annexation, no bearing on control.
And while that seems like that right now, it's what ends up happening along that when these things start taking place. And that's where the concern is. And that's where I'm feeling like we do need to create an additional layer of protection for us as a county and the future body of the county commissioners. I mean, we all have a timestamp, whatever it is, but it's more for what the intent of the voters. We have seen, you know, over time, the intent of the voters somehow gets carved away little by little, because there's a group of folks working on how do we carve at it, as opposed to people who are working on how do we keep protecting.
Like I said, board support of this, I get it, understand. I just want to be sure you start out talking about
No,
that item.
and I understand
wanna
they're
be
different.
sure.
I understand they're
Right.
different, but in my mind, it was just very unusual, the timing of how things were then being presented to us and what that would insinuate by allowing that to happen and what could be coming down the pipeline. So I understand they're not connected. It just makes me lead as it kind of gives, here we go, and then there's a procedure that's taking place. There's more basis to basically request and ask and say we're worthy of it now and things like that. That's where I'm going
Yeah,
with.
and we all were caught off guard. They had conversations with the county year plus when that property was prior to any conversation on annexation, and had submitted another request, but they had to get into the legislature. And at the time, we said this hadn't been properly vetted, need to go through a process. There's no way that would have made it in time for review or to the board prior to the session, and so
Right.
they
And
dropped
Byron,
it.
you made
Yeah,
a very
they dropped
point,
it, right.
because they still came here in front of the delegation
Correct.
and made it seem like Orange County had no problem. Because I had legislators reach out to me, and I was asked right up here,
Sure.
how did I feel about that?
No,
And
we
I had
agreed to
never
that
even
all.
knew, I never even
Absolutely.
knew.
We all
and-
heard about it the same, that
Yeah.
they were going for
And-
this session at the
but
same
you're
time.
reiterating my point, is the lack of knowledge, the lack of transparency and communication, so much so that the legislators thought we were okay with it, that I was asked about it, you know, and then obviously they decided to table it and so forth, but that was just my whole point, where I feel like any layer of protection that we can get to protect what the intent was, we should move forward with doing it.
Yeah, we're giving you all the tools that you have to regulate and limit annexations, and this is just
Another tool.
another tool.
Another layer.
And they're all given to us by the legislature, and
Right.
so they can all be taken away by the legislature.
Right.
But for now, this is the tool you have.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, in my briefing, I kind of felt that what we had, you know, what had passed and what was there is pretty significant, but now just kind of seeing as things are moving, it only feels like it's just adding another layer of protection, and we don't know how deep that protection goes, but it allows this body to have more, and then that's where I was heading. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to rewind very quickly, and it plays off of what you said. You know, something is legal until it's not. So the question is, you know, direction of where we should go. And right now we have a rural boundary that 75% of voters passed. We've got protection from annexation. And we also have a very motivated group of special interests who would like to seek to develop that very large parcel of land that was trying to be developed. And so if you recall, all it took to sink the whole community, the whole county citizen effort for a rural boundary was one sentence on a bipartisan bill that Senator Linda Stewart asked, is this in reference to Orange County's effort for the rural boundary? And the answer was yes, but because it was because it was providing things that we needed, all of a sudden our local democratic process was completely halted, and the people had to come and sit here and beg this board to please advance the rural boundary to the ballot. So something is only legal until it's not, and I have no doubt that special interests, because we get their magazines every month from the lobbyists, are already lobbying to undo what Orange County citizens have tried to protect. So I am 100% in support of an additional layer of protection regarding the preservation. 6 of these rural settlements reside within District 5, East Orange County, where I live and where I have advocated for more than 15 years. And I also just want to emphasize that East Orange County is our last leg of what's left of our agricultural industry. And I want to remind everybody that food security, just like the Farm Bureau says, is a form of national security. And you cannot buy local food from your local subdivisions. So I would love to add an additional layer of protection to protect our rural settlements, to protect the rural way of life, to protect our cattlemen, our ranchers, our farmers. So yes, please.
Second, Wilson.
Let's. I'll make a motion. Is it time?
I haven't called a question.
Yes, called a question. I motion to.
I have not called a question.
So sorry, my hearing got excited.
There's a process.
I understand. My hearing just got excited.
I know. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Simrad. Won't steal your thunder there. First, for clarification for me, Mayor, is there a question to be called? I thought this was direction.
This is today that what staff is doing is seeking direction by the board. There are certain other things that have to happen in order to get to the point where we are actually voting. This is a conversation at this point. They'll talk about next steps if the board wants to move in this direction.
Okay. So for me, I just have a request. It's not something you'll be able to provide today, but as you're aware, in a number of community meetings and through the charter review process, the Pine Hills community has expressed an interest on what it would mean for them to become their own city. And so that question has been presented to me again this year with some of their goals. And so I'm not in favor or against it, but I do want to be able to provide them some information on that process. They feel like they have not been heard and that these concerns have been expressed for a couple of years now. And so if you could get me some information that I can share with them on what that process will look like, as I understand it from Mr. Vos, who was the Charter Review Council, he shared that it would require some action in Tallahassee, it would require some funding, but if you can get me something that I can just share with the community members, because like I said, they've had conversations with me, with previous commissioners, and with county staff, but nothing like in writing on the pros and cons. So I think that would help me kind of address their concerns, even if it isn't the outcome that they're looking for. Sure.
So let me, while we're having that conversation, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because I look to the county attorney, because I don't know that the county should be in the position to give legal advice to a group of citizens who are talking about creating their own city. I just want to make sure that, pursuant to Commissioner Scott's question, I just want to make sure that, if it's citizen-driven, the citizens typically have to drive that process. And so let's talk about that.
That's correct.
Okay.
County attorney doesn't provide.
No, so let me clarify
Doesn't
my
provide
statement.
legal advice to citizens. We provide it to the board.
I understand what you're saying, Mayor, and I'm wholeheartedly with that. What I'm saying is, as their representative, they're asking me questions, and I feel that I am duty-bound to at least tell them about the process. I'm not looking for legal advice, but giving them direction. They've asked this over the past couple of years, and so I don't think it's a heavy lift just to say, hey, this is the 1, 2, 3. I'm not looking for legal advice or a legal opinion.
You just want to point them to the statute that says.
Yeah,
these are
just
the
say,
things
hey,
you
this
have
is
to
where
do.
you need to go to facilitate this
Yeah.
process, because it keeps coming up. And so I want to make sure that I am being cognizant of their concerns.
I think you all should have a conversation kind of offline about what that looks like. You know, that is something that the ball will have to be in their court, and we have to be really careful with that, that we do not misuse the taxpayer dollars seemingly to the detriment of the county. And so there's a whole conversation there, but there's a statute, and just if you're saying what statute should you share with them, but I don't want to put our staff or the county attorney's office into a position where they're clearly operating outside of the county charter.
I'm good with that, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Simrad.
I just, so in East Orange County, I was one of the members that submitted for a new municipality called Town of Preservation. There is a whole process, and the League of Cities is who you need to tell your people to reach out to in Pine Castle. They walk you through the whole process, and there's Pine Hill, sorry. Yeah, so it is, it's a whole big process, but they're super helpful, and they're there.
Thank you.
All right, I think what I'm hearing just in terms of the feedback to staff, the general consensus is that we should proceed with advancing the Section 504, the designation of certain rural settlements as preservation districts. And John, if you want to, I see you've come to the mic.
Yes. Mayor, thank you. Just certainly looking for consensus direction from the board. We also want to make sure we understand what the next steps are. The last time we had done this, actually this past summer, was for the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. Commissioner Wilson, you were very engaged. You had a very active community that was tracking this issue. You know, we can go, of course, going back to the commissioner's report. It was a subset of our rural settlements, so not all of them. It was just those in districts 4 and 5. If we move forward, are we interested in moving forward with just those? And then, given the differences between this and Lake Avalon, we have not engaged the residents in these rural settlements. And so, is there a desire for a community meeting? And then, additionally, how would you like staff to notice the affected property owners and ultimately advertise for the appropriate public hearing? So, just given where the board may be on this issue, we wanted to make sure we understood what your expectations were for the next steps and how we might prepare for that hearing.
It would seem almost logical. The conversation has been around 4 and 5. I don't know that we want to expand it beyond, just so we manage the issues that have been discussed here. That would be, my recommendation to us. Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, quick question. So when you say, looking at the other rural settlements, you mean the actual rural settlements, not like any of the other sort of rural areas that are known but not necessarily considered settlements?
But it would have to be a rural settlement.
Okay, that's what I thought.
First off,
but
yes.
some of those aren't close to necessarily a municipal line, so that would be.
No, and in fact, most of the ones that were in the commissioner's report in District 5 and 4 are not adjacent to a municipality.
Not my area, so I wasn't as familiar, but I just want to make sure I understood the question. Okay. Right. I mean, I'm all about extra layers, but I didn't think it was something that. And I'm also all about a community meeting, just to let you know, in case you ever want to get one out there.
Well, that's why I'm saying I think the focus should be
on the ones that were started, and then we can go from there.
Okay. What else, John?
So again, I would look to the district commissioners that it would have the affected rural settlements if you want a community meeting for each of those rural settlements in advance.
Commissioner
bringing forward.
Simrad, would you want a community meeting? That's what he's asking you.
Yes, please.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. She's saying yes.
And then following the community meeting, as we prepare for the public hearing, sending notice to each of the property owners in that rural settlement so they would be aware of that public hearing? Okay. 'Cause again, I'm not sure we did that specifically with the Lake Avalon rural settlement, so I just want to understand as we bring that forward, this process forward, which does affect a property, owner's rights and how they may proceed, so.
John, what about Seaward Plantation? It's rural settlement. It's sometimes people refer to it as Sunflower, but Sunflower is distinctively, I think, different. But what about Seaward Plantation? Because doesn't it border Sunflower? So it creates kind of like this gap. It's on the corner of Tanner and 50.
I'll double check. We have the map, but then we also have a list in our comprehensive plan of the rural settlements that the county recognizes. And I just want to confirm that these aren't interchangeable.
Yes, that's what I've been confused about too, because it seems like residents use them interchangeably as well. But when I look at it on official maps, it's referred to as Seaward Plantation.
So
Thank you.
I'll just confirm, and I'll let you know.
All right, John, you all have everything you need at this point. Okay. So with that, the next item on our agenda is executive session. At this time, the Board of County Commissioners will adjourn this portion of the public meeting and convene in closed session relating to ongoing labor negotiations. State law provides for such a closed meeting when collective bargaining is underway and a discussion between the board, county administration, and legal staff and the county's bargaining representative is appropriate. The closed session is authorized by Section 447.605 Florida statutes and will begin now. The board will reconvene in this room in regular session at 2 p.m. So with that, we go into executive session at the designated location that all of you are aware of. Okay. welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commissioners. We had gone into executive session just prior to the end of this morning's session. We are now back in our regular session. The board meeting will begin with the next item on our agenda, and at this time, we're going to call on Ms. Lakin O'Hara, who will be presenting our Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations. With that, we'll begin.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On February 6th and 7th, 2025, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 14 cases. 9 cases were recommended for approval. 2 cases were recommended for approval with modifications to the request. One of those being case VA 2502-141, Rizwan Chaudhry, who received modified approval for a lesser variance of 6.5-foot side setbacks instead of the original request of 6 feet in lieu of 7.5 feet. And then the other case was SE 2502-137, Joseph Galletti for Rouse Road Property LLC, who withdrew their variance request and received a modified approval of their special exception, requiring a revised plan for an improved parking area and code-compliant landscape buffer. 2 cases were recommended for denial. That's case VA 2502-134, Jennifer Ronberger, and case SE 2408075, Jorge Esteban Pareja for Orlando City Soccer School. And then 1 case was continued, which was case SE 2409086, Derek Bruce for Orlando Tourist Center. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, February 21st, 2025, and no appeals were received. It is my understanding that Commissioner Uribe would like to pull Rizwan Chaudhry for case VA 2502-141 for a board called hearing. So the Zoning Division will be requesting that this case be scheduled for a public hearing. So with the exception of case SE 2409086, which was continued, and case VA 2502-141 that has been pulled for public hearing, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Any questions for Ms. Lakin at this time regarding any of the pulled items? All right, Chair will entertain a motion at this time.
So moved, Uribe. Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Ms. Lakin. We're going to move forward on our agenda to A1 this afternoon. We'll open the public hearing on this item. We'll call on Ms. Ann Curtis, the MSTU Supervisor of Special Assessments, who will be coming forward, and she'll be framing this item. With that, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, County Commissioners. Today's public hearing is to request the approval of the Notice of Intent Resolution. This resolution is to declare the board's intent to use a uniform ad valorem method of collection of non-ad valorem assessments. The assessments are listed in Exhibit A and Exhibit B of the resolution. This public hearing is only a formality to reserve the board's prerogative to place MSBU assessments, if any, on the November 2025 real estate tax bills. These assessments would be imposed at a second public hearing prior to June 1st, 2025, to establish and/or amend the proposed MSBU assessments. If the Notice of Intent resolution is approved today, it will be effective immediately.
Okay, if I slip and say Ms. Dawkins, you know, I would have messed up. All right, so with that, this is an administrative item, so there's no applicant. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion at this time. Is there a motion?
So moved, Scott.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item B2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to call on Ms. Susan Usack, our Deputy Director of Public Works, to frame this item. With that, you're recognized. All right, I think her microphone may not be on.
This is a petition to vacate PTV 21-08-047 from Stephen and Ashley McAuliffe. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 4-foot wide portion of a 14-foot wide utility easement along the rear property line of their residential lot containing approximately 298 square feet. The property lies south of Aloma Avenue and east of North Ranger Boulevard. The petitioners wish to vacate in order to obtain building permits to construct a pool and deck in their backyard. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County. Staff has no objection to this request, and our requested action is approval of PTV-21-08-047. The parcel is located in District 5, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? He's waving no. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. Is there a motion, Commissioner Simrad?
Yes, I motion.
Second.
What motion?
I don't know, but she even got a motion out.
And he said,
Okay.
second.
Motion to petition to vacate 21-08-047.
Motion approval. Okay.
Second.
And is there a second now?
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item on our agenda. We'll open the public hearing on items C3, D4, and E5 together. They're all interrelated. And we're going to ask Mr. Tim Hull, our Environmental Programs Administrator, to come forward. He'll be framing this item. And with that, Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm presenting a total of 3 items. The first one is an application for a Conservation Area Impact Permit modification, number CAI 1705017 MOD2, for the applicants Goza LLC, Sevillana LLC, and Marvelana LLC, and Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association, Inc. And then the second and third items are grouped together. Therefore, the boat ramp that is being proposed, the semi-private boat ramp facility, application number is BR 2209001, and the companion conservation area impact permit, or CAI, number CAI 2212081. The applicant is Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association, Inc. And you may recall this item was continued from the November 19th, 2024 hearing. Here is a location map. The project area is shown in red, which encompasses the original subdivision, formerly known as Granada, now known as Sand Lake Sound. It had that CAI number, CAI 1705017. That's the one that the applicant is seeking to modify. And it includes land adjacent to 3 lakes, as you can see, Lake Marie in the northeast, and then Little Sand Lake in the north, and Big Sand Lake in the south. The 2 parent parcels have since been divided into multiple lots, including the single-family home sites and HOA lots as well. The proposed boat ramp is outlined in yellow on your screen, and it's located at the end of the subdivision. The address for that tract is 7565 Alpine Butterfly Lane, Orlando, Florida 32819, and it is proposed on Little Sand Lake. Here's an aerial photo of all of that, just so you can see it from an aerial view. The Sand Lake Sound subdivision, subject to the CAI permit modification, is outlined in red on the right, and the boat ramp tract is outlined in yellow on the left. The boat ramp location is shown as the yellow star on the left along the north side of that tract. For informational purposes, there also is a very narrow flowway on the west side of the boat ramp tract, and it's labeled there in the aerial photo on the left for you. That flowway is partially owned by Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association and the development across the water to the west, the Vizcaya Heights Multi-Condominium Association. At times, that flowway is passable by some types of vessels. Just for your information, There are some existing boat ramps on both Big and Little Sand Lakes. So you can see the existing boat ramps by the orange stars. One is on the northwest side of Little Sand Lake. And then there are two in the main lobe of Big Sand Lake in those two small coves, as you can see. The proposed boat ramp is the yellow star on the Little Sand Lake. I want to go over some background for you that we didn't cover at the last hearing because there were some questions about process regarding the PSP and the plat and what was shown and what was not shown. So if you'll bear with me for a few background slides here. July 11th, 2017, the preliminary subdivision plan number PSP 1702046 for the Granada PD was approved. That was for parcel E, F, and a portion of G, PSP, Lot A, PSP, now known as Sand Lake Sound. That was approved by the board at a public hearing that day. I've shown on the right just the recreation tract. It was very limited in detail, as you can see. It just showed the lift station. A boat ramp was not labeled or shown, which is actually required by the boat ramp code to be shown on the plat in order to apply for a boat ramp permit, which is important in just a second when I go over the CAI. The PSP included a standard condition on all PSPs that stated approval of the PSP doesn't authorize boat docks or boat ramps and that those require further permitting through EPD. Then just a month later, on August 2nd, 2017, staff issued an impact permit for the subdivision, number CAI 1705017. It was issued to Goza, Sevillana, and Marblana LLCs, and it authorized 0.28 acre of Class 1 wetland impacts. That was staff approved because it was for roads to provide access from upland to upland with no alternative. And those impacts are not the big red shading you see. It's the little blue shading here in the northern part of this aerial photo. The red was actually a component of their mitigation. That is all restoration area that the applicant completed. But since no boat ramp was shown on the PSP, there was a specific condition, number 15, of the impact permit that stated no community ramps or docks are permitted on Little Sand Lake, Big Sand Lake, or Lake Marie because they didn't depict it on their PSP, and then it would not show up on the plat as required. So August 8th, this is just a week later from issuance of the CAI, the applicant said, hey, we'd like the opportunity to construct a boat dock and allow boat docks. That's not required in the boat dock code to be shown on the plat, so we were agreeable to that, and we modified it to revise that condition. All we did was strike boat docks from the prohibition. Also, the permit at that time was assigned a suffix MOD for modification for tracking purposes. On October 6, 2021, after they did that large restoration project, did several years of monitoring and reporting, EPD found that the permit was in compliance with all the approved impacts and restoration and mitigation requirements. Next, chronologically, on March 14th, 2018, the Development Review Committee, or DRC, approved Development Plan DP 17-10328 for the Granada PD Lot A PSP Track C, D, and L recreational area to depict the recreational amenities on the track. So there's a little bit more evolution of the detail shown on the subdivision plans. They are showing the dog park, a canoe launch, a bike rack, and the lift station is still there. The DP included the same standard condition as the PSP, that approval doesn't authorize boat docks or boat ramps and that those require further permitting through EPD. Then on July 22nd, 2019, the subdivision plat PR-1808037 matched the PSP, and that was signed as approved. The plat did not depict or include any notation for a boat ramp track. Then August 10th, 2022, DRC approved a recreation track DP amendment. This was the final one, CDR 21-12373, to add a boat ramp access note, which you can see it there in the northern part of the tract, and they actually show a boat ramp projecting out into Little Sand Lake as well. However, the DP included the same standard condition as the PSP, stating that approval doesn't authorize boat docks or ramps and that those require further permitting through EPD. So this is the process that they had to follow to ultimately get here. On March 6th of 2024, they did a replat, which was approved, number PR 2306031, to add a label depicting tract I-A for recreation/boat ramp. That allowed them opportunity to ask for a boat ramp permit. On January 9th of this year, EPD staff issued a partial transfer of the permit, which is required whenever portions of the property change hands. And so since it's been partially turned over to the HOA, we did this partial transfer to the Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association as the permittee responsible for all conditions pertaining to the recreational boat ramp tract. However, the original permittees, Goza, Sevillana, and Marbalana LLCs, they're still responsible for all the other conditions of the permit for all other parcels within the project area. So thank you for hanging in there with me on all that background. Just to recenter us, today's request is modification of the subdivision permit CAI 17-05017 mod. They're requesting to remove the prohibition on boat ramps for Little Sand Lake, which is condition 15. And then for the proposed boat ramp, they're applying for the new semi-private boat ramp facility adjacent to Little Sand Lake. It includes the boat ramp permit application, BR 22-09001, and the associated conservation area impact permit application, CI 22-12-081, for the surface water impacts, which I'll detail in just a moment. So just centering in on what will the conservation area impact permit condition look like if approved. The proposed revised condition number 15 will read, no community ramps are approved by this permit on Big Sand Lake or Lake Marie. A community ramp may be permitted on Little Sand Lake within tract I-A of the Sand Lake Sound replat as recorded in Plat Book 114, pages 141 and 42, subject to obtaining all requisite permits and approval for such ramp. The proposed condition is consistent with the relevant conditions in the previously issued PSP, which was approved by the board in 2017, and the change determination review, which was approved by the Development Review Committee on August 10th of 22. There are some other minor grammatical edits in that permit that we've proposed to change, but nothing else substantive whatsoever. Regarding the boat ramp permit request, as we've gone over, the parcel is designated as a recreation and boat ramp tract on the plat as required by the boat ramp code. The proposed ramp will be 12 feet wide and extend 66 feet waterward of the normal high water elevation of Little Sand Lake. The plans include a 4-foot wide companion dock, which is required by the boat ramp code. Utilization of the proposed boat ramp will be solely for the residents of the Sand Lake Sound subdivision and their customary guests when the resident is present. Here's some site photos of the recreation tract as it looks recently. You can see the shoreline there on the left where the boat ramp will go through. And then as we saw on the recreational plan, they have a canoe rack there and a dog park as well that are shown. Here are the boat ramp site plans. The ramp is shaded in blue. That's the concrete for the ramp in blue. And then the companion dock is shown in green. And then just another sheet from the site plans. Again, the concrete ramp and its label below are both highlighted in blue. And then the dock is shown in green as well as its label. They are excavating just in front of where the ramp will end to allow for better navigation and prevent scouring of the bottom with the propellers. So the limits of that excavation are shown in orangey yellow there for you. And then as we look at review criteria, first we'll look at the boat ramp review criteria. So there's a number of these. They're lettered A through O, and they are all quite long, so I'm not going to read them all for you, but just to summarize what they say, they ask the applicant to explain how the boat ramp will not have a negative effect on a variety of parameters, including water quality, wildlife, the residents in the area, traffic, noise, parking, etc. Those kinds of questions. And we have detailed responses from the applicant on all of these that, should they come up during the discussion, I'd be glad to step through their response for you. But staff has found that they're in compliance with all these criteria. So the applicant is proposing a total of 0.049 acres of direct impact and 0.17 acres of secondary impact at Little Sand Lake in order to construct the ramp. The direct impacts include the concrete itself and the dredging, and I'll step through both those components here. It'll be permanent alteration to the surface water and the shoreline wetland, and the construction of the concrete ramp, which is a little bit less than half of the 0.049. That'll be 0.02 acres of concrete And then the dredging, they're going to remove 67.56 cubic feet of lake bottom sediment to create a 12 feet by 50 feet channel at the end of the ramp. And as I mentioned, that's for water depth and navigation purposes. They're going to install sediment and erosion control measures, as is standard in the industry during construction. They'll also implement a water quality monitoring plan to ensure construction doesn't decrease the water quality during the construction period. As part of that plan, they'll monitor weekly for standard water quality parameters, and they'll submit reports to EPD on a weekly basis. As mitigation for these impacts, the applicant has proposed to make a contribution to the Conservation Trust Fund of $5,000, and that was calculated using standard methodology for mitigation credits. So I stepped through the boat ramp criteria briefly, and I'll do the same here for the wetland code criteria. This project is being reviewed under the old wetland code since the application was received in December of 2022 when the old code was still in effect. There's two main criteria that apply to this project in the code. The first one requires that any alteration or development affecting such lands or wetlands should be so designed and regulated so as to minimize or eliminate any impact upon the beneficial environmental productivity of such lands, consistent with development rights of property owners. The second one is what we call our Class 1 impact criteria. Encroachment within a Class 1 conservation area shall only be allowed in cases where no other feasible or practical alternatives exist that will permit a reasonable use of the land. And staff has determined the applicant has demonstrated the proposed site plan allows for reasonable use of the land. Obviously, you can't install a boat ramp without impacting the lake bottom and the shoreline wetland. And so there are no other feasible or practical alternatives available to minimize or eliminate impacts to the Class 1 wetland. We've determined the mitigation is appropriate. As I mentioned, it was calculated using standard methodology. And we've also determined the request meets the criteria for approval. Next, I'll step through a few slides on engagement with the public. So the original hearing was notified. The public was notified of that in accordance with the code. And what they did was they sent certified mail to all Little Sand Lake upland owners, and then they sent non-certified mail to all upland owners on Big Sand Lake. They also posted the tract with a physical posting. And then they also notified the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board of the boat ramp request. We've made a little map here for you of the noticing that we did. So the boat ramp tract is in green in the north side of this exhibit, and all of the parcels in red were sent the certified notice. That was 340 of those. And then the blue indicates the parcels that were sent a non-certified notice via regular mail, which totaled 840 notices. Of course, today was a continuance, so we did not re-notice in this way. Prior to the hearing, EPD had received 54 responses from residents, 31 in favor and 23 were opposed. Of the total received, 34 were from property owners within the subdivision, and of those, 30 were in favor and 4 opposed. During the hearing, 10 members of the public made comments, 3 were in opposition, and 7 spoke in favor of the request. I've listed the opposed and in favor reasons cited here. For opposed, they said it could increase boat traffic, lead to potential dredging and destruction of the flowway connecting the two lakes, and they pointed out the prohibition on boat ramps in the subdivision's original impact permit. Those in favor, they cited that the ramp will increase their property values in the subdivision. They were promised a boat ramp at purchase of their lot. The ramp would provide a safer and more environmentally friendly way for residents to access the lake than is currently occurring. Several of them at the hearing stated that they have to slip their vessel and or their trailer in through the shoreline bushes, and that's not ideal or safe. One of the reasons that this was continued was several of you felt like they should have had a community meeting, which they had not prior to that hearing. But since then, on February 5th, the applicant has held a community meeting. There were approximately 40 residents that attended. Topics brought up by the community there included the timing of the boat ramp application, such as why wasn't the boat ramp permitted concurrent with development of the subdivision. They asked about who will be allowed access to the ramp. parking and storage of boats in the subdivision and in the lake. They cited environmental concerns, again, regarding water quality, dredging, and clearing. Those in favor cited their expectation within the subdivision to have access to a boat ramp. And then lastly, those opposed commented on the prohibition on boat ramps in that 2017 CEI permit again. So here's a map of those in favor and opposed to the project. Red sometimes represents opposition. So everywhere you see red, those are the folks that are opposed. The number 7 and 2 represents condo associations. So 7 people in the one on the upper left were opposed, and 2 in the one on the middle right were opposed. And then the green indicates those that are in favor. And actually, these numbers you see, 31 and 25 on the slide, those are slightly outdated because we've continued to receive correspondence. The current total is 32 are in favor and 30 people are opposed, is our number as of today. Some considerations for you. These permits, the proposed revised condition number 15 in the CAI modification is consistent with language approved in the PSP and in the change determination request and in the replat of the boat ramp track. Pursuant to County Code, Chapter 15, Articles 10 and 15, which are the wetland and the boat ramp code respectively, staff has evaluated the permit applications and required documentation therein. As mitigation for the impacts, the applicant has proposed to contribute $5,000 to the Conservation Trust Fund. The applicant is proposing a water quality monitoring plan to ensure that water quality is not negatively affected. And so our findings are, staff has made a finding that the request to modify condition number 15 in CAI 17-05017 mod is consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 10, and recommends approval of the CAI permit number CAI 17-05017 mod 2, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. Staff has made a finding that the boat ramp permit requests are consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Articles 10 and 15, and recommends approval of semi-private boat ramp permit number BR 2209001 and the Conservation Area Impact Permit number CAI 2212081, subject to the conditions listed in the staff reports. And finally, our action requested on the permit mod is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of Conservation Area Impact Permit Modification Application CAI 17-05017 mod 2 to modify specific condition number 15 to allow for a semi-private boat ramp on Little Sand Lake for the Sand Lake Sound subdivision, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. Also, acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of Conservation Area Impact Permit CAI 2212081 for the Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And finally, acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of the Sand Lake Sound Semi-Private Boat Ramp Permit BR 2209001 for the Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association, Inc., subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hull. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward? I invite you to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Dan O'Keefe. I'm a real estate attorney with Schutz & Bowen. The address is 300 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1600, Orlando, Florida. And I am here today on behalf of the Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association and their request in connection with the boat ramp and related approvals. Thank you for your time and consideration. I've got a brief PowerPoint, but Tim stole a lot of my thunder and provided an extremely detailed background of the subdivision that's out there and the request of what they're trying to do. I also want to note that I have representatives from the Homeowners Association, from Meritage Homes, which is the builder of this community, our consultant team, and our environmental consultants all here to answer any questions that might come up, so thank you. So here's a rendering of the conceptual boat ramp. This is on a common area track within the HOA. It's the common area track was relabeled and approved by the county to be labeled as a recreation/boat ramp tract. It didn't approve the boat ramp, but it was a requisite for us getting here today, and it was one more step that we took along the process. Here's just an aerial that shows the constructed homes and the track, and currently there's a canoe launch out there, and so they're proposing the boat ramp. And then whenever you build a boat ramp in Orange County, it's also required that you have an accompanying dock to go with it. This, just a little bit about the Sand Lake Sound community. There are 77 single-family homes and 106 townhomes in the community. Roughly 60 of those single-family homes have lake access, with about 30 or 31 having lake frontage on Little Sand Lake. So this ramp being into Little Sand Lake, we'll get into how little we expect there to be kind of regular use of this boat ramp. And really the main purpose of it is to get, if any of these homeowners are able to build a dock in their backyard and their riparian rights, then they would have a way to get their boat in and out of the Little Sand Lake, because right now there is no public access boat ramp. There is only one boat ramp on Little Sand Lake, and it's not a public access ramp. Through the approval process, there have been 5 RAIs, which are requests for additional information. We have worked extensively with EPD. We replatted the common tract, as we mentioned. Army Corps of Engineering and Florida Department of Environmental Protection are still needed for permitting. This would not assume that there are state or federal permits, although we would pursue those independent of this process. Let's talk a little bit about operation of the boat ramp. As I stated, this is expected to have minimal use and not provide a overburden on the lake. This is within a gated community, and the ramp would only be open to residents of the community, and it would only be open from dawn to dusk. This is not, there is no opportunity to solicit outside use for revenue or not for revenue, but this is limited to the homeowners and the guests of this community. Currently, all of the members of this community pay into the Sand Lake MSTU, which is for the benefit of the lakes and the water quality of the lakes. The proposed dock structure, which is required, is proposed to be a floating dock. And a little bit about the approvals. As we went through this process, I think it started in 2022, although I must say I was involved in the original approvals of this community, and I think that was back in 2017 or maybe even a little bit before that. APD requested that we replat the track to identify it as a recreation/boat ramp. That replat was approved and recorded on March 6, 2024. APD recommended approval of the boat ramp. And I will highlight in both of the staff reports for the conservation area impact permit and modification and for the boat ramp that staff has gone through their Orange County Code Chapter 15, Article 10, Orange County Code Chapter 15, Article 15, and confirmed that the request is consistent with the requirements of Orange County Code. As you probably all remember, this came in front of this board in November, and Commissioner Wilson expressed a desire to have a community meeting, even though that's normally not a requirement of this application process. The applicant agreed to that, and they had that community meeting, which was held this month at one of the public schools in the area. There was probably just over 40 people at the community meeting. I think it went very well. It was well attended. Everybody there, they expressed their opinions and their questions. There was a good back and forth. What I heard were a lot of people that live in the community that really wanted to have a boat ramp. And there were people that were not in the community that were very frustrated with some of the conditions in both Little Sand Lake and Big Sand Lake. And the biggest concern that we heard was the high water condition that's been out there. And it's been out there for a long time. I had served for 8 years on the South Florida Water Management District. And during my time on the Water Management District, I worked with the county and other stakeholders to try to address some of the concerns about the high water levels in these lakes. And it's unfortunately continued to be an issue and a problem that needs more attention. However, the other item that we heard was about water quality. And the good news is that this boat ramp and the accompanying use of the lake from these limited homes within this HOA, gated HOA, will not have any impact on the high water conditions and will have no measurable impact or degradation of water quality on Little Sand Lake or Big Sand Lake. We did get a couple of questions about who is paying for the boat ramp and the dock, and then who's paying for the maintenance of it. And so I just want to, provide that information that Meritage Homes has agreed that they are paying for the construction, the permitting, the approvals. Should we get this approval from the commission, they are paying for all the construction and the improvements of the boat ramp and the dock. And then thereafter, the HOA will pay for the maintenance of the dock, and it's expected to be less than $25 per year per lot owner or homeowner within the community. That being said, I would like to reserve some time for rebuttal. I know we have quite a few members of the public that wish to speak, and also our team is here to answer any questions that the commissioners might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. If you'll stand by for a moment. We will go to members from the public who desire to speak on this item. Mr. Thalmuller, do we have any members of the public who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 16 entries and about 12 speakers to this item.
Okay. Each of the speakers would have received a couple of minutes to speak, so if there are persons who are present and who are ceding their time to another speaker, we would need to have that identified by Mr. Thalmuller so that you would be allotted additional time by which to speak.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Approach the podium one by one. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker for this case is John Jennings, followed by Guangshan Zhang, and you have 1 extra minute, and then followed by Nancy Zhao, and you also have 1 extra minute, Nancy. And John, you would be up first.
He only has 2 minutes, is that it?
I only need 1. My name's John Jennings. I live at 8425 Sand Lake Shores Court. I've been chairman of the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board for 28 years. That's 5 commissioners. I don't know how I lasted that long, especially the last round, but here I am. I've lived on the lake for 30-some years, and my biggest issue is I think people should be able to use the lake, the Sand Lake chain. The lakes are connected right now, and the people that have boat docks need to be able to get their boats in and out, okay? So on Big Sand Lake, there's only 2 boat ramps, and those 2 boat ramps only service their private boat ramps for Sand Lake Point and Bay Vista Estates, and they only service the docks in their neighborhood because they're private docks. So in Sand Lake Point, there's like 40 docks. In Bay Vista, there's 25 docks. That leaves about 150 docks that have no way to get their boats in and out of the water. I've been loaning my key for years, and the Homeowners Association has stopped me from loaning my key to let people on the lake use the lake and get their boats in. So I would like to ask the commissioners to let them have this boat ramp because they have numerous docks in this neighborhood that they've given permits for, but these people can't get their equipment in and out, such as jet skis, boats, whatever. So I'm in favor personally of doing that from experiences for 35 years.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jennings. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hi, my name is Robert Jiang. Guangzhen Jiang is my official name. I live at 6067 Bimini-Tiss Road. And honorable members of the County Commission and esteemed neighbors. Today, I stand before you as a member of the Sand Lake Sound community. After nearly 3 years winding journey leading up to this pivotal hearing, since the HOA board transitioned to owner control in the summer of 2022, I have been deeply involved in assisting with our boat ramp application. Throughout this period, my understanding of our community and the Big Sand Lake system, including Little Sand Lake, has grown profoundly. This educational journey was highlighted by a boat tour organized by Mr. John Jennings, chairman of the Big Sand Advisory Board, who just spoke. On this tour, he illustrated various environmental and ecological considerations along Big Sand Lake's shorelines, enhancing our collective awareness and responsibility toward these natural resources. Moreover, I have engaged myself with many of you, listening to your concerns and insights, which have been invaluable to me. For these interactions, two critical points have come clear to me. The first point, the Sand Lake Sound community is committed to being a responsible and proactive neighbor. We share your concerns about the lake water levels, water quality, and shoreline conservation. We are eager to collaborate and seek sustainable solutions that benefit us all. Second point, the proposed boat ramp is a step forward. It's a step towards safeguarding our shared environment, contrary to what might seem apparent at the first glance. Without structured access, individual residents are left to find less regulated, more damaging points to entry to the lake. As has happened in the past, a managed boat ramp would minimize ecological disruption, providing a designated responsible access point to the lake, thereby protecting our shared natural resources. In conclusion, this boat ramp represents more than just an amenity. It is a commitment to environmental stewardship and a community cooperation. So I thank each of you for your attention and consideration as we look forward to making a positive impact together. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You had that time perfectly. All right, next speaker, please.
Dear Mayor and dear Commissioners and dear all neighbors, as proud homeowner of Sand Lake Sound, we are here today to express our full support for proposed boat ramp project. First, we sincerely thank you for taking the time to hear our voices on this important matter. Our community has the right to access the Little Sand Lake. However, without a designated launch point, residents are forced to launch their boats from random shoreline locations, creating safety hazard and harming the natural environment. As a result, this beautiful lake remains largely underutilized. On most days, it sits empty, and it is rare to see more than one boat on the lake. Without a proper boat ramp, residents are limited to admiring the lake from the distance rather than fully enjoying the lakeside lifestyle they expected when they move into this Sand Lake Sound community. Thanks to our builder, Meritage Homes, the funding for the boat ramp is already secured. Our community is eager to see these funds put in use so the construction can begin as soon as possible. We respectfully urge the commissioners and mayor to approve Meritage's plan, as it will provide significant benefits to our entire community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
If you will, can you give us your name and address just for the record?
Yeah, I live in 7475 Alpine Butterfly Lane at, XIN. All right. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker is going to be Erica Gao, followed by Xiang Gao and Zhuing Liu. And Erica, you have 1 extra minute.
Hi. Yeah, I'm the owner. Actually, I'm the licensed Florida realtor license I hold. I'm the homeowner at the Sand Lake Sound community. My address is 7512 Alpine Butterfly Lane. Yeah. So I'm highly support this proposal. Because at the beginning, I said I'm a realtor license, a realtor agent. Okay. At the beginning, this community, the selling point is our waterfront left. So I have a bunch of the clients bought this house because this. And my neighbor, they really love the water, water style life. And I just saw one of my neighbor. They bought a boat. It's $45,000, and then they sold it in next month because we don't have the boat ramp. Even we can build the boat dock. As the other gentleman said earlier, in this area we only have a 2 boat ramp allow us to use, and that 2 boat ramp is private. So that's a very inconvenience for all our neighborhood. So that's why I'm highly support this proposal. I hope and I very appreciate Meritage. They carry their at the beginning the proposal. So after they sold this project, very appreciate. And I if commissioner and the mayor can support us. Thank you.
All right,
Erica
thank you
Gao.
for your comments.
Thank you.
Let's move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xiang Gao. We live in Sand Lake Sound. My family and I live in Sand Lake Sound. We are support. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Xueying Liu. I support the boat ramp. We need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Chao Zhang, followed by Xinghang Shin and Xinyang Zhang.
Hello, officers and everyone. My name is Xiaohong Shen. My address is 7511 Alpine Butterfly Lane. I support to building the boat ramp. It makes sense. And my grandsons really like the nature life. This is why I moved here from New York. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
My name is Chao Zhang, and this is my wife. My English is not good. We need it. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is going to be Wei Chen, followed by Yanwei Jing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wei Chen, and I'm homeowner address is 7463 Alpine Butterfly Link. And I moved this community for 2 years ago. I have an 8-year-old son. He was really touched me, say, really want to have a water activity in our small cell lake. And this is one of our family dream also. And like Erica mentioned before, she is my agent before she referred me to buy this home. And we are excited if we have a house with a boat ramp, and we together can have all communities, kids can play together. So we are all really support this boat ramp project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I believe that was our last registered speaker.
Okay, if we have no other members of the public who wish to be heard on this item, okay, there's someone in the back.
Here, just go up.
You want to, did you fill out a card? Come on up and we'll try to rectify. Give us your name and your address, please.
My name is Tim Hay. I'm the president of the Sand Lake Point Homeowners Association. I represent 426 homeowners on Big Sand Lake. This has come up. You know, we have a number of reasons we oppose it, and I know quite a few people responded in writing to the commissioners. We relied on that CIA in 2017 as part of the community effort when we reviewed that development. It was our understanding that no boat ramp would be built and that a conservation area be maintained around that subdivision. So we're very concerned about this. I'm sympathetic to the homeowners. But if you look at it, there's only 30 homeowners on Little Sand Lake that could potentially launch boats for their boat docks. So considering the impact, allowing this boat ramp really opens up the entire lake system for all the other developments to also put in applications for approval, because how could you deny that? Our big concern is what was mentioned as the flow through from Little Sand Lake to Big Sand Lake. You know, our firsthand evidence, if you look back at that picture where the new boat ramp is going to go, you'll see the brush built up there. Well, if you go and look where that channel is, they've been clearing that channel between the two lakes, and they have no permit to do that. The other aspect in the CAI, they reference the plat. So in theory, the entire plat could be impacted with the CAI. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hay. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Borelli. I live at 7546 Point Venezia Drive, Orlando. I'm a relatively new homeowner here. I purchased a home on Big Sand Lake August 14th of 2024. One of the main reasons I bought the home is to enjoy the beautiful lake and the recreational opportunities that it presents. The week after I purchased my home, my dock, my jet ski lifts, and my boat lift have all went underwater. 6.5 months later, my dock, my jet ski lifts, and my boat lift are still underwater, causing thousands of dollars of damage to my personal property. Now, I know this is not only affecting me, but all the homeowners on the lake. It's not only causing us the loss of the recreational opportunities and the value of the docks and lifts, but also our property values are going down. And I feel like we're getting no response, no help from local government. There's a Sand Lake homeowners board that's trying to solve this problem, and apparently it's been going on for many years before I got here, which was unknown to me. We're very frustrated that nothing's being done. When you ask the question, you get this kind of point: it's their fault, it's their fault. There's 16 bureaucracies involved and nothing's getting done. So we are frustrated as homeowners. I feel for these people here that are asking for a boat ramp. I have no problems with them getting their boat ramp approved, but we need help getting this problem solved. It's just unbelievable that nothing has been done all these years. And again, it's affecting property values, which should be a concern to the county commission. So I'm pleading for help. We've done TV commercials and had newscasters out there, and nothing seems to help. We don't know whether it's the DOT's problem because of I-4. We don't know if it's because of the development. They put in drainage pipes that apparently aren't working, and everything is still underwater, and nothing's being done. So I'm asking for your help to solve this problem because the homeowners cannot do it alone. And I'm for the approval of this boat ramp so that more people can enjoy this beautiful lake. So I hope you hear my plea because we're very frustrated as a Big Sand Lake homeowner. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Tim and Lou, we did have you in the system. Thank you. Mayor, with those last two, those were our last registered speakers for this item.
All right. With that, I'll give the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal comments. If you can just give him his total time available.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'll keep this very brief. Just a couple items that were raised that I wanted to address. First of all, it's great to see the outpouring of support from so many of the stakeholders that are interested in this. With regard to the one comment about the conservation area impact permit and the language in there, I would just note that is a very specific and limited permit for a conservation area impact, which that language was incomplete. It conflicts with the express language that was both in the preliminary subdivision plan, the PSP, the development plan, the DP, the plat, and the replat. And all of those laid out the process that you would have to go through in order to request a boat ramp and what sections of the Orange County Code you'd need to comply with. There has been some talk today briefly and at the community meeting about clearing of the channel in between the two lakes, Big Sand Lake and Little Sand Lake. And I can tell you that neither the HOA or Meritage has any desire, intention, or request to do anything to modify the existing channel that's out there. I think most of the time it's not navigable. There are times like now after Hurricane Milton where the water levels are super high and some vessels may be able to get through there. The idea that there has been clearing out there should be a EPD regulatory enforcement item, although I'm not sure that there really has been any clearing out there, but if it has, it certainly hasn't been from the HOA or Meritage. Some of the comments that we saw really tended to fall in the category of, hey, we have our access and our ramp and our private access to this lake or the adjoining lakes, and we don't want more people on there. And I think if you couch that in terms of water levels or water quality, the facts show that this approval would not adversely impact either the water levels or the water quality. With that, our team is here to answer any questions that Mayor, you or the commissioners may have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. You'll stand by. We're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner. Let me see. We do have Commissioner Uribe who has a question.
Actually, I have a question to staff with EPD. Is Tim around? Oh, okay. Tim, if I can, the questions that I hear from the community that lives on Big Sand Lake is really the concerns of their lake. Not necessarily that they don't want people to have lake access, just at how bad their lake is. And if I can ask, what's happening on their lake? I remember seeing this in the news actually a while ago, like the weirs. I mean, as someone who has a lot of lakes in my district between Conway and Jessamine and Holden and Mary Jess, this was an issue, especially after the hurricane. And we have the same, our problem is we have St. John's Water, and then we had the South Florida water management as far as weirs and releasing water. Can you please help us understand? Because my biggest concern here is the people who live on the lake, who no one should have their dock underwater, that the water is that high or that they're having to do this. Can you please shed some light on this?
I'll try, but I don't want to communicate misinformation either. Honestly, the lake level and the outfall lowering is not my specific subject.
Jeff Charles.
But I understand the outfall lowering has been completed. It never was, the intent of the elevation of that outfall was going to start to relieve high water levels sooner. It didn't mean that, the elevation did not mean that the lake is going to be lowered to a permanent lower elevation, just that relief from high water following a storm would begin to happen sooner, is my general understanding of that.
Tim, Melissa Levine is up on deck, so Melissa, do you want to add to the conversation?
Okay, maybe Commissioner repeat, because I know Melissa was coming in just as you were asking the question.
Well, Melissa, we speak frequently because, like I said, I have this issue on my lakes. What I hear from the residents who are against this is they have high water levels on their lake, and I was trying to ask what can be done to help them. I mean, what's going on with the weirs and so forth, because with all honesty, if this doesn't pass, their problem isn't resolved. You're still having high water levels, and this is an issue that I guess when there's any significant rainfall, it's continuing to happen. And I know that it's very expensive when folks have their docks underwater and so forth. Could you help explain a little bit of what's going on their lake? And I'm not familiar. I've saw it on the news, but I'm not familiar of what the county and the water management has been doing.
Yes, good afternoon. Melissa Levine, and Big Sand does experience wide fluctuations in water elevations. Historically, the range is either too low, too high. In recent times, the lake has been high enough to where many of the docks are submerged portions of the year. Over the years, there have been numerous pumping projects to help lower the lake elevations. Those drawdown projects occurred in 2003, 2005, again in 2005, and most recently in 2023. At that time, the primary outfall that goes across Turkey Lake and then along Central Florida Parkway was not lowered. And since that time, FDOTA has taken on a project where they have lowered the outfall about 2.5 feet down to 92.83 elevation. And so with that, it was, as Tim mentioned, expected to help relieve high stages quicker, but not just, always have the docks that would not be submerged. So that is still an active construction site. And so FDOT is still on site working on that as part of the Darrell Carter Exchange Parkway. And then the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board, and using the MSTU funds, has helped with some of these temporary drawdown projects. They're a little bit complex in their permitting because we have to get permits from South Florida Water Management District as well as Valencia Water Control District. And we have to abide by the permit restrictions with the cubic feet per second that we can discharge from the lake system, so we don't have adverse impacts downstream. There was a lot of flooding concerns with downstream in Osceola County. I think it's called Samaritan Village. Mm-hmm. And so currently the Big Sand Advisory Board is looking again to use the MSTU funding to either do a temporary project, and they're also having a special meeting tomorrow night to look at a conceptual plan for a permanent pumping station. So that is something that they're looking
And
at.
that's, I guess a follow-up, and maybe Commissioner knows. So when DOT's done, are we hoping the problem's resolved, or is this DOT, it just doesn't even seem fair to the residents that live on Big Sand Lake.
not.
But I mean, with all honesty, to live on a lake and not be able to use the lake is also a concern to me as someone who lives on a lake. So I'm trying to understand, like, where are we seeing an end here to help the folks that are having this problem, or we don't know?
So that might be a question for Public Works Stormwater. They've worked closely with FDOT, and we're the ones to put together the design plans for the outfall lowering project. And then we'll take over the responsibility of maintenance of the outfall system post-construction when FDOT is done with that site. I did want to also mention pertaining to the boat ramp public hearing. There were some comments that talked about the connection between Big and Little Sand Lake, and the sand, just from my perspective of the advisory board and the MSTU, the resolution that allows for funding of various services allows for some navigational improvements, but it explicitly prohibits the use of MSTU funding to create a navigable connection between those two systems.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
She was going to answer on Public Works side about DOT.
With DOT's project, they're expected to complete the construction summer of 2025. And with regard to the sedimentation, I don't know if Melissa had mentioned it.
They can't hear.
Okay, we can just turn up the end mic.
Okay, sorry. The construction is estimated to be completed by FDOT summer of 2025. With regards to the sedimentation that occurred on the tail end with the piping, DOT is aware of that, and they since turned off the pump, and they're cleaning out the sedimentations in those areas. So summer of 2025 is when the completed construction of this outfall, and after that, Stormwater Division will take care of the maintenance of this area moving forward.
So you're saying a couple months?
That's what DOT says.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a time ago, like 2011, going into 2012, there was like a retention wall that failed on the north part of the park. Was that resolved in some of the conceptual? Was that resolved? That's my first question. There was a retention wall failure on the north side of, I don't know if it was Big Sand Lake or one of the adjacent water bodies.
Yes, it was the wall that was between Little Sand Lake and Big Sand Lake and the connection that I was mentioning. I'm just trying to look at the year.
It would have been 2011 or 2012, maybe even 2013, but I think it was.
Yes, 2011. At that time, let me see if I have this. Retaining wall constructed by the Vizcaya condos located between the two lake stages. It failed, and that is actually what led to one of the pumping projects that occurred. I think the timeline is right. Yes. So I don't have specifics on that, but it has not since been put back into place.
Okay, so if we advance this project forward, say we approve it, can you tell me, like, I'm trying to understand how could this boat ramp have a negative impact on the surrounding residents who are not for it, from your perspective? I mean, there are people here saying they're opposed to it, and they're talking about other issues, so I'm just trying to understand how this project provides a negative impact on the residents there.
I would let the residents speak to their concerns.
I mean, I can just.
Are you gonna cover that?
Yeah, if you want me to describe to you what I mean, you probably have some even in your emails. Anytime, first of all, that hydrologic connection is a big part of the conversation, because if it is not when the water's high, which it has been, because DOT, by the way, this is the third date we've had over my 4+ years, okay? So just don't hold your breath on the DOT's outfall project being complete or to the satisfaction of what I would say are our standards. But we continue to have those conversations in trying to get all of the various agencies on the same page. We did get the emergency pumping permit in 2023, and they believed at that time that DOT was going to beat us to, having their pumps up or their outfall up and going by the time EPD was able to get the pumps out there, and here we are, right? So I would say explaining a little bit about elevated water bodies and then usage. If there is not a hydrologic connection, then there isn't a big deal. If there's not a navigable connection, then the wake wouldn't be a big deal. But if you have turbidity anywhere, and there is a hydrologic connection, then you've got turbidity, right? So then you have an area that potentially, if it is being utilized for a cut through for boats, navigation that wasn't supposed to be there, you know what a wake does, right? If you have elevated water, yeah, it can be very, very damaging. So I think that the sensitivity to sort of the overall health of the system is there, and I know that's not relating to what we're reviewing right now, and I appreciate that it has come up and that we continue to look for solutions. I do want to make sure that the applicant clarifies to me that the residents understand that there isn't a connection, a navigable connection between those lakes. Can you verify that the residents understand that? I have been told many things about the sales presentations that were given for this neighborhood, and it really makes me sad because in 2017, there really was supposed to be a conservation buffer around this neighborhood. But people who went to buy a home there were told that they would be able to have docks and have a ramp. So then they modified it to add the docks, and then now they're looking to modify it to add the ramp. Instead of just coming here in 2017 with all of their cards on the table in order for us to be able to evaluate it for the impacts then. And so it feels like a little bit of a manipulation of the system, and that's why I want to make sure that the residents understand why we're here and why in 2017 the applicant team never articulated the want, desire, or promise to put in a ramp.
Okay, so despite the applicant, that notwithstanding, we've done a number of capital improvements to address the flooding issues,
No. We haven't. They have their own, and I know John's here. There's a board, a taxation board that they sit. There's an advisory board, and they make decisions about the investments that tax raises. You know, it was traditionally and historically supposed to be designated for quality issues, and so there's been, you know, over the years a number of investments in monitoring buoys and other quality investments. I would say that going into the storm Ian, they were already over. The quantity versus quality conversation had already hit. I think my first meeting ever to listen in on was before I was elected. It was in 2018 or 2019, where they were trying to nail down what the Environmental Protection Division needed in order for them to do some quantity work.
But there was some improvements that took place. Am I not?
No, there was an emergency pumping that we did after the 2020. That was a very temporary pumping. I believe that Public Works did go out and clear some debris leading into last year's storm season, but there's been no capital projects as far as I'm getting a nod from John Dunning. There's been no capital projects.
So, and just so I'm clear, the lack of any sustained improvement is you're attributing to lack of interagency communication, basically.
Oh, I mean, did you get a chance to go out to Shingle Creek?
No, I did not.
Okay, so do that, because I think we're all talking about the Shingle Creek protection area and the interconnectivity. Where that outfall goes to is Shingle Creek, which is then, of course, the headwaters to the Everglades. But if it's full downstream, it doesn't do them any good to have some huge capital project because there's nowhere for the water to go.
Copy.
And so at some point, you know, at least one of the efforts that was made in my tenure to try to get some relief, we could not pump any out because there was nowhere for it to go because they were flooding in Osceola County because of the overdevelopment in that Shingle Creek Basin.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I'm good, Mayor.
Yeah, it's a
No,
big.
I got you.
Commissioner Simrat.
First, I just wanted to understand if the other homes that are along the front, the shoreline, if they're permitted to have docks.
If you could answer that by going back to the 2017 PSP and then the adaptation since then, please.
Okay, initially the Granada subdivision, which is now known as St. Lake Sound, there was a condition on the staff-issued CAI, the one that's been requested to be modified, that prohibited boat ramps and docks. The applicant asked within a week of issuance of that permit, hey, we would like to allow for docks. staff didn't have a problem with that. The whole genesis of the idea of that condition was that you didn't show the boat ramp on your PSB, therefore it's not going to be on the plat because the two have to match. A boat ramp must be shown on the plat in order to be considered. So we put the condition in there. We probably overstepped by putting docks in there. There is no requirement in the dock code to be shown on a plat. So staff was agreeable to omit docks from the condition, but otherwise it stayed the same.
So in the beginning, no, and then it was amended to allow the shoreline homes to have docks.
Yeah.
And now it's for the community boat launch. And then I just, if we already know, we had a gentleman who testified who said that he's had financial damages because of the rising water and his dock being under and his jet ski being ruined. So if we have already existing issues, why would we set another community up for failure where we already know that the water level is rising and we haven't resolved that problem yet? So it's just like we're giving permission for the same problem to occur.
I understand why you might be led to think that. One thing that EPD tells every applicant for a dock, for example, to prevent flooding of their dock and being rendered unusable, is every Big Sand Lake and Little Sand Lake dock applicant gets a letter that says this lake stages up very high and you need to strongly consider building a floating dock. If you choose to ignore using a floating dock, be advised your dock at times may be rendered unusable. So they are cautioned on the kind of construction that they choose to do and are told you should choose a type that will enable you to utilize your dock. And I think the applicant has stated a few times they intend to construct a floating dock for the boat ramp, so it'll adjust to water levels. And I think they should have by now learned the lessons of some of the other communities that have boat ramps in Big Sand in particular. At times the ramp itself is flooded and unusable, like you can't back down far enough to launch the boat. But I would assume since they're building a floating dock, they're also aware of the water levels relative to rendering the concrete useless.
Right.
They could speak to that if they
No,
intend to
but
do that.
yeah, if the water comes up high enough, of course, you can't use
Right.
the ramp, you can't back your boat in, so it becomes problematic. But again, that goes just back to, just kind of like you already know that there's infrastructure problems where the lake is too high. It feels like if we setting them up for failure. But additionally, I am concerned about the HOA that had the 400 plus homes that are opposing it because they believed at one point in time that the CAI was providing them perhaps like a shoreline view of conservation as opposed to other homes. So was that at that time when that public hearing was done, was that something that the community was advocating for?
So that CAI, it didn't have a public hearing. I'll just tell you what I think. I know that there are some developments on Big Sand Lake that did have a public hearing. I think a portion of the Westgate Lakes had a public hearing in which it was specified that boat ramp would be prohibited. I think that they are recalling those situations where public hearing, boat ramp prohibited, and then they are equating that to be the same as what happened at this subdivision. And as I've explained, it wasn't a public hearing condition put on by the board or carried up to the board from the Development Review Committee, as happens on some occasions. I think that is what they are thinking, that this must have been something that the public vetted and the board agreed and the board put it on. It wasn't any of those same situations. It was just staff following the code, seeing no boat ramp portrayed on the PSP, therefore boat ramps are prohibited.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, but I have a question, Commissioner. I was looking here, but I didn't see if they were, since there is a level problem in the lake, Is there any plan or anything to work into it for the benefit of the community and the residents that are there? Just because, you know, the rains and all these things happening. And, you know,
Well, so just to make sure, because I know there's a lot of information, this application, this neighborhood is on Little Sand Lake. And some of the residents you've heard from probably in the news story, it is Big Sand Lake. And you're not supposed to be taking a boat back and forth, right?
Yeah.
So you think, okay, well, is that something that we can then say, okay, if the ramp goes in, it will be limited to use on Little Sand Lake? And I did never get to hear from the applicant about whether or not the residents understood if, well, not agree to it, that is already the rule. And is there, you know, is there some way that we can make sure that that hydrologic connection, you know, ideally that would be vegetation, right? That would be conservation. And I don't know if the residents have been told the truth about anything along the way as far as what they had in the plans. And by the way, the PSP also, it was a condition of approval in the CAI. The PSP did have matching language prohibiting. So we're undoing a condition of approval, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why I was really upset about this coming before us, because my feeling about it is that those conditions of approval are relied on, to your point, Commissioner Simrad, and that people believe that when we establish those, that it means something. So to see that we can kind of go back and strike this one and change it within 2 or 3 years, you know, it should cause you some concern. But I wanted to find out about what kind of engagement you all have had with the neighbors about the limitations to sort of the recreational piece, because I think that the key to keeping that lake and Big Sand Lake beautiful and hopefully restoring some of the environmental issues is to provide additional buffer, additional native vegetation and conservation in that area in between them. We know it's been flooded, we know it's been impacted, and clearly there are residents who think that that means they can use it as a canal. So just if you could speak to it.
So, yeah, but I'm still,
Yeah.
okay.
I want to see if they.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. From our discussions with the representatives of the HOA, the members of the HOA that are here, I don't think, and I'm happy to have Robert come up and speak on behalf of them, that they have any belief that they have the right to go, you know, do anything to that canal to dredge it or make it more usable or have any impacts on it whatsoever. And I will say, you know, the PSP and the plat and the replat and the DP all state that there was, unless otherwise indicated, approval of this plan does not constitute approval for a permit for the construction of a boat dock, boardwalk, fishing pier, or other similarly permanent fixture or floating structures. Any person desiring to construct any of these shall apply for same with Orange County EPD and comply with the code. So, you know, those are the conditions that the board voted on when the board voted on the PSP and the DP, and those are the ones that are in the plat. If you would like, Robert, on behalf of the HOA, is here to address any questions about the understanding of what the residents
I know where
think.
the HOA stands, and I want to thank them for being here and really being engaged in this. And I really appreciate you all caring about this topic and about the lakes. It makes me feel really happy. I want to make sure that you're being told the truth and that you were being told the truth when you went to buy your house about the type of uses that would be available and what kind of amenities were coming with your neighborhood. And in 2017, this applicant did, you know, approve of an impact permit that specifically prohibited docks and ramps. And that's why we're back here making sure that we're understanding what the intention is. And I don't want to begrudge the residents the thing that they want if we can do this in a way that is, you know, what I would say non-impactful, but I don't have any good feeling about that particular area of conservation.
So I can address the history of it a little bit. So one, there has been no change in the area of conservation that was proposed, the physical layout of the conservation lands hasn't changed at all. And back when this was originally contemplated, I think that the intention was, rather than build a boat ramp that's going to get very little use, let's go reach an agreement with the other existing boat ramp on Little Sand Lake. We can agree to some proposal for a very limited use of their boat ramp, and unfortunately, that was not feasible, and I think it was because, and I'm going back a lot of years here, but I think it was that in order for the HOA to do that, they would have had to either have 100% or 90% of every single homeowner, not just the voting ones, but all of them, to agree to any change to their HOA documents that would allow that use. And that would have been much better. It would have been easier for everybody, and it would have had limited use, and then they would have contributed towards the maintenance of that shared semi-private boat ramp, but that wasn't able to be done. That's why through the years, they came back and said, okay, if we can't provide that here, let's provide it here, and it's going to have minimal impacts. It's not going to affect flooding. It's not going to affect water levels, and it's not going to affect water quality. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
I just wanted to, that's what one of my questions. But Commissioner, whether, because I was looking here in the book and I didn't see it, but whether the residents promise for Doc to be there for the boat ramp?
Not by us.
She can't answer
Yeah, not
that.
by us. What I've heard from them, was that they moved there. That was a selling point, but that was it's a brand new neighborhood. What was presented to the Board of County Commission in 2017 was a fairly encapsulated PSP without a ramp.
How many boat ramps we have right now there? 3? 2? In the Sun Lake? 1? Only one?
This application?
One on Little Sand Lake. And-
Only one in Little Sand
And then
Lake.
2 on Big Sand Lake.
And Big Sand Lake? 3, okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Moore.
Tim, just one last time for me. When you go back with all of these approvals, they never applied for a boat ramp, so they didn't go through the process and they weren't officially denied, were they?
That's correct.
And at this point, EPD, you have approved of these additional permits and applications?
We're recommending approval.
You're recommending approval?
Today.
Okay. All right. And then in terms of the point about turbidity, do you have any opinion, or is that a Melissa Levine question about the condition of that cut through? Does that pose any problems with this ramp to Big Sand Lake?
So in regards to the project before you, they do show sedimentation and erosion controls on their plan, so they'll put up a turbidity barrier around the dredging area. And they'll also have a water quality monitoring plan. They'll be taking water samples in the construction area and then out in the middle, a Little Sand Lake, to ensure that there's no turbidity violation during construction. So they appear to have on the plans and in their write-up the intent to control turbidity. Because they are also proposing the small amount of dredging to allow for better navigation and prevent bottom scouring, I wouldn't anticipate that the people utilizing the ramp will create turbidity because it's being provided for with the dredging that'll be done. And then I couldn't speculate about any kind of turbidity that might happen from vessel traffic in the flowway, but I'm assuming that propellers do occasionally touch bottom depending on low water conditions, but people generally don't like to approach areas that they know are shallow. They don't like to hit the bottom of their hull on the bottom, and they don't like to scar up the propeller. So in low water conditions, I would not expect a lot of people to be attempting to go through there. One thing to note, water levels do change dramatically. When I presented this back in November, the water levels on the buoy that's out there at Big Sand Lake, the water level is 3 feet higher than today. So the levels change dramatically out there from month to month.
I wish that was the case with my border lake. All right, and so at this point, I guess my only final question is, through that whole process, what role does EPD provide to ensure that everything you just said is true?
Well, they'll be giving us weekly water quality reports on the monitoring, and then when they're done with construction, they should notify us so we can complete a compliance inspection. We also have it built into our system to alert the reviewer to go out there and take a look. Even if we have not heard from them, we will go and take a look. And then lastly, if for some reason they were to abandon construction and leave it a mess, there's a permit condition because a code requirement requires that they record a developer's agreement with the county and put up a bond so that if for some reason construction fails, the county has funds to go secure the site and clean up whatever mess may be left behind. But I mean, this ramp's really important to this community. I wouldn't expect that Meritage would fail to install it if it's approved.
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioner Uribe.
I guess, actually, this question is going to be for the applicant because it appears to me that the biggest concern Commissioner Wilson has is having people cross paths here, right? It's a conservation area, it's very sensitive. Is there any way or anything, to me, it seems like that's the ride or die kind of thing, is to prevent people from going on Big Sand Lake and going through this canal. Is there anything, and maybe you or maybe staff, that can be done to, or, that can be done to give her assurance? Because I think everyone that lives on this lake, on Big Sand Lake, is just terrified that it's just going to get worse. But I have been very open from the beginning as someone who lives on the lake without a dock, with all my natural vegetation. I'm one of the few, because you can go to my office and see the picture of my backyard. It's all natural vegetation. But I know I can get on my lake. You know, with all honesty, I bought to be on the lake because I wanted to be on the lake. And that's where I'm sympathetic to the folks who live in this community. I didn't pay extra to live on the lake to not be able to use my lake. So I'm trying to ask, as a condition, is there something that can be done to give assurance to that community on Big Sand Lake and Commissioner Wilson that the boats aren't going to come over? I mean, I've seen on Conway, you know, we've got poles, you know, natural wood poles in the middle where you really are just going to destroy your vessel. Anything that you can give us to make us feel comfortable to move this forward?
So on behalf of, you know, the applicant, I'm not sure that I can waive individual citizens' rights to do whatever they want to do. We certainly would be fully cooperative. We could post signs that say this boat ramp is for Little Sand Lake use only, and anything else that Tim or EPD might recommend.
So
And Tim, by the way, I know that the state gets funny when we start changing things because we've been through that with no wake zones and things like that. So I don't want to put us in a position that we are violating state, you know, because they've done that to us. But I mean, we just want to make sure that these. I want to go back. It seems like these residents really want this, and they really want best quality, and they don't want to make that body of water that they're going to live on any worse, and they're paying into the MSBU. So please, if you can offer some sort of comfort to us to move this forward is what we're just looking for, because I just think that we don't want those individuals going to Big Sand Lake and making things worse on Big Sand Lake.
Well, I think if you could develop a condition, perhaps, that if water levels were low in the flowway or canal, as some people have called it, if water levels were low enough that we think, okay, at 6 inches or at 12 inches, whatever canal water level we think sounds unsafe and people should not navigate through there, conceivably, the applicant, if they're willing, they could install a staff gauge at the ramp that indicates what the water level is. And then if it dropped to a certain level, they could put up a bollard and chain or a sign that no access to Big Sand Lake permitted below a certain elevation, something like that we'd have to work with them to, if they're willing.
Wait, so you're saying there would be access otherwise?
If water levels, like back in November, it was 3 foot higher water levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So conceivably, people were very
Not
easily,
many, because we didn't have an extra ramp. So that's why this is.
Well, sure. So people that had boats on Little Sand Lake, back in November, there was 3 feet higher water level. They were conceivably able to navigate back and forth back in November.
Vice versa, too.
Yeah,
Sure.
and there's people who think that was done, that was a clearing. I just want you to know that there's definitely like an education process that we have to engage in. I know that's not the applicant's issue right now, but I do think for the residents that they are representing, it will be.
And can I go further? Would they be willing to put a sign at the boat dock that says permission is granted to Little Sand Lake exclusively? I mean, something to help here.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And we'd be happy to work with staff on the exact language, but something to the effect that this ramp is for access to Little Sand Lake only and not provide any direct or indirect access to Big Sand Lake.
Listen, we're getting ready to chunk in the garbage a very enforceable condition of approval. That one, I don't know how it would be enforceable. Now, I appreciate it, and I do think if this board is going in that direction, that I would support whatever we can do to help with the educational efforts. Let me ask something really quickly, if I can, while we're kind of looking at possibilities. So from 2017, the permit authorized the restoration of 5 acres of Class 1 wetlands along the shoreline of Big Sand Lake and Little Sand Lake in association with the future development of 183 single-family residences. Was any of that in that canal?
Our environmental consultant says none of that restoration was within the canal now.
Okay. Was that restoration that was required by the original CAI now going to be part of the impacts of the new CAI?
John, none of that restoration was part of so we answered that. It wasn't within the canal. Then the other question was, is any of it what is impacted by the boat ramp proposed? No, 0.
Okay. I think, so none of it was in the canal area. Was any of it part of the area that now the ramp's going to go in?
No.
Okay. So,
because that was always excluded from the conservation area, and they had the canoe launch. That area didn't have any of that in there.
okay, so that was part of that canoe launch area. Sort of understanding that you all, entered this permit with the idea of doing some restoration, can we also get some language getting some restoration in potentially where we know that damage has been done, whether it was from activity from the residents of Sand Lake Sound? I mean, I know it would be hard to get the causal, but we know that that's going to happen, right? So if there are additional plantings there, it could be protective.
Yeah, to make it worse for a property owner. Yeah. Because at this point, it would have been a big Sand Lake coming over because they don't have any.
All right.
One,
Commissioner Wilson, once you finish with that, Commissioner Simrad does have one additional question or comment.
Okay,
And
sorry.
then I'm going to come back to you for a potential motion. But
Can you just put a no motorized boat sign in the canal? Like just on an iron stake, like when you go floating down the springs, you see there's a sign that's there, just so that they don't cross. No motorized boats cross the canal, and then done.
I think they could, let me flip to a aerial photo here. That might help.
And I'm sorry, I did ask him about the restoration, didn't ever
And
get
this,
the answer to
I'm going
that.
to show an aerial that,
It's okay, we're all over.
so Commissioner Wilson, we had prepared this slide just showing an area where there is a lack of vegetation sort of outside the main channel. So that might be an area that you were thinking about, that they could do some sort of restoration.
Obviously, I think it would have a benefit if the applicant was willing to do some restoration there.
And then Commissioner Semran, I don't think that below the normal high, they could post signs without getting a permit from the Fish and Game Commission. But if it would help, and I'm not sure it would, they might be able to post a sign above the normal high along the shoreline there. But I'll let the applicant speak to those two things.
Yeah, we have no objection to posting a sign if it's within property that we control and if it's allowed, if we can get a permit, to do that, or the county approves us to do it. And then if you look at the line there, if we would, let me just. And in terms of the potential restoration area, our client has agreed that they could do some plantings in that restoration area, provided it's within the property that they own and control and can get the county approval for that.
Okay, who is the other controlling property there? Who's the other controlling property? So on the other side, the Vizcaya is the only, is on the other side.
It's
though.
the Vizcaya HOA over there.
But we're talking about this side, where that kind of that loop is, right? The side of Sand Lake Sound?
Where the yellow circle is, that is on the recreation/boat ramp tract.
Okay, so then where would the potential restoration work be that you all could do that we can keep an eye on? I want to be able to,
In that yellow circle.
In the yellow circle. Okay, that's what I was wondering. And then how would we articulate like something that would be a restoration?
And it's also subject to if the state approves it too, because
Yeah.
we don't want to break any rules.
Is there a restoration plan they have to do as a part of their boat ramp permit?
Yeah, the condition should include submittal of a restoration plan, subject to EPD approval.
So that is just the standard, but I think the last one, okay.
No, is there a standard condition, or do we need to beef up?
I mean, we could say a new restoration plan within the yellow depicted area to be approved by EPD. And we would be agreeable to signage that, as I previously indicated before, saying this boat ramp is for access to Little Sand Lake only and not to Big Sand Lake.
Okay, and I don't even know how we would, how's that? I'm letting my wordsmith.
So I think that would probably be best under the CAI permit for the boat ramp itself, and it could be new general condition 26.
Tim, are you talking about the restoration or the signage?
The restoration. New condition 26 under the CAI for the boat ramp.
What is that? Is that photo attached? This potential restoration area?
Yes.
I have one.
Okay, what are the conditions?
The new condition could be applicant shall submit a restoration plan for approval by the Environmental Protection Division to reflect plantings within the yellow circle marked on the potential restoration slide.
Okay. And the issue that Commissioner Martinez Simrad brought up, but doesn't address her issue. I don't know if she really wanted that to be a condition or not.
Oh, the signage?
The-
Yeah, absolutely.
The signage for no motorized.
They can, what the applicant was saying is they can only do that on their property, or else we'd have to go through a different process through the state. But if they have something on their property, it would be very helpful. Because once again, I think making sure we're educating as many places.
I think we need clarification, is the sign to be below or landward of the normal high? Because we do not permit below.
No, right.
So I think that signage, if you look at the property that's owned by the applicant, I think it would make most sense to have the signage right at the boat ramp, where everybody sees it when they're launching their boat, as opposed to like at the mouth of the channel. And also, Georgiana, if we could, in the previous condition for the CAI, if we could say subject to state approval, so we don't end up in a catch-22 there. I think we can get that state approval, but we just want to be clear. And I think that the condition for the signage could be condition 38, a new condition 38 on the boat ramp permit that has the 37 existing conditions.
And then will the HOA issue specific key? I mean, how is that going to work within the HOA?
The access to the boat ramp?
Or is it just open? If they can get in the gate, it's open?
They can get in the gate, it's open, but they have rules that it's only allowed to be used from dawn to dusk.
What was this signage to say? No motorized air.
Pardon me?
No motorized boat craft? What was
No,
this?
I think the signage will say something to the effect of no motorized boat access motorized boat access to Little Sand Lake only, and no motorized boat, and no motorized boat access to Big Sand Lake. Does that work, Commissioner?
It's a lot for a sign, but if, I mean, I think a prohibition,
For the
prohibition
sign.
statement is clear, right? So, you know, no motorized boat access to Big Sand Lake, or, you know, I don't know, but
Installation of signage prohibiting motorized boatcraft acceptable and approved by EPD.
that's perfect.
That works for us. Thank you.
That would be a new condition added to the boat ramp permit, and the other condition would be a new condition, a new specific condition added to the conservation area impact permit.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
The restoration would be a new specific condition for the conservation area impact permit, and the signage would be a new specific condition for the boat ramp.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, is there a motion?
I will move for the recommended action with the conditions of approval as presented on the screen and verbally by council.
And
Second.
they will be renumbered accordingly.
And they will be renumbered accordingly.
Okay. Second.
All right, Commissioner Scott was the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda this afternoon. This is item F6, a Board of Zoning Adjustment Appeal. We'll open the public hearing on this item at one point. It is my understanding that the applicant may have requested a continuance, but the applicant has withdrawn the request for a continuance, and the item is going forward today.
That's correct.
That's correct. All right, with that, we're going to have Mr. Taylor Jones, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, come forward and frame this item. And with that, Mr. Taylor, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is case SE 2408067. The applicant and appellant is Logan Opsahl for Satellite Boulevard, iOS. This is a special exception case. It went to the BZA in December. The BZA recommended denial. The applicant has appealed that to the BCC, and that's why we're here today. So again, this is case SE 2408067. It's on a property zoned I-4, which is an industrial district. It's the heaviest industrial district. Future land use is industrial, and it's located at 10,002 Satellite Boulevard. It's on a tract that's about 3 acres, located in District 3. And the request is a special exception in the I-4 zoning district to allow a septage management facility, which I'll get into a little more detail and I'll let the applicant speak to, but is effectively a type of wastewater treatment where they take in grease from grease traps, stuff from septic tanks, treat it, and put the water back into the sewer, put the bad stuff out of the facility. Location map, you can see it's on the east side of OBT, north of Central Florida Parkway, and south of Taft Vineland, and on the west side of Satellite Boulevard. This is a zoning map. You can see the property circled there. Property is zoned I-4. So again, that's the industrial 4. That's the heaviest industrial district. Everything you see in purple there is an industrial zoning district. So it's I-4 on the north, south, and east. And it's I-2, I-3, another industrial zoning district to the west. Across Orange Blossom Trail, that pink is the Orange Wood Plan Development. Allows a mix of uses. Most of the things on South OBT there are either car dealerships or warehouses. This is a fairly zoomed out aerial. You can just see the general area. Everything on this east side of the aerial map is industrial warehouses. You can see the turnpike over there. That school you see over on the west side of the aerial, that's Freedom High School. Slightly more zoomed in aerial. So you can see our subject site circled in red. Site's already developed. There's an existing building as well as parking and landscaping that the applicant is proposing to utilize. You can see that orange line represents the closest residential. It's about 1,500 feet away. And then this is just a more enhanced aerial. Again, you can see the existing site, you see the existing building, the existing parking, the existing landscaping. On the west side of the site is an existing stormwater drainage canal. It basically serves as a retention pond for this property and many of the other properties in this industrial park. This is the proposed site plan. So the applicant's proposing to use the existing building as is, making modifications to some of the exterior and the interior of the building, but utilizing the existing building, utilizing the existing parking, adding some improvements to allow for vehicle maneuverability. But you can see that building in blue, that's the existing building. Effectively, how the operation works is trucks with wastewater from the grease traps from the septic tanks drive onto the site, they go into the building. From there, they're pumped out. The water is treated. That water goes back into the sewer. The solids that are from the wastewater then get processed, and then they are sent out of the building. But everything occurs inside that existing building. This is the existing landscape plan. As you saw on the aerial, site's already developed. All the landscaping is existing, so the site already meets the required landscape code. They are adding a new tree. Because this is industrial, next to other industrial, there's no enhanced buffers like there would be if they were next to a residential district. There's just the standard perimeter landscaping, which the site already complies with, and it's shown on the landscape plan. These are the elevation drawings. So they are making a modification to one of the elevations, which you'll see in one of the pictures. Currently, the south side of the building has 4 doors. They're going to be making that into 3 doors, and then adding a door to the west elevation. And the north and east elevations stay like they are. This is a floor plan of the interior of the building. So taking the building, so there's basically 2 areas where trucks will drive in, be processed, and then drive out. And these are just some site photos. So this is the existing building. This is looking southwest from Satellite Boulevard. And this is looking northwest from Satellite Boulevard. So again, those 4 doors will become 3 doors. This is at the rear of the building, so you can see the existing landscaping. So there'll be some pavement installed here. Where that landscaping is, on the other side of that is the drainage canal that you saw in the aerial. And this is just another picture of the building where the trucks would drive in. This is just a picture of that stormwater drainage canal. Again, nothing's discharged into that. That's just for stormwater collection like any other site. So just some staff findings analysis. Again, site's developed with an 11,140 square foot building. It was previously used for a storage facility and a warehouse. It was built in 1999, and there's a parking lot with 28 spaces, which you saw. So the proposed use is to utilize that existing site and building as a septage management facility. And specifically, they're going to be doing liquid waste treatment and disposal facility for storage and processing of septage, and they accept kind of 2 kinds. They have non-hazardous waste from grease traps from restaurants, food processing, packaging, butcher shops, grocery stores, and convenience stores, as well as sanitary waste, septage, and sewage from holding tanks, lift stations, and septic tanks. So this use is permitted only by special exception in the I-4 zoning district, as well as the agricultural districts. It's prohibited in all of the other zoning districts, so it's only allowed in the I-4 or agricultural districts, and it always requires a special exception. So the applicant is proposing to do all activities, including the processing, storage of treatment of septage inside the building. So everything will occur indoors. There's no storage or processing outside on the facility. Facility is going to utilize an air scrubber to reduce impact of odors escaping the building. Operation is going to be subject to the county's air quality and odor requirements, so effectively subject to county code. And per code, additional odor control or noise abatement measures can be required should the need arise. County's EPD, they have no objection to the request. They've reviewed it in conjunction with the application. And as the use is completely indoors, it'll be in compliance with air quality and noise standards, and no air permit is required. So in addition to being subject to all the county standards and going through this special exception process, facility is also required to comply with all other environmental regulations. They'd have to obtain any and all required permits from other government agencies and jurisdictions. Just to name a few, the South Florida Water Management District, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So should permits be needed from those departments, they would obviously have to pull those. And code does not require a distance separation from other buildings or uses for this use because it's completely indoors. And as you saw on the zoning map, it's surrounded by other industrial zone properties and uses. And as you saw on the aerial map, it's greater than 1,500 feet from the nearest residential use. So staff recommended approval of the special exception request because the use is completely indoors, using the existing building, similar and compatible. It's zoned heavy industrial and surrounded by other industrial uses. And again, as it will be entirely indoors, it'd be similar and compatible. So for public feedback, there were 3 community meetings. So it was a community meeting held before each of the public hearings that has occurred. They've all been pretty well attended, between 40 and 60 people at each community meeting. At all three meetings, the tone was generally negative, general opposition, the main concerns being for odor, as well as the impact on abutting properties and abutting property values. There's also concerns just about chemicals and the general use. And the meeting was attended by nearby property owners, business owners, as well as tenants of buildings nearby in the industrial and commercial areas, as well as area residents. So a little bit everybody was at the meeting. For public feedback, so for a use like this is a 1 mile buffer notice. So 2,544 notices went out. We received 11 correspondence in favor of this request, which none are mapped, and staff received 822 correspondences in opposition to this request prior to the December BZA hearing. 803 of those are unmapped, and in addition to that, also received 800 signatures in opposition at the hearing. So just a reminder of what the special exception criteria is. I'm sure you're all familiar with this, as we do have some of these that come forward, but consistency with a comprehensive plan, the use shall be similar and compatible, the use shall not act as a detrimental intrusion, that the use shall meet the performance standards of the district, the use shall be similar in noise, vibration, dust, odor, glare, heat producing, and other characteristics that are associated with the majority of uses permitted in the zoning district, and that the landscape buffer yards in Chapter 24 of the Landscape Code shall be met. So the BZA, again, recommended denial. So the BZA did discuss the request. They cited concerns related to odor and intrusion into the area, compatibility with the surrounding development, the current development pattern in the area, other similar facilities. Some members of the BZA felt that the use was appropriate for the site, given the heavy industrial zoning and the fact that the use was completely indoors, while others felt that the use was not consistent with the surrounding uses, especially the commercial uses nearby on 441. BZA recommended denial of the special exception by a vote of 4-3. So these were the conditions that were listed in the staff report for the conditions of approval, should it be approved. Conditions 1, 2, and 3 are the standard conditions. Condition 4 is the condition, as the applicant stated, that they were going to do everything inside. So we added a condition that all storage, processing, and treatment of the septic materials in the operation be conducted completely inside the existing building, and that there be no outside storage or processing. Condition 5 is basically copying from the code that at any time during the operation, the county can require the implementation of additional odor control measures to address odors found in violation of the rules. So if there are, complaints that would go through the EPD code enforcement process, and if it need be, then we can require additional mitigation factors to reduce the odors. Condition 6 is basically the same as Condition 5, but as it relates to noise. So should there be, obstructive noise and they're in violation of the noise ordinance, we can require additional things to mitigate that. And Condition 7, just that they're obtain building permits within 3 years. So the requested action today is to either deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions. Zoning staff's available for questions. We also have staff from environmental protection and utilities here.
All right, thank you very much. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, we invite you to the podium for any comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Logan Opsahl, Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive. Great to be with this body this afternoon. I represent WRM, who's seeking a special exception for a water reclamation facility. Taylor touched on what that means under the code. We qualify as what's called a septage facility under Orange County Code, and it talks about 2 different types of uses. Under that broader code, we, WRM, recycle water for grease traps in restaurants, grocery stores, hospitals, schools, all required to have proper handling of grease materials. We're here on a special exception because, as Taylor noted, this use is only permitted in the I-4 zoning designation and only by special exception. So special exceptions are permitted uses, provided, however, we meet the criteria, the 6 criteria specifically outlined in the code. And I'll talk about that a little bit, but wanted to make sure we're clear on why we're here and why it's a special exception. Not a rezoning. There is no more intensive rezoning we could rezone to, but a special exception which focuses on those 6 specific criteria in code. I have handed out a lookbook for you to help facilitate this presentation. I've also you have written correspondence in your packages from various experts and speakers. I provide additional copies of those for the record. I know it's a large, packed house tonight, and I look forward to hearing from everybody. We've gotten to know some of these folks really well. But today, this application, this presentation, I want to focus on, again, the specific criteria, the facts, what's being proposed, and try to avoid any additional misinformation or other such items. So this is an aerial of the property. Again, we're property zoned I-4. It's the most intensive industrial zoning category in the county. The property is within a historic kind of industrial park. It's been heavy industrial since the 80s and before. It continues to be industrial today and planned in Vision 2050 to remain heavily industrial in the future. Here's a look at just a snippet of the zoning map, which shows the surrounding uses. And this is how land development works around I-4, right? We have I-4 intensive zoning in an industrial park together with some slightly lesser intensive industrials as it moves into some planned developments and higher intensity commercial. I'll also note industrial uses are commercial uses under the code. I wanted to provide this snapshot from the code as it relates to I-4 because I think it's important. I-4 area, specifically I-4, okay? Industrial areas, but specifically I-4, not just account for certain byproducts like odor and smoke and dust and noise. It's actually the purpose of this zoning designation. Notwithstanding Taylor outlined to you, and you'll see in this presentation, we've taken various measures which only the special exception process can afford us to make sure that all of those items are mitigated and properly handled. Here's just a look at the future land use map, all industrial, again, surrounded by commercial. We know the comprehensive plan is the law of the land as it relates to land development in the county. And here's just a couple of the goals, objectives, and policies taken from the comprehensive plan as it relates to those uses. Infill development of industrial uses in existing corridors. That's what's being presented to you today. Also water, critical in the comprehensive plan both now and looking ahead. Your comprehensive plan mentions water reclamation, this use, 112 times. And I think that speaks volumes to the importance that the county's put into that critical infrastructure. This is just a snapshot of the building, and I think it's important because I want to touch on one more thing. Following approval of this special exception, this is how it will continue to operate and look. All process and procedures are done internally, inside that building. We've pulled some permits. Again, this is an existing infill industrial area. These have all permits so far have been reviewed and approved by staff. And of course, you have the additional landscaping. Surrounded by other industrial, so although not required, we have some mature existing additional landscaping. I want to talk to you a little about the company and the process. And I have just a very brief 2-minute video we're going to play, which kind of shows that process. And I'll narrate just a couple things. But on your screen, you'll see how the process works. In WRM, this is their slogan, saving water, protecting the environment. It's an environmental service we're providing, and this animation will show it. So again, you have the existing building, and as you'll see momentarily, the trucks that enter the property will enter the building through the garages that were just permitted. When those trucks are received in the building, their engines are turned off and the garage is closed behind them. Here's a look inside. What you see in yellow being highlighted there are screened containers. So everything is out of a vacuum truck through a vacuum tube behind a double wall and into a fully enclosed container. The liquid is never in open air. It's completely contained. And what's being processed accounts about 90% water. So as the liquid moves through the process tanks, all we're doing here is separating liquids from solids. We don't use any toxic chemicals. We use two additives, a pH balancer and a flocculant, which really works like Dawn dish soap. It separates liquids from solids. It goes into what's called a DAF, and a bunch of bubbles just help push the solids up to the surface. When those solids are dewatered, they turn into what we call a cake, and they're put into closed containers. They're dry, and they're used for composting. pH balance, it's like what's used in your swimming pool and county swimming pools. Those items can be bought over the counter at Walmart, Target. They're fully safe for humans, pets, wildlife. This air scrubber, twice the capacity for the square footage, removes virtually all of the odor. And again, all of this is taking place indoors. So no odor, and certainly not outside of the building. What's used for the clean water that's moving through the system? It's used for wetland mitigation, watering, and other uses in the county facility to help it run more efficiently. If we go back to my presentation. And we're required to connect to the county per the code. And what's being processed through our facility is clean water moving through the sewer system and again, moving down to the county system to help it run more efficiently. There's a need in the county. It's a big growing county with 37 plus hospitals, 200 plus public schools, 500 hotels, and thousands of restaurants, all required to have their grease traps handled appropriately. That's the service that WRM provides, and it's a desperate need. I know some of you have run on the critical infrastructure that this provides. Now let's talk about special exception approval criteria, because that's what we're here for. And what you have in front of you on your staff reports is your staff moving through their criteria and concluding that we satisfy all 6 of these. And I'll move through these briefly, focusing on some more than the rest. But here, consistency with a comprehensive plan. I outline those goals and objectives and the urgent need for water reclamation in the county. Your staff has concluded that our project is consistent with a comprehensive plan. Compatibility, and this is really important. I-4, very intense zoning. We could pull a business tax receipt today for permitted uses by right for manufacturing of explosives and corrosive acid, fertilizer and chemical manufacturing, junkyard, bulk storage of hazardous materials. But again, what this process allows is us to make additional measures like the air scrubber and other items that were outlined in Taylor's report that make us a far better user, quite frankly, under the special exception process. And that's why your staff's concluded, particularly in light of these measures in the indoor component, that we are compatible with all other existing nearby industrial uses. This is an important one too, not detrimental to the surrounding area. Again, all operations occur indoors. All materials are stored in closed, vented tanks. Nothing's in open air. It's all completely enclosed. The folks that work at our facilities don't use masks. They don't use protective gear. This is 90% water. And your staff has concluded it will not negatively impact the surrounding area. Performance standards. This is infill development. It's an existing building. We're adding some improvements to it, and I noted that, and it's been fully reviewed and permits issued. The proposed operation meets all performance and design standards. Similar in noise, vibration, dust, and odor. And recall, Section 38, the purpose of I-4 is to allow for odor. We are taking every step to prevent it. Air scrubbers, all indoors, and that's a condition to the special exception. And that's why your staff's concluded there are no proposed activities that would generate any unnecessary byproducts, undesirable byproducts not similar to the zoning district. And they focus on those uses, the indoor and the air scrubber. And landscaping, we talked about, existing landscaping and as not necessary around other industrial areas. Again, the compatibility, existing heavy industrial uses. And here's your staff conclusion. With that, we respectfully request that the commission approve the special exception as meeting all the criteria for the special exception. and in line with your staff report. With that, I know there's a lot of folks here. I'll reserve the remainder of my time to respond after public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. How many persons are here for public comment?
We have 73 registrants, but only 29 speakers for this item, Mayor. Lots of time sharing.
All right, we'll give each speaker a maximum of 2 minutes.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you do approach the podium, please begin with your name and address for the record, and I will indicate whether you have additional time dedicated to you. Our first speaker is going to be Darren Thompson. And Darren, you have 3 additional minutes, so that will be a total of 5 here. Following Darren, we've got Monica Perez-Wonas, also with additional 3 minutes, and Kathleen Gordon with an additional minute. So that would be Darren Thompson, Monica Perez-Wonas, and Kathleen Gordon. And the first speaker may approach.
So Darren Thompson is representing himself and 4 others that gave him time?
That's accurate, Mayor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Thompson, come forward.
Hello, my name is Darren Thompson.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Address is 9423 South Orange Avenue. That is my place of work, in which I would be directly affected if this facility was approved. I have a question. What happens when the system fails? Odors have recently been recognized as air pollutants. Therefore, biological control of odors and bioaerosols in wastewater treatment plants has received attention in recent years. Long-term human exposure to certain odors can cause negative health effects, emotional and physical, such as anxiety, depression, restlessness, and symptoms which include eye irritation, headaches, respiratory problems, nausea, and vomiting. According to a study, wastewater treatment plants as a source of malodorous substances is hazardous to health by the National Library of Medicine in April of 2023. Certain malodors cause havoc on the human body and environment. In addition to, the study finds that smell emissions increase significantly during the summer season when the temperature is higher. With the rare exception of a few days, our weather here in Orlando is summer season all year round. Investigations into Maryland's Patapsco and the Back River plant, each state-of-the-art world-class facilities, yielded that neither has worked as designed since 2021. They have discharged way beyond their permitted limitations for pollution into the rivers, which themselves are a part of the Chesapeake Bay watershed. Nobody expected it to be this bad because of the new technology. Knowing what you know or will know once you've heard from everybody today, are you willing to put us at risk? Should a wastewater treatment plant be in such proximity to our center of activity? What will happen when the system fails as it did in Maryland, or when the management fails as this applicant did in its Groveland plant here in Lake County? Are you willing to allow wastewater to go into the Boggy Creek watershed through its approximate 50 named rivers and lakes? Please say no to the applicant. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Monica Wanis, and my address is 200 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida. I'm with CBRE, which is the world's largest commercial real estate company, and I have specialized in industrial zone properties here in Central Florida for the last 20 years. I am the specialist that assisted WRM in the selection of this facility that took us over a year to identify this facility. We did conclude that this facility best met the needs based on 3 reasons. Number one, back in 1982, when the I-4 zoning was established in Orange County, this was designated as a subject neighborhood as where higher concentrations of heavy industrial properties would be located. Number two, WRM's facility had to be located in Orange County, the only county within Central Florida that has adequate utilities to support their needs. Across Central Florida, there's about 150 million square feet of industrial property. 750,000 square feet of those are zoned industrial I-4 zoning. Only a few 100,000 square feet are located in Orange County, and even less than that have the service capability of Orange County utilities. Lastly, location. The direct access to the major thoroughfares and customers such as retail businesses and restaurants. You may hear from some people who claim a water recycling facility will reduce their property values. I'm here to tell you that that is simply not true. Within the last year, there was another commercial property within the subject neighborhood that sold adjacent to another recycling facility called Select. The difference between WRM's proposed site and Select is that Select is an open-air facility. Despite the open-air operation, the adjacent commercial property to Select sold on August of 2024 for $7.4 million, and within 6 months was under contract again for $8.9 million. Properties within the subject neighborhood continue increasing in value. Furthermore, appraisals conducted within the subject neighborhood do not speak to adjacent operations or uses affecting the property value whatsoever. Communities need heavy industrial uses to continue providing services that create a safe, clean quality of life for its residents. There were reasons that Orange County designated certain areas to locate these industrial services. If we stop allowing heavy uses from entering their designated areas, we are setting ourselves up for a future that cannot support the needs of our growing community and the prosperity for all businesses. This property is located on a street where every single warehouse building has I-4 zoning. There may be other commercial uses that have elected to locate close to the I-4 zone neighborhoods, but the reality is the neighborhood was zoned I-4 decades before any of the development started happening along Orange Blossom Trail. There should be no surprise that most intense uses are located here. Please vote to allow the water recycling facility to be located on this parcel where it belongs. The proposed use is within the correct zoning and provides a necessary service to our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dr. Kathleen Butler Gordon. 4635 Patricia Ann Court, which was named Telfair, and it became Holden. There were no homes on that street whatsoever when we bought the property and decided to build there. The homes on that street now are worth over $1 million, anywhere from over 700,000 to $1 million. It's just a beautiful area, surrounding area. We all love each other. We all work together. Good evening to you all, the Honorable Mayor Jerry Demings and this distinguished panel that I know extremely well. I know your work. I served on your board. I worked in your community. And the former speaker, bless her heart. But listen, I'm only up here to let you know, you must not only listen to me, but you must listen to the next 26. Don't leave out of here. Nobody give any time to anybody unless you bring me back up. And the reason why I'm saying that, you have got to hear your people. Anytime somebody comes before a board that already have regulations and you come with special exception for a toilet, excuse me, I'm sorry. You got to think about what they are saying to you. Would it work in your neighborhood, Mayor Demings? Would you want that plant right down the street from your beautiful high schools we have built, the middle schools we have built, the K-8s we have built? Now you're picking on poor Taft. Taft is a beautiful area than what you all have already done. Let's keep Orange County beautiful. Don't let Orlando just keep saying, we live in unincorporated Orange County. We are proud of Orange County. Let's put our signs up. We moved out of Orlando to move into Orange County. Not for the growth of septic tanks and all of these environment with special exceptions. We came to raise our families and our grandchildren so that they will have an inheritance. Those little 2 houses I have are the only 2 my children will get. And God forbid, we built schools in that neighborhood. We wouldn't have built not any of the 110 schools that my name and Mr. Blocker name and Mr. Morris' name is on. You use Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris is gone. Mr. Rosen's gone. Please don't let people come in here. They're going to be gone. Where are they going to be 5 years from today? Show me that 5-year plan. And if they don't have one, we don't need that overflow. When I saw that little piece of lake they showed back there, the restoration, and I got 10 seconds and I'm going to give you 4 of it. I was shocked. Listen, you are the only ones that can vote today.
All right. All right, so thank you, Dr. Gordon, former school board member. And I'm going to give the audience just that one warning. While you're in here during these processions, you cannot clap, make noise, or do any of that. Otherwise, we're going to ask you to leave. You can show your support in other ways. Some of you are wearing shirts and other things in here, but can't allow that to happen so that we don't lose the decorum. Okay, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Okay, there won't be any other warnings. Otherwise, I will ask the deputy sheriffs to escort you out. All right, with that, we'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is going to be Emily Frazee, followed by Stephanie Vielma and Earl Lott. And Earl, you'll have 2 extra minutes.
Good afternoon. Emily Frazee, 2303 Oberlin Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32804. I'm here in support of this case. My family and I have a long-standing history of owning and still own several parcels of I-4 zoned property right here in Orange County within Cypress and Regency Park. We are deeply concerned that the industrial zoning in our business parks is not being fully valued or effectively utilized. The situation at 1002 Satellite Boulevard raises important issues that could have significant negative impacts on the future of our county. It's crucial that we address this now to protect property values and ensure continued growth for our community. I-4 zoning is meant for the most intense industrial uses, and in 1982, Orange County designated the area near 441 and the Turnpike specifically for this purpose. That's what makes these business parks so valuable and attractive to heavy industrial users like gas, bio-waste, and metal companies. The property in question is situated on a street where every warehouse has been zoned I-4 for over 40 years. Additionally, a similar open-air facility operates less than 5 minutes away. Communities need heavy industrial uses to maintain a safe and clean quality of life. If we stop allowing these uses in I-4 zones where they do belong, we risk not having enough industrial services to meet our community's needs because there will be nowhere else for them to go. We are deeply concerned that denying the water reclamation facility at this site will set a damaging precedent that undermines the value of I-4 zoning. I-4 zoning is meant for heavy industrial uses, and if those uses aren't allowed here, where can they go? Rejecting WRM's facility would send a message that Orange County is not supportive of essential services and job creation, pushing future industrial growth elsewhere, and devaluing properties in our business parks. My family and I fully support this facility because it fits the purpose of I-4 zoning and will enhance our property values. Please vote to allow it. It's the right decision for industrial growth in our community.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Vielma. I live at 6609 Datura Drive, Orlando, Florida. For years, many of us have invested in this area surrounding the proposed site with the Commission's blessings. That is why the proposed septic facility will undermine the vested trends and spike loss of the business income and real property values. This is true because wastewater treatment creates noise, bad odor, and other nuisance that affect our daily lives. The project does not meet the criteria for a special exception because it is not consistent with the pattern of the surrounding development. The use is a detrimental intrusion into the surrounding areas. The use brings bad odor, noise, and potential for harmful airborne contamination that are not associated with the uses currently permitted in the area. There is no reasonable evidence that the proposed buffer will protect neighbors, restaurants, schools, homes, retail establishments, professional offices from the noise and bad odor that is typical of a wastewater business, as you might know already. Therefore, a wastewater plant in this location is adverse to the public interest, as the Planning and Zoning Board say no to the disruption of business, lowering of property values and negative effects of the safety, health, and welfare of the community as it exists today. We, the residents, depend on you to ensure the public interest is upheld. Please, Commissioners and Mayor, vote no today to safeguard our community's future. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Earl Lott. I reside at 104 Carousel Court in Lakeway, Texas. I am a former director of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality in Austin, Texas. I have over 28 years' experience overseeing regulatory programs in waste management and water resources. Today, I'm here to express my strong support for the proposed waste resource management grease recycling facility. Every year in the food service industry produces millions of gallons of grease and organic waste that must be managed properly. Without adequate grease recycling facilities, this waste often ends up being illegally dumped, leading to environmental issues such as water contamination, sewer blockages and overflows, public health risk. Proper collection and transportation and processing of grease waste is essential for environmental protection, regulatory compliance, public health, and sustainability. WRM is a recognized industry leader in grease waste collection and recycling in Texas. They have built a reputation for advanced recycling technology, strict regulatory compliance, and outstanding customer service. Their commitment to environmentally responsible waste management sets them apart in the industry. WRM's Austin facility is their flagship operation in Texas. I personally oversaw the technical review of this permit and can attest to the high standards that WRM maintained in its design and operation. They spared no expense in building a top-tier environmentally protected facility featuring state-of-the-art storage tanks and fittings, spill containment sumps to prevent leaks, and oversized air scrubbers to eliminate any odors. Because of their strong compliance record and commitment to the best practices, the City of Austin awarded WRM its Environmental Excellence Award for outstanding operations. The proposed Orlando facility is based on its successful Austin design. WRM has applied key lessons learned from their Austin operation to further enhance environmental controls and efficiency and odor mitigation. This facility will set the standard for grease recycling in Florida. WRM has a proven track record of responsible waste management and regulatory compliance. Their facilities play a crucial role in environmental protection and public health in municipal infrastructure sustainability. I strongly support you approve this facility, and I thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lott. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Nancy Campaglia, followed by Pablo Rodriguez, followed by Vern Bueller. And Vern, you'll have 3 extra minutes.
Permission to proceed.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Nancy Campaglia, 5465 Lake Jessamine Drive. I've been practicing law in this area for decades. I'm not here in a representative capacity. I am here as an affected member of this community. I ask you to listen carefully to my neighbors, to my friends, to my family, to my doctors, not my hairdressers, as you can tell. These are the folks that worship here, that live here, the restaurants. That is as this community has evolved from industrial. So while it is industrial zoning, it has evolved into a much different actual type of community. It would hurt us tremendously. So much so that the city of Edgewood, at the 5900 block of OBT, just south of Holden, has approved or is in the process of approving an over $500,000 industrial park. And they have specifically prohibited this use from that facility. I ask you to give these people credence. They have been at these community meetings and just tremendous amount of people. There is no misinformation. They've been listening to the information from the applicant and from your staff. Some of them have gone to Texas to ensure how to proceed with this because it means that much to their business. Please vote no because it's not compatible, it's not consistent use. Therefore, no is the only answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Pablo Rodriguez, 9800 South Orange Blossom Trail. I'm going to be quick. I just want to read something real quick. This facility will be operating for 24 hours, 7 days a week. Summary of the proposed wastewater discharge is as follows. An average daily flow of 60,000 gallons per day, per hourly flow 11,000 gallons, between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. The flow type, non-continuous discharge from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Has the applicant or the county staff performed a reliable study that has led the county to confirm that the noise from the proposed project will not generate any adverse effect or impact on the neighbors, such as the schools, the residents, the church? I don't think they have, and I don't think the county have it either. I want to share with you a public complaint, okay? It's a public complaint from nearby residents and their response from the applicant's Nevada plant. And it reads as follows. I'm going to put it here so I can share it with everybody. Here we go. It reads as follows. The complaint says, what in the world are they doing at 11 p.m.? All day to make noise and just causing mass chaos in the middle of the night. And then the response from the owner, okay, was, we regret that our operation disturbed you. Due to the nature of our business, we often work late hours so that we can better serve our restaurants and casino customers. I'm sorry, but they don't care about the community. They only care about the pockets, okay? My family, myself, we've been on this area for more than 30 years. We enjoy the restaurants. We enjoy the area. I work there 12 to 13 hours a day, and I'm against the plan. Please, say no to the plan.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Vern Bueller, and live at 1125 North Sherman, Royal Oak, Michigan. I'm a senior application engineer at Seco Environmental Corporation with expertise in air handling and air treatment technologies. My formal education is in chemical engineering, and I have a master's in environmental engineering. Our company has been in business since 1964, and we have thousands of air scrubbers in operations, many here in Florida. These scrubbers are used in municipal and industrial processes. The complexity of scrubber design can vary to achieve specific treatment requirements. In other words, air scrubbers are customized to both the site and to the application for which they are intended. As you may know, the property in discussion today does not require an air scrubber, but based on its incredible effectiveness at other properties, WRM has elected to install an air scrubber here. Because there are no specific airborne contaminants at WRM facilities, the scrubbers we designed for them is for removing odor and mist. It is also a far more powerful system than what is needed for the size of the facility. But they wanted to ensure complete odor mitigation for their neighbors. Our air scrubbers don't just filter the air, they eliminate odor-causing compounds using a combination of physical and molecular science. Odors are often caused by volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, as well as inorganic compounds. These compounds are odorous gases released by processes like waste management, various industrial productions, or food processing. The challenge is that these odorous compounds are gases which can't be effectively captured through a filter alone. Our systems use water to absorb the odor compounds. The targeted odor compounds are all water soluble, meaning the odor gases can be dissolved into the water. At the top of the air scrubber, just prior to release to the atmosphere, the clean air passes a mist eliminator to prevent any mist leaving the tower. This combination of absorption followed by mist elimination doesn't just mask odors, it completely eliminates them. The purified, odorless air is recirculated back into the environment. This process happens continuously and efficiently, making our systems ideal for industrial and commercial spaces. The air scrubber is a permanent odor control solution opposed to a temporary fix. This permanent solution improves air quality, employee comfort, and exceeds regulatory compliance. I appreciate your time, and I can take any questions.
All right. Thank you for your time. We'll see if there are any other questions of you later. Next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Jackie Davenport. And Jackie, you have 4 extra minutes for a total of 6. Following Jackie, we've got Lou Alcia Nelson and Cher Roan, who also has an extra 3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Jackie Davenport. I live at 1124 Hall Lane, Orlando, Florida, and I'm here to speak with you. The Planning and Zoning Board deliberately at length on the matter before you correctly recommended that the special exception should not be granted. Good planning is a key factor for reducing the occurrence and the incompatibility land use using their odor emitting facilities. Wastewater treatment plants are a source of atmospheric pollutants. The applicant will be treating wastewater to remove contaminants at the site. Differently said, destroying a variety of viruses and bacteria from the wastewater that it transports to the proposed site. The primary objective should be firm confirmation that the proposed project will not be an intrusion that consists nuisance or brings harm for the neighboring land users such as workers, customers of businesses, and residents in general. However, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection had issued the applicant a determination of no permit, relying on what the applicant has provided in the application that is reasonably assurance that the system will not contribute pollutants to the ground or surface waters. Conditioned on the applicant not discharging effluent liquids from the facility except to the sanitary sewer. Not Orange County staff, not the state of Florida Department of Environmental Protection has verified whether the applicant can perform as per the application. The regulatory agencies who are supposed to be protecting us have simply accepted the applicant's reasonable assurances. We deserve better. Our children deserve better. The investments we've made in this county and community deserve better. I encourage you to deny the application and vote for our safety. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm noticing that there are some public speakers that are overlapping as experts who are listed in the report, who I'm assuming they've been paid then to be here. And I was wondering if we could get a distinguished, like, could they tell us if they've been here, if they're being paid to be here versus if they're a community member prior to their statement? Is that possible?
I think we can ask them, but we cannot force them to do that.
I think there's a box on the comment card, right, that they have to check at the very bottom that indicates they've been.
Mr. Thalmuller, has anyone checked a box that indicated they were being paid to be here today?
It does not appear so far.
Because there's two people from, not even from Florida. One from Virginia, I think, and one from Texas.
Who are listed as experts in their report.
They did not list themselves as part of the applicant team.
Okay, so I'll look to the county attorney. I think that we can't stop them from appearing, but we'll listen to the county attorney.
Thank you.
Can you repeat what you're asking for clarification?
Sure. So I just noticed as some of the members have been coming up to speak, that there have been several people who have spoke whose name also appears on the expert list of the report. So I know there's that box on our comment card that says you check it if you've been paid or compensated in some way for today's appearance. And I just wanted to make sure that we were distinguishing the difference between our residents and those that are either one part of the applicant team or have been paid to be here to provide some type of testimony at the stand for us to hear.
So I believe the applicant is in a better position to be able to identify who the applicant is relying on as experts. I don't know why they wouldn't be marked as part of the applicant's team, but I'm not sure I can answer the question as to why they didn't.
Yeah, because they are getting more time. And I know that 3 of them that are on this list did get additional time, would put them like almost at 25 minutes.
Yep.
Which is well above what the applicant is given as an appeal.
I can't answer the why. I believe that's a question for the applicant, and I think that's really what you guys are getting at is, why wouldn't the applicant team be entirely identified as members of the applicant team?
So just for clarity, the form that someone fills out, whether online or paper, to be a public speaker, to ask them to, but that's a voluntary disclosure, right? Or does it say, is there a statute that mandates that they just says, hey, are you paid? But are they legally required to answer that question?
No, I believe that was created as a function of direction from the board.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is we can't require it, we ask them to identify. But however, if they are officially a member of the applicant's team, then the applicant should really, in all fairness, use them as part of the time that's allotted to the applicant. If they are, I'm going to say, citizens, private citizens, and someone has asked them to speak, but they're not being paid as part of the applicant's team, then it wouldn't require them to necessarily identify themselves as part of the team. So,
Mayor, they're listed as
let me do
their
this.
team members right here in their report.
Let me do this. Are you part of the applicant's team? Okay. So let me do this. For argument's sake, if you will stand by for just a moment, let me ask the applicant to come up. It's best that I direct this question right now to you. Have you orchestrated something where you have members who are speaking during the public comment who should properly be part of your team and their time should be allocated to you?
Sure. So we talked briefly about this with staff before we started because there was some confusion from all WRM employees put the applicant team, and we discussed that. We have residents here who are just coming to speak, and we have some that we put as not part of the applicant team because they're not WRM employees, but they did put they're being compensated. And the commissioner's correct. Some of those are listed as resources in the packet that's in front of you. So that was the discussion we had, and that's how we handled it, Mayor.
But it's not saying they're compensated on their form. That's exactly what Nick just confirmed for us.
I was just talking with those folks. They said they checked it, and if not, we're happy to correct it. But
Okay, do you, wait just a moment. Let me kind of handle this part at this point. Are you saying that, are there other people here who have signed up to speak at this point who are part of your experts listed in this document?
Well, yes. For example, Mr. Mayor, the gentleman that just spoke for this application, he's with the company that manufactures the air scrubber we're looking to install. And so he spoke to the specifics about the air scrubber.
So let's do this. Are there any remaining speakers who are associated with the applicant?
Mayor, for clarification, none of the speakers, other than the applicant himself, indicated on the form that they are part of the applicant team. Several of the speakers have in fact checked the box that said yes, they were compensated to be here. But it is yes, I was compensated to be here. No, I am not part of the applicant team. Is what their forms read.
Okay, so at this point, I'm not going to allow anyone else who is associated with the applicant who've been paid to be here to speak. I think that they could have spoken as experts during that allotted time that the applicant will have. So at this point, those of you who are here, how many speakers do you have remaining?
Remaining, or remaining who have been compensated to be here?
The ones who are being compensated, who have indicated they're being compensated.
And can we find out who has been compensated that's already spoken? Because I think that's very important too, because one of them is the first person on the list.
Mayor, there are 4 remaining speakers who indicated that they were compensated.
There's a remaining 4?
Remaining 4, yes.
Okay, so we're not going to allow them to speak. If any other persons here are, and you did not indicate on the card, if you're experts or what have you that are associated with the applicant, we're not going to allow you to speak during the public comment period of time. You could speak as part of the time, and I don't remember how much time, but I thought it was only maybe 4 minutes or so left for the applicant's time. And so it would be the pleasure of the board whether or not during the rebuttal we would allow the applicant to have any additional time. But those other persons, we're not going to allow them to speak during the public portion. It is designed for individuals who are truly public, who have comments, not for the experts, if you will, that are associated with the applicant.
Mayor, though, in full transparency, can we find out who's been paid, who has spoken? Because I think that's really important.
If Mr. Thal Mueller has the ones who have already spoken, did any of them indicate that they have been paid?
So what the box reads is, have you received or been promised any compensation or anything of value, including money or gifts related to the topic or project you were appearing and speaking about at today's public hearing? Some of the speakers who have already spoken have checked that box, but for clarification, it does not say that they were paid by the applicant.
Can you give us their names?
The rule requires disclosure if they were compensated by the applicant.
Okay. Some of them may have been obvious because they indicated their particular expertise. Earl Lott, where are you, sir? Are you associated with the applicant? Okay, he's been paid by the applicant.
Who was that?
Earl Lott,
Earl was
LOTT.
paid?
Vern, I didn't write Vern. Okay, what was your last name? Just one more time. Bueller? Okay. Are you, Mr. Bueller, if you're not paid by the applicant, are you paid by any other organization that is here today? Okay. You're unattached.
Wow.
Oh, okay, so.
You got compensated. That's compensation.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the point. It's a different company, and he's here to obviously speak to the veracity of his product. I'm fine with the other 4. Those were WRM employees that I spoke with the county attorney about. We said, yes, I understand that. They won't speak then. So we thought we were following instructions on that.
Okay, did you ask him to come, though, and speak on your behalf today, even though it's a different company?
I did not ask him to come speak.
Okay, so he came on his own. Okay, so we'll have to take you at your word on that. And let's see. Monica Wallens?
Were you the broker on the, did you receive a commission?
Okay, I just, because it is being recorded here, are you associated with the applicant? Okay, come back to the mic so we can capture it on the mic.
Mayor, while we're waiting for her to come, just clarity, is on the opposite, is there anyone who has been paid by the community? We have that?
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Okay.
All right. All right, so
Yes, sir.
Ms. Monica Wallens, is it?
Wanis.
Wanis.
Yes.
Wanis.
You want us to come over?
I couldn't read my own handwriting here. But Ms. Wanis, you are associated with the applicant. Is that correct?
I assisted the applicant in finding the location, but I was not paid by the applicant for my services. So I'm a commercial real estate broker that is paid by the seller
Okay.
of a property.
Did the applicant ask you to come today?
No, I knew the matter of what's at hand and the I-4 zoning is in jeopardy. This is what I-4 zoning is for. If you take away the capability of I-4 zoning, where will these
Okay,
industrial uses
okay.
go?
You don't have to go back over what
Ms.
you said.
Wallace,
I think we got
your
it the first time. I'm just trying to see if the applicant coordinated with you and asked you to come today to speak.
Correct. Myra?
Yeah, and Mayor, as a point of clarity, Ms. Bonas, you're listed on their presentation as an expert. So you are.
But I have never been paid a dime by them.
Okay, so
I am here
compensation
as
is
a
not
specialist.
Okay,
Doesn't mean paid.
let me handle this part of it, please. Okay, we all cannot just jump in.
And have we focused on everybody else that's
Okay.
wearing the white shirts to
Ms.
find out if they've been paid? I don't
Wallace,
understand why the.
I'm just asking you a question at this time, okay? I appreciate your honesty. You have not been paid.
That is
okay?
correct.
And however, you do have a relationship with the applicant, but your concern is you live here and you feel that this
Correct.
particular industrial zoning should allow for the business in question that has made the application.
Correct.
All right.
I have
All right.
relationships with most of the industrial companies in
All
Central
right.
Florida.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to say that that one is not expressly, I think, a conflict. I only have to take her word at this point. They are not under oath. Okay. Emily Frazee? Okay. Ms. Frazee, if you will go to the podium for just a moment, please. Okay. Are you being compensated by the applicant?
No.
Are you associated with the applicant?
No, sir.
Okay. You're totally independent of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think those are the only ones that that's Mr. Lott. No, Mr. Lott is over here. This is Earl Lott. Okay, who was that? The gentleman with the...
From Virginia? The air scrubber from Virginia?
No, that was the gentleman that just clarified.
I just asked him.
Okay.
Okay.
So the
we
one from
have him.
Texas and Virginia?
Yes. Okay. So now, is there anyone, I can't read the shirts, what do they say? Say no to sewage treatment plant. Okay. Is there anyone who signed up to speak who's being compensated by the say no to sewage treatment? Okay. All right. So then I think they're fair. They can speak. They can cede time to the other. So at the conclusion of this portion for the public comment, I'll see where we are. I'll see if the commissioners at that time have any questions of the applicant. Otherwise, I think you would be out of time because some of these individuals are clearly associated with you. You have them listed. We did not list them in your material. So somewhere in your mind, you thought that they were here to speak on your behalf or that they were going to be part of your team because you listed them as such.
Yeah, well, thank you for the clarification, Mayor. And again, I think we handled that. And I did discuss with staff and the county attorney before. I thought I was doing the right thing. We did discuss this specific topic. So I appreciate the clarification. It sounds like we got what we need. I would appreciate the chance to respond to these folks. I think they deserve it, and I'd like to do so. And I will be respectful of that time if we can try to keep it under 4 minutes.
We'll come back to that after the public comment period of time, and we'll see what the pleasure of the board is at that time. Okay. All right. With that, we're going to go back to these other citizens who, based upon what has been said by both sides, you are not being compensated. You're not part of the applicant's team. You may be residents who have a mutual interest in your presence here today. So Just as a reminder, please give us your name, address for the record. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nelson Cabrera. My address is 9803 South Orange Blossom Trail, Orlando, Florida 32837. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
I got this speech here. I got a broken English, and I prepared this speech today to try to do the best. But I want to talk from my heart. Okay? I don't want to see the speech. I don't think so that I need it. Okay? I'm being opposite at this project because definitely affect my investment. I'm going to talk first about me, my investment, that everybody here are going to do the same that I'm doing. I have a property that I bought 2 years and a half ago. There is maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times value of the project that the applicants has. It's not fair for me to buy a property in the area that I have a small business because also I bought a property because I want to help my people. I want to help business people. And this project is just 10 feet from my property where I have 85 tenants. Most of the tenants, I can say 99% works with the door opens all day long. Okay? It's not fair for them. First, I spoke about my investment. Now I talk about them. They are all day long over there. I just maybe go on the weekends. Maybe I just go to see my finance. But what about them? People, that you represent them here today. Okay? Also, of the 85 tenants, I got 8 restaurants in my property. I got here, I'm going to give you a copy. 4 of them are ready. Give me documents. They want to cancel the lease. I'm going to give you a copy to you guys, okay? And one of them is Lucy. She's here. She got 30 years in that location. And she came to me yesterday and said, hey, Nelson, what are you going to do for me if they approve this plan? I said, Lucy, I can do anything for you. I try to do my best, But I know our mayor and our commissioner, they're going to take care of you, and they're going to take care of all the Hispanic people that are here. Please vote no to this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
My name is Louis Alicia, and I'm on 9423 South Orange Blossom Trail, and I'm against the plan. That's it.
All right, it's short and sweet. All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I was told I was given 5 minutes, and I'm seeing 2 on the clock, so I have to check with my supervisor. But either way, I am not being paid by the buyer or the seller.
Let's verify. Mr. Thamuela, how much time does she have?
5, it's showing now.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Cherie Roan, and my address of business is 600 West Michigan Street, Orlando, Florida. I'm a 6th generation myself personally at Orange County, Florida, business and landowner in the southeast quadrant of Orlando, a licensed real estate commercial broker since 1973. I'm not being paid by the buyer or the seller or considering possibility of any commission coming from either side. I'm a concerned citizen. Wastewater treatment plants, which are definitely a necessity, are not great neighbors, especially to the church next door on this property, the donut bakery that is close by, and the food processing plant, all of it that exists currently on Satellite Boulevard. This type property carries a stigma that creates or has the potential of creating an economic obsolescence which can negatively impact immediately to surrounding properties and lower investment values. Stigma. A stigma is a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance. Per the National Association of Realtors, a stigmatized property is a property that has been physiologically impacted by an event. History shows wastewater treatment plants can have a negative impact on property values because of the stigma that is attached to these facilities. Some of the examples are the odor, the noise, the perceived health risk due to chemicals and airborne risk and pollutants. Even the EPA, in their Guide to Septic Treatment and Disposal, under Chapter 12, and I quote, "Seepage has an offensive odor and subsequently can cause complaints from local property residents." Also, it further states in that same EPA guide, Chapter 12, seepage contains high levels of odorous compounds such as mercaptans, which are sulfur-smelling compound, which are not necessarily and always significantly removed by chemical addition. Imagine an escaped sulfur smell to your business or your office there on Satellite Boulevard. Per Chapter 12.2, also in the EPA guide, it has a little recommendation that says select remote sites. Satellite Boulevard is not a remote site. To place this type of stigmatized business properties in this area, the community can easily create an undesirable label for this property and the surrounding properties that give it additional drawbacks. Number one, lenders are less likely to lend on undesirable stigmatized properties. Insurance companies charge more for this type property. Even with strict regulation, the fear of leaks, release of harmful pollutants, and accident persist as concerns to buyers, tenants, and investors in this area. As a member of this governing body, representing us, the constituents of Orange County, and the property owners, we've all seen major growth coming all around us and change. But are you ready to bring to this viable area that has worked so hard to come and be a site beautiful to drive down the roads now, an incompatible and intrusive operation that carries a type of stigma that even Fannie Mae, in its most recent selling guidelines just this month, page 564, requires appraisers to report and adjust for their opinion of value when a real property owner seeks to borrow from this type properties and close surroundings. Our commercial real estate becomes economically obsolete when it loses value due to external factors, such as proximity to wastewater or sewage treatment plants. A water treatment plant is a prime example of an external and economic obsolescence that can cause loss or reduction in these values. The property owners, both business and residential in that area throughout the years, have worked hard so that for progress and not deterioration. We hope that you do not stigmatize this property that has been for clean industrial use and keep it in its current zoning. Imagine purchasing a property and it had a traffic signal there. You changed your mind and said, okay, we're going to make an exception and move it. Would that not reduce your property and what you put it in there for? I respectfully ask you to vote no on this proposed change and preserve the current business growth environment into that area on Satellite Boulevard. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker, folks, is going to be Jorge Perez, who also has an additional 3 minutes, followed by Katie, just one name there, and Elizabeth Olivares.
How long do I have? 5 minutes?
5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is George Perez. My address is 9867 South Orange Blossom Trail. I am going to refer directly here to the attorney that said that this area is high industrial. This area is not high industrial. This is office warehousing, all surrounding that property. You can see it all the way around. There's no concrete plants, there's no storage yards, there's no heavy industrial, there's no equipment, there's nothing related to heavy industrial. Even though the zoning is industrial and they meet the requirement for the zoning, okay, the uses around it are not heavy industrial. Heavy industrials are waste transfer, concrete plants, recycling plants, you name it, not office warehouses. On the west side of the property, you will find all commercial. Everything is commercial, nothing is industrial. We have restaurants, schools, that's located within 2,000 feet of homes, schools, daycares, restaurants, you name it. Again, he also mentioned that vacuum. They're going to vacuum these trucks and no smell is going to come out. Vacuuming means suction. Suction means air. Air means it's got to go somewhere. So that air is going to be out, up somewhere. They say that an air scrubber is going to fix the problem. An air scrubber is not going to fix the problem because there's big roll-up doors. When they open up those roll-up doors, they're 14 by 14. So there's no way that that air scrubber is going to have the capacity to suck that amount of air and clean the air at the same time. Okay? With that being said, also, they're going to keep those employees in the summer, okay, under what temperature? It's a warehouse. They don't have AC. They're going to be, what, 100 degrees in there? How they're going to work? They're going to have to suck that air. Are they going to put air conditioning? How they're going to work at 100 degrees in the summer? The doors are going to have to be open. Air has to get in. There's no way they're going to control the smell. It's going to smell. It's going to get out. And there's no way that air scrubber is going to control it. And the air scrubber is not required, so they can take it off at any time. What are we going to do about that? I asked the question here to the health department. Are they here? Health department is here or no? No. So they don't have a tool. They don't have a way of measuring smell. So if it smells and the air scrubber's out, then we got to smell. It's definitely going to smell. Let me tell you something a little bit about me. I'm in the trucking business. I've been in the trucking business 35 years. I deal with septic trucks, with vacuum trucks. They smell when they empty. They smell when they load. There's no way around it. It's going to smell, and nobody's going to be able to stop it. In regards to Monica Perez, that she mentioned about property values, yes, it's going to hurt property values. Even though she said that property has been sold right next to that other plan for $7 million, that's a single property. And everybody knows here that my properties, and I'm sorry I didn't say that, I have 25 tenants. I got partners here that have 45 tenants, okay? And I represent Mazda is here somewhere, Subaru is here, BMW is here. They have over 90 employees, okay? There's no way, absolutely, in the property values that you're going to compare a property like that to a property that has that many tenants and that much business. The businesses are going to get hurt, the business go away, and the value of a property is how much a property gets in rent. So if your tenants go away and your tenants are gone, your property value is going to go down because you can't rent it. You cannot compare a property that's a single tenant or two tenants to this amount of businesses. I represent, there's more than 1,500 petitions. We represent more than 400 businesses that don't fit in here, that could be here, okay? This is absolutely, they will not be able to control the smell. And I got about 30 seconds. There's also an issue with that property. That property does not have a retention pond, okay? And that's talking about environmental. Any leaks of that property, any spillage, any trucks leak, the rainwater is going to run through the pavement and it's going to wind up in the canal. If you look at those properties on the right side of the canal or on the Satellite Boulevard, they don't have retention ponds. The retention ponds, their drainage, their storm drainage in the floor, in the parking lot goes directly to the canals, okay? And they're presenting a dry retention pond for pre-treatment, and that dry retention pond is going to go overflow into the canal. So there's many things wrong with this, many things.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Gutierrez, address 2240 Winterwoods Boulevard, Orlando, Florida. Did you know that the applicant previously had a plant in Lake County? Did you know that the applicant received over $20,000 in civil penalties for environmental-related offenses, including operating without a permit and distributing biosolids to unpermitted sites? As well, did you know that the Occupational Safety and Health Administration imposed penalties for serious offenses and fined them over $5,000? Please vote responsibly and say no to this applicant.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, can we get a copy of that?
She gave it to the clerk, so.
She gave it to you. Okay.
Yes.
The next speaker was Lisbeth Oliveras, who is going to be followed by Julio Corsino. The only Julio on the list.
Is there Julio?
Is there another room, the back room?
Okay, who's the next speaker?
Following
after?
that, we'll have Beth Olson and Sandra Castano.
Okay.
And Beth
They're
will have
here.
2 extra minutes.
If Julio comes in, we'll get him back in the lineup.
Beth Olson's on the list.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yes. Yep.
Just name and address if you don't mind.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Castaño, 5774 Chipola Circle. I don't have the white shirt, but I'm a white shirt too. And the reason why we are here is because this project and the applicants, lately I've been hearing that noise, smell, all this industrial is going to be inside. And there's no way that smell is inside, and there's no way that noise is inside. So I don't know why they are using the system, putting these words, but who will monitor how much odor and noise constitutes nuisance? Who monitors whether nuisance has occurred? How are violations of the code cured? According to staff present at November 25, 24 and February 10, 25 community meetings, the county does not have the authority to shut down the operations because they must follow the process in place. County staff further state that it could be as long as 30 days or more before they can act against the operator in the event of violations. The safety, health, and welfare of those of us who work, live, and play nearby cannot and should not be placed at risk for monetary gain, whether personal or public. Commissioners, we count on you for oversight of our safety, health, welfare in these matters. Therefore, I respectfully request that you take action to stop this harmful use, which is nuisance that significantly interferes with our daily activities and is of such magnitude that it adversely affects our safety, health, and our welfare. Please deny the application.
All right, thank you, Ms. Castaño. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mayor, Commissioners. I live at 731 Crestbrook Loop, Longwood, Florida. I have not been paid to be here.
What is your name?
Beth
So,
Olson.
so again, I want to ask the attorney, because you now have 4 speakers who are on your list as experts. And so these are not resident or business people. These are now, while they did not get compensated to come today, you listed them as your experts and have advised us to ask questions today. So I really want to go
Beth,
back.
are you associated with the applicant on this? Your name, are you aware your name is listed in
Yes.
their material? Okay.
I do.
So we're not going to allow you to speak
Well,
today.
I'm actually a business owner, and I actually paid them to work for me. They don't pay me. I'm not compensated in any way.
Did you authorize them for them to put your name on this list to help them in their case?
I'm speaking on the level of the community and the benefits to the community as a Florida business owner.
You don't live in that area?
I
Okay.
live in Central Florida.
I'm just going to make the call on this one. I think you are associated with the applicant, and since they listed you in their material, you should be part of their time. And unfortunately, their portion of the time is, I think, how much time do they have left, Mr. Thelmuller, the applicant?
4 minutes and 12 seconds.
They have 4 minutes, and we've already, in deference to them, allowed some who they listed. We didn't list them. They listed them as part of their team, okay, and you're one of them. So I'm not going to allow you to speak at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's move to the next speaker, please.
All right. Next speaker is going to be Taisha. Again, just the one name. Followed by Liza Minnelli Pacheco, who has 1 extra minute. Followed by Maria Villasenor.
Okay, we'll start with, is it Taisha? We may have messed up her name somehow, but we'll see how this works out. We'll go to the next person. Who is the next person?
Me, Mayor. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Liza Minnelli Pacheco. I am with a nonprofit. I am with Lo Mío Me Cargo Yo, but I enjoy the area. I have friends and family there, business owners, and that's why I'm here. I 2232 East Peachtree Street in Lakeland, Florida. So we are, why are the people from outside in the community, especially outside District 3, against the wastewater project? For many reasons. So some of us are tenants and business owners that live elsewhere, but our employees work there. Our customers are there. Some of us own property here and rent it up to business owners as investment. We rely on tenants for income. Some of us worship there too and live elsewhere. Some of us have customers and clients in the community. Some of us are in the region and fear that the type of use will spread to other properties. Some of us live within the Buggy Creek watershed located within the Orange County and spans approximately like 85 square miles. The watershed contains lakes, ponds, rivers, streams. We fear that our lakes will be contaminated currently. There is a watershed that is on the area in the land surface from which water flows has the potential to flow to a common destination. So there's a storm drainage. Let me show you. Is it like that? So that's the storm drainage that is directly abutting the property. So rainwater infiltrates or drains to the east towards Satellite Boulevard and into the storm drainage system. So that's how come we're asking you today to vote no. That's part of our environment. We have business there that's been for over 30 years. And I know you guys hear me saying all the time, I'm so proud of this group of people that have made OBT what it is today. We want to continue for them to continue to be able to support their families, to go by their dreams. I want them to be healthy. That's why I'm here today. And I'm asking you to please consider all these people that come here every time we have to talk to you about how we feel, what we would like for you to do for this community. This community is a very diverse community, as you can see, and they're very hardworking people. And we want at least for them to be respected, because that's why they continue to have these businesses there. We want at least for you to know that, you can go get your taco there, you can go family there, without having anything interfering, right, with the air, with their businesses. They've left their heart, their soul, their tears in this business. And out of respect, I would like for at least somebody they've never been recognized. I want them to at least feel that they've been recognized for doing what they've been doing for years. Please vote no.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Mayor and Commissioners. I stand before you today because
Just give us your name and your address if you don't mind.
Sure, I'm sorry. My name is Maria Villasenor, and I live at 5260 Water Vista Drive, Orlando 32821. And I stand before you today because life has given me a second chance. But not everybody is that lucky. I survived cancer, but the price I have been paid and I continue to pay is far too high. Fear, pain, uncertainty, all because, according to my doctors, living near a wastewater facility plant in Nashville might have been a factor in my illness. That is why I moved to Orlando. And now I find myself facing the same threat once again. This is not a distant possibility. It is a proven reality. This plant emits toxic particles. The trucks transporting waste leak contaminated liquids. And the air that we breathe is filled with invisible poison. Every breath could be one step closer to tragedy. But what is even more alarming is that this plant will be less than a mile from daycare centers, schools, and recreational parks. Our children deserve to grow up in a healthy environment, not surrounded by pollution and danger. I ask you not only to hear my words, but to feel my story. We cannot allow more people, children, mothers, grandparents, to face a devastating diagnosis when we have the power to prevent it today. You have the power to save lives. Just one decision is what is going to keep us away from this. Do not allow this plan to be approved. Do not allow more families to suffer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Senor. Next speaker, please.
All right, we have 4 speakers remaining, beginning with Giuseppe Calvo, followed by Jeff Gray, Zadie Brasino, and Hiki Okanedo. Heike, thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon. This is my driver license. I live a mile, 0.3 from where is going to be the plant, and I work less than a mile. My address is 11730 Binfield Code, and I work in 2101 Water Bridge Boulevard.
And give us your name.
Giuseppe Calvo.
Yeah.
I'm going to make this more romantic. I don't going to use the technical words that everybody is using because I don't know about that. I'm just a concerned citizen who live there and be every day with the people who is being here. Maybe many of you guys don't know, but this is the perfect neighborhood where you can count with everybody who being here. Why we are wearing white shirts? Because we are friends, because we support each other. Nobody is paying us to be here. We are against this because this is going to hurt our life, our future, our health, our business. It's something, one business who going to damage hundreds of houses because these people provide money for their houses. It's a lot of neighbors, a residential area where it's going to be affected for one business. I just want to say, please help us still being friends, help us to be still being in the same neighbor where nobody is going to be in a hospital in the future because we're going to have pulmonary problems for the air, for the microbacteria that is going to come after that. It's maybe no smell, but it's going to be something that is going to hurt us in 5 years. You guys don't want to be in dealing with us here in the future or everybody here with some kind of disease. For me, it's going to be double because I'm going to live there and work there. It's going to be 24 hours. And I'm going to knock your doors. If I get sick, I promise that. I'm going to find your address. I know, hey, I get this disease. You know, I have this one because I'm being affected for what is going there. Plus, like I say, more romantic about this. Before all this happened, I want you to know why we are here. When was COVID, you know what? My mom was ready to die, very bad. And one of the person who is there, who have a restaurant, knocked my door with a cup of soup for my mom. Who do that? What neighborhood have that? I have another people here who make parties in Christmas for all the kids in the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sadie Bricino, and I have worked in this area for over 15 years. My address is 9873 South Orange Blossom Trail. I'm here, nobody paid me, different than others here that don't live in the area. Mrs. Emily, I think her zip code is 32804, College Park. The other one lives in Dr. Phillips. The other one came from Texas. The other one came from Virginia. I'm an Orlando resident and been working in this area for over 15 years. Number one, I have two concerns. One concern is that I asked this company if they have tried this technology before, and they said no. It's the first time. So we here in Orange County, Orange Blossom Trail, we are the guinea pig of them. So I also asked the county officials, which I don't see the lady here, and everybody is witness of this question. Do the county has a remediation process in case of odor smell? What are we gonna do? Do you have the devices to measure smell? And the answer was, it's kind of subjective. It depends on weather, on wind. So I didn't get a specific answer on devices, process, procedures on how to mitigate the smell. If we have, the answer was, you guys have to call and it will be a nuisance for us, and then we will send an inspector to see. But if the inspector doesn't have a good sense of smell, then I guess we don't have a solution. So my concern is we don't have a process to mitigate smell, and we don't have another facility that we can compare that these have worked before. So those are my two concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone. My name is Heike Oquendo, and I have something to show you.
As well as grease waste from restaurants is not compatible with our community. Such operation puts our homes, businesses, and the safety, health, and welfare or our community in danger. We are here asking you to protect the well-being of our families, our jobs, and our investments. Although zoned to permit industry, our community has evolved into a public activity center where hundreds of families live and work. Restaurants, retail, and entertainment establishments, professional offices, and like facilities abound in this area. It is where our children go to school and play, and where we worship. The proposed use of a wastewater treatment plant does not belong in this environment because it brings noxious odors, airborne health hazards, and other nuisances such as noise and vermin infestation. This type of facility will put the health and safety of thousands of people at risk. Equally as important, treatment plants adversely affect property values because by their very nature, they generate noise and environmental pollution. Common sense dictates that we cannot expect food-related businesses.
Can you please let me finish?
We need to think of our children's.
I don't think I ever heard her say she was an expert.
I don't know where the source of this video was or if they're experts.
Where their health is at risk. The applicant claims that the plant's 24/7 operation will not adversely affect the community because they will manage the noise and bad odor. They propose that the plant will be hermetically sealed and that it will only accommodate 9 trucks a day. In fact, the proposed use relies on very large trucks to transport the waste for treatment at the facility, which pumping and transport will adversely impact our already overtaxed and inadequate infrastructure. The reality is that the 60,000 gallons of waste that will be processed per day will inevitably produce toxic gases and odors that will filter out, contaminating the environment. An example is the applicant's plant in Lake County. The Groveland plant, which according to the public records, was fined $20,700 in civil penalties for violations. That included distributing biosolids to unpermitted sites. There are simply no guarantees against these environmental disasters, and the potential for such cannot be denied. That is why these types of operations cannot be in the midst of our community. There is no contingency plan. The Orange County staff has been transparent at the community meetings, stating that the county does not have the resources to measure odor and that in the event of spills or discharge of other contaminants, it may take months for the regulatory process of correction to run its course. You cannot put our health and safety and that of our children at risk over industrial interests. There are no guarantees, only promises that the risks can be managed. That is just not enough. Moreover, Orange Blossom Trail, Taft, Vineland, and Satellite Boulevard cannot sustain more industrial trucks. This area has evolved away from industrial uses into a commercial and residential activity center that serve our daily needs. This project is not compatible with our community. The future of our community, our health, and the well-being of our families and our financial investments would be at risk. Vote no on this project to protect our safety, our health, our welfare, our jobs, and our property values.
I know my time is off.
Yes,
Can
your
I
time
answer
is
his
up.
question?
No, ma'am. Okay, I'll address that. In terms of the video, they did not portray it as experts. It's just information. It's not something that our commissioners necessarily will solely rely upon to make a decision today. It's just information. It's really a summation of what they have been saying, and most of them did not present themselves as experts. It's just an opinion that they are offering at this time, and we'll receive it as such. All right, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Mayor, I was incorrect. There is one more speaker, Eddie Fernandez, who does have 2 minutes and did indicate that he received compensation for being here.
Well, before I start, two different things. I'm not being compensated to be here. I overly disclosed on the form intentionally. The word used on the form is related to the matter, I believe. Nick, could you correct me?
So let me just ask you
yes, sir.
Some questions.
Sure.
Are you affiliated with the applicant?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. Your testimony here today was not solicited by them, or?
By the applicant, sir?
Yes.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
My comments will be in opposition.
Okay. So we'll ask you to just identify yourself and your address, and then you'll have, I see 4 minutes up. Was he given time from someone else, Mr. Thalmuller? Was he given time from someone else?
Yes, Mr. Fernandez has 2 extra minutes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I believe in over-disclosing, if I may. I'd like to just disclose why I checked that box, if I may. I represent a number of business owners, individuals in the vicinity of the subject parcel. And as such, I have been asked to research and do analysis regarding this, but I'm not being paid to be here today.
Right. Yep. Representing what capacity?
Oh, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I am an attorney. I'm an attorney, and I represent nearby property owners and developers. I represent them in Orange County, Osceola County, Lake County.
Okay, no, I just want to know whether you're like a realtor or attorney. You don't have to get into the details.
Oh, no, sir. No, I'm not. I'm an attorney. Okay. I'm a transactional attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. With that out of the way, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Honorable Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As was stated, my name is Eddie Fernandez. I'm a resident of District 3. I also represent my address is 135 West Central Boulevard, Suite 300, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I'm a resident of District 3. I also represent a number of business owners throughout our community, in particular in the vicinity of the subject parcel. I normally represent companies just like this. This is exactly what I do for a living. And in this case, I'm opposed. I'm opposed for a number of reasons. I want to say that this applicant has hired a number of distinguished local professionals and vendors, and I respect that. I also think that I have nothing personally against this applicant. They seem to run a tight ship, but this is about this particular parcel. This is about the residents. This is about the schools, the kids that surround this. Today, you heard about 822 letters, I believe the number was, in opposition, over 800 signatures. This is not your average opposition movement to an environmental issue like this particularly is. I'm going to put right here on the overhead. You've seen this a number of times today. Of course, it's the last way I try. Here we go. You've seen this a number of times today. It's a special exception criteria for any uses requiring a special exception. One of the arguments that was made today is, hey, if we can do explosives. I'm going to pick that example off the list that was presented today to the commission. If we can do explosives without a special exception, we surely should be able to do septic. And I see the other side of that coin, commissioners. I see the fact that the wise body that I am before established a special exception because this is actually so different from those dangerous uses. This is actually special. This is actually something over and above that should not just be permitted in I-4 like some of the other things on the list. That's the side of the coin I am focused on today. The burden of proof rests entirely on the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the county special exception standards. That includes compatibility with the comp plan, public health, safety, welfare, et cetera. You heard from a number of folks today that the applicant failed to meet most of those criteria. I'm actually going to focus narrowly, I'm going to focus on one of them. I'm going to talk about the one before you, N1.1.2. The county shall ensure that industrial uses that produce or emit loud noises, significant vibrations, noxious hazards, waste, fumes are not approved if they have adverse impacts to nearby residential areas, emphasis on nearby, consistent with future land use policy. All right, so in paragraph 181 of section 3879 of the code, that's the additional special exception criteria for septic. It identifies a 1 mile radius map requirement for such special exception applications. So when we look at that 1 mile radius map in the presentation, that it was narrowly cropped today, I believe on Orange Blossom Trail on 441, to focus on what is on that east side, which is that industrial use. But when we go right across the other way on the map, there is an enormous amount of residential. There is all kinds of there are commercial uses. And by the way, the focus here is on use. It's not just on zoning. I want to make that clear. Here I'm going to go ahead and put an even better map that shows that. Earlier, Subaru was mentioned. Sports Subaru is in the audience in opposition to this. I saw them before. You see it on the map. These are commercial uses. These are residential uses. These are schools, places of worship. These are not the kinds of things that are meant to be within the 1 mile radius that is established for the map near a septic facility. That is why this is special. That's why this is a special exception. It was wise to put it in the code, and nobody should tell you otherwise. Thank you, commissioners.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Do we have any other speakers?
We do, Mayor. We have 2 more speakers. I believe Jeff Gray, Mr. Gray was here somewhere, and then also Veronica Oakler, who has the maximum 10 minutes and did also indicate compensation related to this case.
Okay, so Miss, what was your name?
My
again?
name is Veronica Oakler. Address is 135 West Central Boulevard, and I'm here under the same conditions as Mr. Fernandez.
And Miss Oakler was given additional time because there were others present here?
Yes.
And would you call the names of those persons? I just want to make sure that we're not double counting people.
First name donating time to Veronica is Yasmani.
Okay, would you stand,
We've got a hand.
please, sir? Okay. Would you just stand, please, sir? Thank you. All right.
Next name is Edith Murillo.
Okay, Edith, and
Yes, we were over capacity, so a number of people in opposition were forced to stay outside.
okay, so there's a lot of people out there. All right, who's the next one?
Otis Mota.
Okay.
Juan Daniel Vasquez Gomez. Norberto Garcia. Udo Leon.
Okay.
EUDO Leon.
Mayor.
Because that's such a significant number of people who I can't verify that they're here to see their time, let's bring them in if they're over there. Okay. Is it Mr. Gray? Okay. Is Mr. Gray solo, or does he have extra time?
Mr. Gray has the standard 2 minutes by his on
Okay,
his
so
own.
let's move forward, Mr. Gray, and we'll come back once all of the people, I just want to validate that all of the people who are ceding time are actually present. That is our rule. Mr. Gray,
Hey, Mayor Demmings.
name and
Commissioners, how are
address,
you?
please.
Just want full disclosure, Jeff Gray, Orange County resident. I am in the real estate brokerage business. So with that being said, I've kind of heard everybody's comments here. I do work with Monica Wellness. I am not in the same product type. But I just want to say I've kind of heard everybody's comments. I'm a part of our multifamily investment team. I guess I understand the residents' concerns, but I'm also a little concerned that everybody kind of feels like everybody's in everybody's pocket here. That's kind of a little concerning. But what I will say is just listening to what everything everybody had to say. I mean, as a real estate investor, it's very concerning that the industrial use here with the I-4 zoning, I would hope that it would, be considered, given that, again, when this property was, planned for and so forth, years and years ago, that, owners have the ability to execute their business plan. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gray.
Mayor,
Okay, yes, sir.
I want to get clarity from the county attorney's office because I'm just a little bit confused, and I know we have 7 other hearings after this one, so I'm just trying to understand the process. We brought up the question about compensation, and so is compensation, or people who are compensated for an applicant are not allowed to speak, but members of the public can compensate folks to speak? I'm just trying to understand, like, are we consistent in how we're applying this rule? Because right now it's not clear to me. I thought from the earlier conversation that if someone was compensated to speak, that they wouldn't be able to speak, and that public comment was for members of the public. So just help me understand. I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think anyone who has spoken as members of the public have said that they were being compensated to be here.
No, but you're not compensated?
No, just like Mr. Fernandez, we're not being compensated to be here today and speak on this.
Sure, but you're representing in your professional capacity, right?
No, we are community members.
Okay.
So we do work with people as attorneys, but no, we are here as individuals of the community.
Okay, just trying to understand the process.
And Commissioner, I think when Commissioner Martinez-Semrod brought it up is the applicant was given the time to, have their 15 minutes, and then they just used their own experts. So this is their list.
Yeah.
We didn't know.
Right.
It's just that she made the observation by the names that were being said that the people were coming up with additional minutes, which technically they only get 15.
Right.
And so they were getting more minutes, but they were on the list as a team. Now, whether they were paid to actually be here, but they're actually on the team is where the question came into.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, so, Ms. Euler, I would just want to verify again, I saw many people come in that the persons who ceded time to her are actually present. So you'll have to call their names and see if they are here now.
All right. Yoanel Avila.
Okay. If they're here, they need to be here so that I can verify that. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So there was a lot of people came in from outside. Can you call the other names? She's the first one that looks
Eudo
like.
Leon. Eudo Leon. Okay. Norberto Garcia. Juan Daniel Vasquez Gomez.
Juan is here? Okay, he's here.
Danielle, what?
Okay, let's do this. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I don't see the other people here right now. We'll give you 5 minutes. If they come in, then we'll add time. Okay. All right. We're going to split it.
All right. So I'm here specifically to speak on two major points. One is that burden of proof, and the other being the odor compliance and compatibility study that's required and has not been produced. So just to start, the applicant does reference in their appeal that the burden of proof is actually on the county to provide substantial competent evidence, but puts the cart before the horse and fails to acknowledge what's written directly in those court cases, that first the applicant must meet the criteria of the special exception. So I'm here to show, as has all these other people in opposition today, that that criteria has not been met. That criteria, and I'll put on the overhead, you all have seen over and over again, it's not just those 6 special exception criteria. That is any old generic special exception. This is what I want to point you to. Special exception criteria must also meet what's on 38-79 of the code. When we look at 38-79, specifically with the use table, specifically with the use table that references 181. 181 is the portion applicable to septage facilities, septage management facilities. These are additional requirements in addition to the 6 special exception criteria. These all must be met as well. So let's look at them. The ones that I'm particularly interested in are here highlighted. An odor compliance and compatibility study, and then that 1 mile facility boundary is of particular importance tied to this, because everyone's talking about odor and the applicant says, well, there is no odor. We have scrubbers, therefore there's no odor. We don't have to worry about impacts. It's all indoors, therefore we don't have to worry about impacts. Well, specifically, an applicant must provide an odor compliance and compatibility study. And that study was not produced. So here's the language, pardon. Odor compliance and compatibility study was actually defined by this board. In 2023, this board recognized that septage management facilities are so odorous, so noxious, that they require these additional steps to meet the Orange County air quality rules. And I can break these down into overall elements for you. First, they must produce a study. A study's not been produced. That study, secondly, must be prepared by a qualified professional. This is generally an air quality engineer. Third, they must show proof of compliance with the Orange County air quality rules. This would be through the modeling and field studies. There has been no modeling or field studies and no reference whatsoever in any of the documents regarding what they've produced as Orange County air quality rules. The compliance specifically must be met in the most adverse conditions expected. Not the average conditions, but the most adverse. That is specifically stated on the requirements here. So that means if there's a hurricane, if half the staff call out sick, if all the equipment malfunctions, those are the worst case, most adverse situations. When we have humidity that releases odors, when the scrubbers break down, those are the conditions that must be analyzed under an odor compliance study. And that odor compliance study must be specific to the proposed project. And I'll mention why that's particularly important here. So not only specific to the proposed project, but specific comparisons made within the surrounding properties. They have to look at what's called the background dilution to threshold odor levels, hedonic tone, and odor descriptors. Very technical terms. I'm happy to elaborate more if you have follow-up questions, but none of these documents have been produced. Instead, what the applicant produced in the subheading of odor compliance study was a brochure. Brochures discussing or showing what each of the equipment is going to be used, and some technical jargon about, okay, it uses X number of fluid and it produces X number of solids. But in the end, it does not discuss anything specific to this particular property. It does not specifically reference anything to Florida law, to Orange County ordinance as to the air quality control. It does not discuss the DT odor threshold, hedonic tone, or odor descriptors. It fails to meet the very basic requirements that would qualify it for a special exception in this case. So I would say they haven't even met their preliminary steps to be complaining that the public is worried today. The public does not have the burden of proof. The applicant does.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Do we have any other speakers today?
I believe, Mayor, that was our last speaker for this item.
Okay. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing portion at this time. In that, how much time was left for the?
4 minutes and 12 seconds, Mayor.
Oh, because they had people who were listed on their report as the experts speak, they effectively are out of time. However, if the board so chooses to ask questions of the applicant, we certainly will allow that to happen. But as we move forward, I'm going to go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Uribe, for a comment or a potential motion.
Mayor, can I respond to the attorney's comments, please? I can do it in 2 minutes.
What's the pleasure of the board? Okay, come on up.
Well, his experts.
Well, but
spoke.
the experts ate up more than that part. Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
This is so unfair when they get to rebut the public, but then
Commissioner, it's part of the
he
process.
used his time.
Okay. If it's the pleasure of the board, as I said, the majority of the board said, let him speak. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, we wouldn't be standing here if we didn't have a sufficient application. We did provide a pre-treatment system engineering report by a professional.
Nick.
We satisfied the odor compliance study. That's the reason we're here, and that's the reason why you have a staff report that concludes that we are compliant and meet the special exception criteria. Now, the burden of proof, she was almost there, but it's really important that we get this right. It is on the applicant to meet the burden of proof. We meet that criteria, and by competent substantial evidence. That's the reason why we're here. Your county staff is competent substantial evidence. Once I've met my burden of proof, which again, that's why I'm here, that's why we have a complete staff report, the burden shifts to the zoning authority to determine, again, by competent substantial evidence, that I don't meet that criteria. Instead, you have the opposite, conclusion by your staff that we meet all 6 criteria. And I understand and empathize with everybody here. I'm a District 3 resident. But we heard a lot of things like fears and speculation, and that just does not pass judicial scrutiny. This is the correct location. Your comp plan says it. Your future comp plan says it. Your infrastructure requires it. The county requires we be here. Now, I wanted to touch on something really important, and it's the word compromise. We've been going back and forth hearing everybody. We hear the word sewage even though we're focused on grease water. We will remove sewage as a potential use for this property, any septic, and focus on grease. And again, those are the 2 distinctions from septage. We can provide a 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. hours of operation. That can be a condition to the special exception with no Sunday operation. And we can make the air scrubber so we can ensure that it's always going to be operating, even though your DEP doesn't require it, a condition of the special exception application. But I think that covers all of the things we heard here today that were relating to odor, and all of those have been complied with because the staff has concluded we meet all 6 criteria, and no competent substantial evidence was heard today that would contradict that. So with that, we recommend and would appreciate you pass this special exception in line with your staff's recommendations for approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your brevity. With that, I'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Uribe, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, I would. And I would like to say a couple things. One, this designation was done in 1982, 41 years ago. And there was a woman who said something very important here. It has evolved since then. And you're right. And the staff is there to just provide hard evidence. But had that map been expanded to show a middle school, a high school, a daycare, multiple restaurants, an entire commercial moving area, the county has allowed, even though it is an I-4, commercial, residential, restaurants, daycare, retail, office, church, Freedom High, Freedom Middle, all within walking distance of this lot. And let's make it clear that no one is removing the I-4 designation today. All we're doing is removing the special exception to allow septic and waste. And quite honestly, you know, when we look at 822 people in this community got organized to come, and no one here, and let me just make it clear, was disrespecting your experts, okay? You listed your experts, you provided them to us. So in all transparency, it wasn't even I that noticed it. Your experts came out and spoke as residents, and it was my colleague who said, those names look familiar, and started going through this. And we still allowed you the due diligence of the 2 additional minutes, which, as the mayor said, were taken away. But there is a stigma to this in this community. This community has grown tremendously. What you see out here are the faces of this community and the right to be small business owners. And I thank you for being a small business and investing in our community. And anyone who knows, we have worked very, very hard for this community. This has not been, as we call un logro fácil, an easy road. This has been investment, sweat, tears, commitment, and a commitment to make our community better today than it was. So, and they do not deserve to go backwards. With that being said, based on the testimony and evidence presented here today, I make a motion to uphold, and let's just say uphold the BZA recommendation of denying the request for a special condition as an adverse to the public interest in the surrounding area because the proposed use would be inconsistent with the pattern of the surrounding development. A detrimental intrusion into the community and the surrounding area would bring odor and other characteristics that is not consistent with other uses permitted in the zoning in this district. So with that, just to make it clear, I have a motion for denial.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe. I believe Commissioner Simrad was the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of February the 25th, 2025. After a brief recess, we are back in session. We're going to the next item on our agenda for today, and that is item G7. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we're going to call on Mr. Nick Thelmuller, our planning administrator, to frame this item. With that, Mr. Thelmuller, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Here we go. This item is case number CDR 2407162. This is a substantial change request to the Waterley Plan Development. The 7.25 acre affected portion of the PD is located south of Waterway Passage, west of Avalon Road in Horizon West Special Planning Area, Village H. This request is for 3 waivers from Orange County Code, as listed on the screen here. The first waiver is for an alternative calculation for building frontage along the internal block faces in PD parcel 13, which is the Village Center parcel. The following 2 waivers are an amendment to the master sign plan for the PD, also affecting Village Center parcel PD 13. One allows an additional number of ground signs, and the second, additional copy area for signs within the district. Here we have the affected parcels within that Village Center district shown on the future land use map. This is actually the Horizon West Special Planning Area land use map for clarification, showing the site as Village Center. As mentioned, property is zoned PD, Plan Development District, as part of the Waterley PD. Here we have the aerial showing the affected area or affected sites as currently undeveloped. However, there are development plans for retail, commercial, and quick service restaurant uses on these parcels, surrounded by other Village Center type uses, commercial, multifamily, residential. Here we have the overall Waterley Plan Development Land Use Plan with the affected parcel circled here, and a closer up image of the Village Center conceptual layout showing proposed buildings, block structure, as well as those numbers there indicating where the signs would be located at the entrances. And with that, staff's recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Waterley Plan Development, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 1, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. If the applicant is present, we're going to call on the applicant or a representative of the applicant, Ms. Erica Hughes.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mayor. Erica Hughes with VHB 225 East Robinson, Orlando 32801. We concur with staff's recommendation. We also like to thank Commissioner Wilson for meeting with us so that we can go over any questions she may have before today, and we would really appreciate your approval of our project. And we're available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, well, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, I'd like to move for the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item. This is item H8. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we'll ask Mr. Thelmuller to frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case number PSP 2408185 for the Ginn Property Plan Development, Greenway Park Parcel 1B Townhomes Preliminary Subdivision Plan. This is a request to subdivide a 19.07 gross acre parcel located south of Lake Nona Boulevard, east of Wyndham Lakes Boulevard, to construct 116 single-family attached residential dwelling units and associated tracts and infrastructure. Here we have the future land use map. The property is designated planned development on the future land use map with a mixed use entitlement program. This particular parcel identified as planned development zoning as well. Again, within the, again, property plan development, this particular parcel is entitled for those residential uses and commercial. Here we have the aerial of the site showing the property is currently undeveloped, surrounded by primarily residential uses of both attached and detached sort, as well as commercial uses a little bit off the screen to the northwest. Here we have the proposed subdivision plan. You can see the proposed lots, tracts, infrastructure, as well as in that northwestern corner, there is a future development tract for the commercial entitlements. They will be coming in with a commercial site plan for that site in the future. Also of note, as required by the plan development, there is a condition of approval requiring the Ward Road, which is the street to the south there. Whenever this property comes in to develop, the PD requires the connection up to Lake Nona Boulevard there to complete the overall transportation system in the area. And with that, staff's recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Ginn Property PD, Greenway Park, Parcel 1B Townhomes Preliminary Subdivision Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 4, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present today? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Wren with Pulte Homes. Address is 4901 Violin Road, Suite 500, Orlando, Florida, 32811. So happy to answer any questions. Just want to extend our thanks to staff. Had a good couple of rounds of comments. I think staff is happy with where the plan ended up. And also thank you to Commissioner Cordero and her assistant Philip for their time just talking through the project and recognizing kind of the public support that we've got behind it. So we appreciate that and happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Mr. Wren, if you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 9 speakers for this item, or 9 registrants for this item, but 6 speakers. Several folks are donating time.
Okay, then we'll call them in the order in which you received them.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall. Approach the podium one at a time in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is going to be Jason Paul. And Jason, you have 2 minutes, as previously discussed and confirmed with the folks that are donating time to you. Second speaker is going to be Lizette Fuentes. And Lizette, you have 1 extra minute. And the third speaker will be Renaud Fenster.
All right, first speaker, please. A name and address for the record, please.
I am Jason Paul, 14236 Ward Road, Orlando, Florida. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the County Commissioner, especially our Commissioner, Ms. Cordero, for the opportunity to hear to this very important matter. We are here to discuss PSP 2408185 related to the development of the parcel of the land where Pulte wishes to build a townhome community. Specifically, we are here to address the condition imposed by the Orange County to develop of said parcel, forcing the developer to build a road connecting Lake Nona Boulevard with one of our inner subdivision streets, Ward Road. Apparently, about 10 years ago, the county imposed a condition to develop of that particular parcel in an effort to elevate the traffic. The condition in question would require the connection of Lake Nona Boulevard with Ward Road as a part of any development of the parcel of land where Pulte wishes to build the townhomes community. As later, the Lake Preserve subdivision was built, the section of the Ward Road inside the Lake Preserve subdivision ends in a cul-de-sac adjacent to parcel to be developed and identified with the PSP 2408185 number. Beautiful homes were built all along the Ward Road. The owners of these homes, I am one of them, strongly oppose connecting our road with the Lake Nona Boulevard. This connection will create a significant increase in the traffic, and that will affect the quality of the life of not only the resident of our street, Ward Road, but also the quality of the life of all the homeowners and family members within our peaceful subdivision. Giving a public access for Lake Nona Boulevard to Ward Road will definitely facilitate the commission of crimes, as those who come to our neighborhood to commit crime and easily get on 417 and escape. As it is right now, we are a lot of traffic of people that we don't belong to our community, that use our subdivision as a shortcut between Orlando and Kissimmee. Children who live in Stonewick are not able to come out and play due to the high traffic of the people, usage as a shortcut, and speeding even after the installation of speed bumping. No one wants to purchase a home in a high traffic area, so this connection will be inevitable, cause unwanted reduction of the property value. The connection of these two roads is at this point completely unnecessary. Bogey Creek has very expanded and the traffic is flowing without any major problem. The parcel developer has expressed no interest in building the necessary road and infrastructures to connect Lake Nona Boulevard and Ward Road, and they will be more than happy if that condition is waived by the county. We were notified of this hearing only about 10 days ago, so we had little time to get all homeowners' feedback on this issue. We have 311 homes in our subdivision, in our Lake Preserve community, and we were only able to contact approximately 75 homes, and every single homeowners in this home signed the opposition of the connection of Lake Nona Boulevard and Ward Road. We would like to present this presentation and signature to the part of this
Wren,
record of hearing.
You are out of time.
I have extended 2 more minutes.
That was the full.
You had your full time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm finishing.
Okay, no.
We are respectfully and
I
requesting
don't
that.
think you understand. You are out of time.
Done?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I hand over the signatures?
Yes. The time goes quickly. All right, we're going to move to our next speaker, please.
I also believe I have additional time.
Yes, you have 3
Lisa
minutes.
Fuentes.
You have an extra minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Fuentes, and I also live in Lake Preserve, 3418 Stonewick Street. And I am here. I know that the development in this area is inevitable. And as part of that, the Ward Road is the main reason why I'm here to speak. I did submit to the district and to Commissioner Gomez Cordero and her staff 466 signatures of community members that are in support of the extension of planned extension of Ward Road. In 2021, there was even some rallying with the community where we came to commissioning board meetings and communicated that we wanted that road open even back then. And it was explained then that until a developer came, we would not be able to see that. Part of what I want to explain is right now we have in Lake Preserve, of course, the 311 homes that were explained, but there are 2 neighborhoods behind us that are also Orange County. And so that's Bishop Landing and as well as Creekstone, who have 184 homes in Creekstone, and Bishop Landing about 180 homes. As of right now, to come in through Orange County, all services, emergency services, school buses, everything only comes through the one entrance of Stonewick Street. And that is the main entrance for all 3. This planned Ward Road extension would help divert some of that traffic. When we look at the homes on Stonewick, I know we heard some property values being impacted. The homes on Stonewick have not been impacted. They continue to be of high value in a good neighborhood. One thing that I'll mention, and I know I have neighbors and friends here as well, and I care for them very much as well, especially those who live on Ward Road. There's across from them, there are 2 areas that are for sale that can also be residential development. And one of the recent ones had also streets coming in. So I think it's inevitable. And I would ask that the county do consider in the future traffic flow studies, just like we did for Stonewick, to have, if we see concerns or there's issues, that we address those and make sure that's taken care of. But one thing that I will mention too is when we say we're connecting the roads, we're not connecting major roadways. We're connecting neighbors, other communities who also need that. This is an extension that I see it as going to other neighborhoods and to other neighbors who also want to have that diversion. Since 2021, when we first shared that we wanted the extension to be granted at that time, we've had an elementary school that was added to the beginning of that neighborhood. So that's in the very much entrance of Lake Preserve, of which those 3 neighborhoods also have to go through, and also causes issues. So with that, I thank you for your time. I do hope that you consider and go along with the planned. I know Orange County does a lot of good jobs of doing planning and continue with the planned extension of Ward Road. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Renaud Fenster, and my address is 2930 Roderick Circle in Orlando. I live in a community called Wyndham Lakes Estates and a subdivision called Camden Landing. I am here today to talk about some of the dangers of the traffic in my area, particularly in my community. I have attempted over the past 10 years to discuss with the county the traffic issues exiting my community as there's a blind spot. We have a lot of residents throughout the neighborhood avoiding the 417 to drive through the community, speeding. We have asked for stop signs. We've asked for lights. I've been doing this for so many years. I've actually contacted Commissioner Cordero's office, which they refer me to Orange County Engineering, to no avail to get this rectified. And to the point of those that live in the community, a ward community, this is causing major chaos with traffic, and there's absolutely no resolution. And the only action taken is reactive, which is a problem as we've had fatalities in our community already. In order for me to try and pass this through, I've been advised to get signatures totaling 7,000, I believe. And they cannot be renters or anybody else, but the problem is everybody that drives through the community, they're renters or owners. They're driving on the road, and that's the issue at hand right now. And so I am pleading with the county commissioners to do something about our traffic. I oppose the issue that the residents of Ward Road are talking about because there's no resolution. It just keeps adding and compounding traffic. And with that, there's also the thought and process as more traffic, roadways, there could be public transportation, and what does the county have planned for public transportation and making our small roads major roadways. And that's my time. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Hunster, if I understood what you're saying, essentially you're opposed to this extension.
I don't oppose. I know that I'm out of time, and I actually wanted to ask for one of the maps to actually visibly show the problem that I'm talking about. The one that's colored that has the PD on it, that has the pink. It was one of the first ones, sorry, right there. So my community is the very first one on the bottom left-hand side that kind of looks like a triangle, if you will. So where the community is being built, right there, everybody comes down, everybody from Lake Nona that's coming from the medical hospital, anybody avoiding 417, anybody coming from Beacon Park, which is behind 417, they come through, and if they have the green light, they speed through. The speed limit is 35. We've had off-duty officers present there.
Just tell me where do you stand on it?
Well, I can't oppose the builder, but I would like to ask the county and the builder to proactively work on better traffic systems in the neighborhood. And I think that can actually be done. And I'm hoping the builder will participate in that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
All right, our next speaker is Matt Verpka, followed by Marquise Wimberly and Alex Betancourt. Oh, wait, nope, sorry, Alex, you donated your time, apologize for that. Just Matt and Marquise.
Okay, Matt, is Matt here? Okay. Okay, he may have left, so we're going to go to, is it Marquise Wimberly? Okay.
My name is Marquise Wimberly. My address is 3317 Stonewick Street, Orlando, Florida. And I'm going to speak primarily to the second part of the project. Good evening, Mayor Dimmons and members of the Orlando County Board of County Commissioners. My name is Marquise Wimberly, as I mentioned, and I've lived in Lake Preserve since 2018 with my wife and 3 children. I'm here to speak in strong support of the proposed road connection between Lake Preserve and Lake Nona Boulevard. When I and many others purchased our home, we were promised the additional connections once the development began in those areas. We were then told that the Boggy Creek entrance would no longer be possible. So the remaining connection to Lake Nona Boulevard is not only a matter of convenience, it is a critical improvement for the flow of traffic, emergency response, and overall accessibility to our community. As our community has grown, so has the congestion, especially with the addition of Stonewick, as another member of our community mentioned. Leaving the road connection as planned for our development would help ease congestion, improve emergency response, and enhance overall connectivity. Now, I understand that some residents may have concerns, but this is a highly vocal minority who are largely concerned primarily about the increase in traffic in front of their own homes and not the benefit of the entire community. It is without any considerations to the homeowners whose property are subject to all the current traffic from Stonewick. The traffic is not going to go away. It is just a matter of whether we will have one entrance to accommodate it or 2. The change aligns with the original development plans and ensures that the infrastructure keeps pace with the growth of the broader community. So I urge this board to keep the improvement in the project plan and ensure our community has access and the safety it deserves. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wimberly. We'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, that was our last speaker for this item.
All right. Then I will give the applicant, Mr. Wren, if you want to make any rebuttal comments, now would be the time.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I don't know there's any rebuttals necessary. I mean, we're simply complying with the requirements of the PD and providing clearly some needed interconnectivity of local roads in this area that should help alleviate larger scale traffic issues. So I'm well familiar with the area. I've actually permitted over 300 of the 600 homes that they're referencing that are going to benefit from this connection to Lake Nona Boulevard. So I've rebuilt thousands of feet of Ward Road for various developers over the years. So I know that north-south connection between Lake Nona and 417 down into Osceola County and Simpson Road is very important for everybody that lives in that area to get around. So.
All right, thank you. Then stand by. We'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the residents that came today. Thank you so much. And yes, Ms. Fuentes, I received all the list of the 400 residents that you sent me.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I just had a question. Yeah.
Commissioner Uribe.
So the concern I heard was the cut-through, right? Is there anything that can be done, or is the applicant able to do anything to help prevent it, whether it's speed humps, things to kind of slow down the traffic and kind of make people not want to go that way? You know what I mean? Like, just curious, just from the response, but I don't know if anything's done. I'm not here to oppose it, just curious to know if you've created any action to assist with that, because that ends up being,
Yeah, well, I guess that would be when it's built, when it's open.
And that might be a staff question, actually, because it's the cut-through
just
in
didn't know if
the
you try to
neighborhood.
work with staff on it?
Yeah.
I would tell you, I mean, as the applicant, we'd be happy to work with staff on any, speed control items. I will tell you, this is not something that's come up during staff review. We're actually building a pretty small section of Ward Road, and it actually has some curvature. It's not a straight alignment. So, like, by design, as you on the plan, you can see there's a couple of crooks in the roadway. So actually kind of already designing it with some level of speed control in mind is once it gets off-site and it's a straight north-south road, I would think it was where you'd be more concerned about people speeding up.
Okay, I just didn't know if you guys had worked that out, and it was a concern that I heard from.
Yeah, and I want to, I appreciate everybody's concerns. I don't want to be, ignorant of people's concerns. I understand it always brings anxiety when somebody's bringing development next door,
And
but
this-
again, we're
yeah.
kind of fulfilling an existing master plan at this point.
Yeah, this was
Yeah,
approved like
and-
20 years
yeah,
ago. This
And
is
I,
a
and I'm,
PSP.
and I'm, yeah, I'm not, I was just, just asking about that.
Yeah, but
that-
we can work that
Okay.
through. I mean, we still like, and, just for the residents to know that this had been approved 20 years ago. This is now, the PSP that we want to open that Ward Street Road. But I want to say also to Mr. Fanster, Mr. Renard, I'm going to talk to you later, but I wanted just to let everyone know that we work with that and with traffic engineer and with Nick in regards to the stop sign that was not warranted, so they couldn't put any. And also the lights, the traffic lights, there's one in Lake Nona, Windham Lakes Boulevard, and then there's one in Canal Bay, but I think they are too close to continue putting more. So, but we are working on it. We are working on it, and one of the things that this road, when it opens, is going to help decrease the Windham Lakes Boulevard traffic, which is terrible. So, saying that, I will motion for approval and.
Commissioner Scott, I think I heard you say that. Remember, your mic is quite a distance away from you.
Second, Scott. My microphone. There we go.
A second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you for your presence. We're going to move forward now on our agenda to the next item, and this is item H9. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thalmuller, we'll look to you to frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case PSP 2401001 for the Westmoreland Oaks Townhomes Preliminary Subdivision Plan. This is a request to subdivide 0.65 gross acres generally located north of 25th Street, west of Westmoreland, for 10 single-family residential attached dwelling units and associated tracts and infrastructure. Here we have the future land use map. You can see the property has gone through a land use change for medium-density residential future land use, allowing up to 20 units per acre. The property is zoned R2, residential dwelling district, which allows single-family, both attached and detached units. Here we have the aerial. You can see the surrounding area is developed with a mixture of residential types as well as more commercial once you get closer to Orange Blossom there. Here we have general proposed layout of the 10 townhome units, all attached with frontage on the main street there and a common shared driveway in the rear, along with the storm water pond and guest parking. And with that, the recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Westmoreland Oaks Townhomes Preliminary Subdivision Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 6, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to make any comments? I invite you to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good
My
evening.
name is Zach Caskey. My address is 733 Waterland Court, Orlando, Florida, 32828. We are in full agreement with the staff's recommendations and conditions for this project.
All right, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Scott, for a potential motion.
Nick, if you could email me this presentation, and if the applicant could share this contact information so we can talk. Motion for approval.
Second, Wilson.
Somebody wants to go home.
No, I was trying to do what you do. I was being really enthusiastic.
She was imitating you, is what she said.
Hey, no, quick draw McGraw.
All right, all
Quick
right.
draw McGraw.
There is a motion by Commissioner Scott and a second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. I guess that's what happens when you've been here for a long time. Okay. All right, we'll go to the next item, I-10. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thalmuller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case 24-06147 for the Quadrangle Plan Development, Tract 17D Student Housing Development Plan. This is a request for a 3.62 gross acre overall parcel located north of High Tech Avenue, south of Corporate Boulevard, just across the street from UCF there, to construct a 640-bed student housing project on 3.62 acres. This development plan is coming to board approval not because any waivers or conditions, but because the code requires board approval of all student housing development plans. Here we have the future land use map, property shown as office. However, it is part of the Quadrangle PD. Here we have zone plan development, which has a mixture of office, commercial, student housing uses. This portion of the PD went through a PD amendment not long ago, specifically for this student housing use on this portion of the parcel. Here we see an aerial. The site is currently developed with an office building. That office building will be remaining. The proposal is to split the parcel and develop this student housing development with parking structure on the northern portion. And with that, recommendations to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Quadrangle Plan Development Tract 17D Student Housing Development Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This item is in District 5, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item? I see Ms. Wilson standing by, so she's representing the applicant.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Good evening. Here, Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. We agree with the staff recommendation and are here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, then stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Martinez Simrad.
Motion to approve.
Second, Scott.
All right, the seconder on the motion. I think Commissioner Scott, he beat you by a hair.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. The next item is J11. That item was canceled. The county administrator spoke to that earlier this morning during the board meeting. We'll be working out some details with the sheriff's office and the county attorney's office and the legal advisor for the sheriff on some potential ordinance language or changes in Florida state statute that may be necessary. So that's a work in progress. We hope to bring that back very soon. The next item on the agenda, John?
Mayor, just perhaps to clarify on the noise ordinance. Staff, again, have requested that hearing be canceled for today. It is still being worked on. It will be re-advertised soon. I think next few months. I've heard from the EPD team that that'll be ready to re-advertise and bring back forward.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, the next item is J12. This is the final item of today. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mrs. Lynn Kramer, our manager of the Fiscal and Business Services Division, will be framing this item. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So this is revisiting our ordinance on the water and wastewater capital charges. I'll go through quickly the background, the proposed ordinance revisions, and then get to the requested action. So back in December 17th of last year, the board passed ordinance 2024-35, which updated our water and wastewater capital charges to be at the latest calculated amounts at full cost recovery so that the development would continue to pay its own way. So part of the ordinance was that it required that an advertisement period of 90 days prior to the effective date of the new capital charges. The clerk to the board was supposed to have done this, and unfortunately that deadline was not met. Once we realized that it was not going to be met, we met with the county attorney's office to get a recommended course of action, and that was to present a revised ordinance to the board at another public hearing, which is why we're here this evening. So we have a proposed ordinance for your consideration. It is updated to remove the 90-day advertisement requirement. Further investigation by the county attorney's office determined that that 90-day requirement is not necessary for this particular ordinance. It is, stems from the language for impact fees, and the same section in the state statutes on impact fees that determines that 90-day requirement also states that it does not apply to water and wastewater connection fees. So the proposed ordinance will maintain the April 1st, 2025 effective date, and in all other material ways, it is identical to the ordinance you passed in December. So with that, I'd just like to get to the requested action to approve the ordinance that is displayed on the screen, the requested action that is displayed on the screen that is consistent with this evening's presentation, and also for staff to make any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener errors to the ordinance. Thank you.
All right, and this is an administrative item brought forward by staff, so there's not an applicant. However, we will open it up for any public comment at this time. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard? Okay. We have no speakers. Then we'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting and I'll entertain a motion
So
for
moved.
approval.
Wilson?
All right. You know, we're on to something here. This should happen more often. We have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
With that, I don't believe we have any other items before us today. That we stand adjourned.